by picking the winner between two rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Krafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
So now it's time for Americas. Same as last year, 12 teams have advanced from the PCS6 regional playoff, and the last 4 tickets was decided by the last chance qualifiers. Let's look through the Latin American teams first. So Akrashe won the regional playoff in Latin America.
Yeah, they've looked really good all of a sudden. I mean, to be frank, I was starting to worry a bit about this team. It just didn't look good, and now all of a sudden, they're great, and this is really exciting for them. I really hope that this team can show us a good performance. Yeah, so coming in second place in the region was 22 Esports. I think a name on that team that people are gonna know is Haziton. He's been around in the PUBG esports scene for quite some time, so this Brazilian squad really looking good. Coming in next was Troglodytus, a team that I think has a lot of potential. Of course, you've got the Latin American legend Rusty Zera on there, as well as Necro AQN. So this is a team that is full of veteran experienced players. Then came AKM. This is a pretty interesting team in that there's one player that has really had any kind of experience in PUBG esports. It's Ali RV. And then the rest of the team is relatively unknown. And then the same with the Yellow Jackets, a team of unknowns in their region who came through the open qualifiers to now qualify for PCS6 Americas.
The team that got the last ticket was Just Too Easy. Familiar name here, Ragnar.
Yeah, really excited, of course, to have him back. The personality that he brings is always a lot of fun to have.
And we have 10 North American teams here, 6 from the regional playoff and 4 from the last chance qualifier. Let's start with Yahoo, who won the regional playoff.
Yeah, I think Yahoo is definitely a team, of course, that you have to keep your eye on. I mean, Bale Frost, Punij, Shinboy, and of course Sparking, who has once again kind of risen to another level himself. He had the most kills during the qualifier. This team, certainly scary.
Yeah, I really like the team logo. The cute chicken. I wonder who drew it. And next is Bing Bang Boom. It's consisted of the old Space Station Gaming member.
I think this is a team full of a lot of really smart young players. Roth, Keenan as well, a former IGL Oldless, and then of course Sharpshot, a guy who at times has been arguably the best fragger in Americas. So really excited for these guys going forward.
And next coming up is Gaskins Guadalajara. Gaskins, always hard to pronounce it. This team has always performed well in the PCS Americas, and I heard that Wakikamukau has transfer to this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favorite players. His name is really, really fun to say, of course, but joining Waikikimukau on the Gaskins, of course, Nikos Gregshot, and then their IGL Adam, who's also the brother of Coach Did, so from FaZe. So this is a really interesting team, a really smart team that has improved rapidly. You know, Waikikimukau said they struggled a little bit earlier. Now they look great.
And there's one more team that picked up the old Fury member, is E United, coming back to PUBG Esports scenes in a long time. They picked up the old Oath members along with Flood, who showed aggressive and impressive plays in PGC 2021.
Yeah, I think this goes to show you why Fury was doing so well at PGC. They're a stacked roster with a lot of really good players. Oath as well had phenomenal results at the end of last year. I mean, they were constantly pushing the envelope at every event. So this is a team that you have to watch out for. They absolutely could pop off and win the event.
Yeah, I think if they have more time to play together, I think they can get much better.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of teams that have played together for a while, STK is also coming in here. Once again, the veterans, consistency. What else can you say about this team? They're amazing. They're just constantly getting it done, constantly placing top 5 at events. So, you know, another team you can never, ever count out. And the last team to come through the qualifiers was 300, a team that's been pretty consistent, pretty fun to watch. Neferhorn Extreme on this team, 2 really good players from Australia. It's been a very consistent, very solid team for the last year.
So in North America, there was the surprising news that Sonic, aka PGI's champion, did not qualify in the regional playoff, but managed to get that last ticket in the last chance qualifier. What happened to Sonics?
Well, I mean, look, every team sometimes has, you know, bad days, bad weeks, whatever. You know, the Sonics, it has been a little bit rough and tumble for them since their PGIS win. Just doesn't seem like they're quite gelling again yet. They're quite on the same page. I mean, the rule format change again. A lot of these things could be coming into play, but certainly the Sonics are a force to be reckoned with.
I found out that Dressel is a sub-member of Sonics. What do you think about that?
Well, Dressel just can't stay out of PUBG Esports. I mean, how could you not, right? Like.
So maybe we can expect him playing in PCS6 Americas?
Maybe. I mean, I'd always like to see Dressel play. He's a great bolter. I'm a big fan, but the Sonics have a really stacked roster. Moving on, there is also Dodge again. They're a really, really good team. Cherry, you know, he's always been a competitor in the Americas region, a very strong one. Then up Nootropic, a pretty interesting team here with Hello Senpai and some others putting together one Lata as well from the former 300 squad. And last but not least, the Rumblers. I mean, they're a fun team to watch. They're great dudes. You know, Los, Waldo, Valiate, and Corsac this time coming in. I'm really excited for this team as always. They're going to be fun no matter what.
So today we were able to break down the 32 teams from 2 regions first in details because we divided into 2-2. So I hope the fans could also enjoy the full month of PCS6.
Yeah, I really like this format a lot. Now you can kind of focus on a couple regions at a time, and then, you know, eventually you'll get to see Asia and Europe. You just got to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, Pick'em Challenge is also back for PCS6. This time, due to the changed format, PCS6 Americas and APAC Pick'em Challenge opened first in April 6th. So don't miss out the Pick'em Challenge. Support your team by purchasing the PCS6 exclusive items. And again, here's our pick. PCS6 APAC and Americas are kicking off in April 15th with 32 amazing teams performing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really excited for, of course, our teams that we've seen all the time, but we've got a lot of new players, a lot of young talent up and coming, so you guys definitely want to check this out.
So don't miss out the PCS6 APAC and Americas, and we'll be back with the information about PCS6, Europe, and Asia after the qualifier is over, so don't miss that episode 2. We'll be back soon. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly, straight into the unknown. straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this, the first day of the PCS North America Regional Playoffs. After these 3 days of play, the top 6 will be going on to the grand final. Well, let's take a look at the teams that we will have playing here today. Again, 3 groups. Today is going to be groups A and B, and you can see some pretty heavy hitters in that lobby.
It slows them down, like I said, and
Oh, that could be big.
What?
Oh!
No way.
Oh, he finds 2, and T-Sock and Zealot less than half HP. Kurt will try to take the high ground. He's going to spot out 1, but he goes down. T-Sock will trade it. It's now a 1v1, Alo and T-Sock. The smoke cloud could keep T-Sock alive, or could try to maybe get the res, but the flashbangs from Alo, T-Sock can't go for it. It's going to be a big 1v1. T-Sock, the smoke wall, you can see it's starting to go down. Alo working around the edge, goes for the flush. And he wins it! At north side here, you can see the angle he's got is forcing STK to move around a little bit. They will get the knock and the flush onto Penta. 15 kills now. Just like that, it's done. Gaskins back-to-back victories. 16 kills this time around. At the end of day 1, that's what your leaderboard is looking. 93.
Look at that.
93 points for Gaskins. It's not by any means going to be easy. Gonna try to push it. Oh my God!
What? That was disgusting.
To see if Penta will maybe give him gonna make it easy for him. Nope, he won't. Oldest will get it, and bing bang boom with the 20 kill, 30 point chicken dinner. Oh, that's where I wanted the grenade from Cater to go. And I'm not sure if that was a Cater grenade onto Hooligan or if that was Sonic's. I think it might be Sonic's just making the push here, but they have not realized he is on the backside. Hooligan gonna have to pull up there with the Scar. The spot out 1. Cater actually gonna be the one that gets him. No, Shrimsy immediately transfers over, and Oldless managing to snake out a second place finish for Bing Bang Boom here will get the win. Sonics with 9 kills. But what a weird, wonderful game. We were saying coming into the final game, just kind of put yourself into a position where you don't have to be as stressed tomorrow.
Yeah, much needed. I mean, Twitch chat can rejoice. Now Sonics are once again the best team in the world. They find themselves in 6th place, 58 points overall. Look at it. They just knocked Dodge out. And again, it's not comfortable though.
I mean, it feels like Sonics is going to have to commit so many resources, and now that the firefight is opening up, it looks like T8 is trying to come up back behind us. That's going to mean no cover for Sonics to work with. They're just going to have to make sure that they defend themselves with bullets so that way T8 does not come up back behind. H1 already taken so much damage. He's going to go down as well. T8 is just storming into this position. Spots out mine, but it's range. It's going to be sparking, providing some type of covering fire for the Sonics to work with. Everybody has got vision on each other, and it's starting to make the push. Now, it's going to be sparking, trying to make this low ground assault on a T8's position. They are weakened, goes for the spray and gets a little bit more damage into it, but Bale Frost is going to go down. Now the connecting shots are going to come out from sparking. The push paying off, but you Bull trying to hold the other angle, and that's going to go down. T8 does go down in third. Sonics manages to weather it, but it's just going to be Tiggleton, the last one up, trying to fight his way out of it, realizing his commitment onto one side, goes for the peak, but it's going to be Yahoo that picks it up with 11 kills.
We'll be able to recover and get that knock, but Snake is still playing close contact here. You see, he's desperate. He's got this information relayed to him, so he could actually swing this.
Oh, walks up into the face. Spray, easy connection. Snakers takes it away, and now it's just Yahoo on the other side. He's gonna go down. 10 kills for E United. Overall, you can see it is indeed going to be Yahoo in first place, tied with Bing Bang Boom. It's just going to be based off of all the way that this is set up with kill points. Oh my God, this is so tight. Gaskins gonna be back behind that one. E United following it up, shoots a kill, holding on fifth, 300, stepping up into our 6th place position. Then Sonic's Spicy Fish, built by gamers, Nootropic, Wildcard Gaming, Rumblers, Dodge, and 4 Funners are going to be going to our LCQ. We talked about it. Now finally seeing Latin America, North America recombining for PCS6. This angle right here is just netting so much work. You can see Nootropic not harassed on any of their angles and are just farming what they see moving around them. Now, going a little bit more aggressive, gotta be careful. Nice Try does have some vision of what's going on, but that nade bounces in and does some very important damage.
Fire is being deployed. Mime is gonna have the opportunity to get on the roof.
Takes the shotgun blast, and now that is going to reveal to Sonics that they need to be careful about how they push the... But it doesn't matter. Mime gets a shot on top. 3v1, hoping the shotgun connects. Doesn't get the shots that they need. Now makes a switch over to the AR. Does get the knock onto one. Goes for a spin around into it. Doesn't get it in the end. It's going to be Mime. 11 kills and a victory for Sonics.
Systematicos immediately going for the push here onto Dodge while they know that they have one down.
The nades coming in. Actually, the nades look good initially.
Ooh.
That one's good. That one's money.
Goodbye, Finna.
Okay.
Finna will get one. Working around the side of the Bronco. Finna gets 2. Finna staying alive in this. Laurent gets taken down low, and Zera now. The last one up, he will clean it up, but now look at KF9. He knows this is his opportunity. If I'm going to do it, this is going to be the time. But Zera absolutely reads him like a book. 11 kills and a 2nd win for Systematicos.
They're going to be sweating bullets right now. They don't know what we know, right? They don't know exactly where the kills lie. And actually now, the deeper investment of utility here, it's kind of a good indicator for Nootropic.
I think they spotted out Corsac.
Yeah, Lampolot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
Oh, the damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. So it's now a 3v3. Lampolot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valiate trying to go for the low wrap while Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills. Here we go. Overall standings, and the Rumblers do it.
1
by 1 point. Unbelievable.
No way. I mean, that's heartbreak for Wildcard, but wow.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
In a lot of trouble running to a teammate for cover, but Pippa got himself an angle, gets a knock on effect, but Pippa has the center of the circle and knows it. Incendiary is coming out. Waldo trying to exploit this, going to creep in, reveals, goes for the spray into it, and narrowly survives it. Near on no life, the Rumblers take the win.
Then keeping 4 up be the priority, not the compound. What is going on here?
Uh-oh. We jousting in the middle? Oh, no! Rashi,
Oh, Silas.
Andy,
Silas is
cuz
popping.
it's so no
Silence, man.
Silers. 4 HP. Uncivil trying to give him some support from the high ground. Can he get flux too? He's still got 4 HP. No, Civ. Oh, young kings.
And waiting for free agents, and this is free agents have just
Nailed
had
it.
a rough go.
They at least have the hard cover to play around for now.
How long that will last, but Wildcard 6 kills on the board and looking to find a few more in the form of Nootropic. Oh, that damage coming through from Fisher. That nade could be terrible. Yeah, can't find him. The pre-nade is disgusting.
Pays off dividends, and he will get the flush as well on Namaji. T-Sock now gets taken down. Lampalot refusing to go down without a fight as Zray. No! Zray goes as well. Lampalot is just cleaned up. Wild card.
Way, man. 4v4.
And a 4v4 for Rumbler's shot at the grand finals.
I gotta feel like Rumblers almost have zone control here as Phase 8 comes to close in.
A lot of moving parts to this one. Not easy for either team by any means.
That nade is huge.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lampalot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
Oh my God, the damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. Holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills.
really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for day 2 of PCS6. My name is Toffees. I am joined by the Cammy D and Matchum as we break down the action here today. But before we get into the breakdowns and the reminders and the highlights and all the fun stuff, let's go back over what the journey was like to get here in the first place. It's format time. It started tough. 124 teams in 2 separate regions, 28 teams, from 2 regions dropped in originally and fought their way through things like open qualifiers, last chance qualifiers, regional playoffs to decide who the Big 16 ultimately would be. These are the teams that are going to have to fight it out over the course of 30 games. In fact, let's pull that up and remind you exactly what the challenge is going to look like over the course of the next couple of days. 30 matches, 5 of which have already been played, but Matchum, it's not new, but it's back and I'm loving it. What is it?
Oh, it's the super point rule. Getting all the fun of that one back. So plenty of opportunities, plenty of different play styles, and you can try to play the game however you feel to go for your win conditions.
Nothing wrong with that. Play your game, do your best, and like I said, Super has already proven multiple times that sometimes the team that takes that chicken dinner isn't the one who takes home the big win, Cameron.
Yeah, exactly. So while getting placement points, getting that first place with the 10 points there is great, that's not the only way to succeed. You can get 16 kills, 17 kills, even if you go on in second or third, you are still the winner of that match because points is the name.
And that's how you get $250,000 or your access to a portion of it. That is a very big prize pool, Matt.
Oh my God, yes. I mean, look at that. First place, getting almost double what you're going to be getting in second place. But also, notice those special prizes over to the right. We've got Kill Leader for 5,000, Insane Squad for 5,000, All PCS Team for 10,000. So on top of everything that's going on the left side, if you play your heart out, you can walk away with even more cash.
More cash, more options, and more things available. I'm excited to see exactly what the teams have to bring. And it's not just about PCS6 right now. There's other things people are watching. The big 3 letters that, as always on every player's mind, is PGC. The points have already started to accrue. We're going to take a look at how that road is paved so far, Cameron.
Yeah, so E United is already at the top here with 200 points. But listen, we have 4 events here in the Americas that will be rewarding these points. So these teams at the top, they cannot sleep. They're going to continue to push it because
more points are coming, and as it changes, it goes along, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we've got a lot of people that are sitting in good positions right now, but 450 points on the table means the fact that first placement right now can set you up in a marvelous way. Gives you that foot up. ESL has been running, yes, but PCS is where you make all your points.
Yeah. Exactly, and a lot of folks are saying 200, why is it jumping up to 450? Well, it continues to climb throughout the entire year, so if a team gets a bit of a slow start, they do have that chance to come back and make the run, but you got to get those points. Last year, we saw a team miss by something in the ballpark of 30 or 60 points, which is not a lot. So put rubber to road now, make those plays. And I got more news. It's not just the International PGC event that we're watching. There's more internationals coming your way. PNC, the PUBG Nations Cup, is just around the corner. It's the buzz of the town, and we have figured out exactly how the teams are being picked. Cameron?
MVP from this very event from America, from Canada, from Brazil, and Argentina. This event will be deciding one of the 4 people that we will be sending. But what's that over there? Is this a 5th flag? Australian flag? Listen, we have such a large Australian presence here in the Americas region that we will also be deciding one of their individuals to send over.
How are the other 3 teams members being selected, Matt?
Well, we're going to be going through a lot of different processes across different regions, but we're also going to be doing over here a lot of voting. We're going to try to make sure that we go through. I mean, it's the America's way. You know, you got to go with the vote.
You got to vote. You got to go. And it's a player vote. It is not a public vote, so the players will decide. So if the other players hate you, get MVP. It's your only option. So good luck. Get out there. And I think we've seen teams, and I think even players maybe playing a little extra, trying to get those kills, trying to make things work better for them, because it's not just fantasy points anymore. It's literally a bid to Nations Cup. All right, so that is what we're working for. What we need to see is the teams that are going to get their hands on those points. The teams that have shown up here, the teams that are putting in the work, the teams that are taking the field of play and putting those points on the board. Overall standings, Bing Bang Boom is looking really good right now.
Yeah, listen, we're only 5 games in. We still have a lot more games to be played, but this top of the leaderboard is looking a little, not too surprising for the most part, but maybe not the most expected. We don't have any of the 3 kings up there at the top 4, but the big surprise, and we're going to talk about them, we've talked about them already, has to be 22 Esports coming out of Latin America. That's the sub-region here that routinely struggles to find a lot of success, but they're in 2nd right now.
Absolutely, and I think we got, the numbers, it's only 5 games in. We are playing 30. This is a bit of an indicator. If you guys watched yesterday, we love you for doing that. But if not, we're going to take a chance to go back over some of those teams here in just a second, because we want you to remember exactly what happened. While it's a short amount of games, it's the beginning of the indicator, right? Where we can start to sort of set some tacks on the board and see what it looks like. So without further ado, let's run back over what happened yesterday with the recap.
Kicking it off, it's gonna be about Sonics. I know, we always talk about the Sonics, but yesterday was pretty interesting because they started off not feeling so good. Felt like almost being the targets of everybody else's target practice. They were having a rough time even getting together any form of kill points, sitting up it felt like they were only being able to get about 2 kills per game. But then at the end, everything started to shift up for them. And we know that this is a team that has high capabilities, so whenever they found it, they picked up points in a big way, moving themselves up into a much better position overall and climbing up the leaderboard, because I know everybody was starting to have that, oh my God, have the Sonics fallen off, until they popped off in this game and shut everybody up.
Yeah, 16K Club, our only member right now, but who are at the top, surprisingly, is 22 Esports. We do need to note, as we are right here in the replay package, they are very good at finding positions where the circle can favor them. So not quite as big and bombastic as we saw Sonics win, or at the top of the leaderboard with them, Yahoo or Bing Bang Boom. But for them, it's working. This focus on placement, finding these spots to play out of. We have questions on whether they continue to get these points if they aren't maybe favored in the way that they have been, but they're still able to win games. Not as many kills, because again, they're just playing slow, they're playing safe, but if they can win them out, they can get these clutch moments like Balkan has right here, they're going to keep moving up.
And while, yes, the name is 22, it feels like they're definitely after trying to find 22 circles in a row. That's been beneficial for them. Bing Bang Boom, on the other hand, are going everywhere. These guys are fighting their way in time and time again to find successes. They sent it in this circle in an area that they should not have managed to make it into, and we keep seeing them do massively flashy plays to try to make sure that they can get their points, and they are not afraid of anything that's going on. The coordination and the way that they're executing right now is top tier. It is so amazing to watch how they navigate every single one of their fights. Their fight selection, the way that they move through the circles, the awareness of what's going on. I mean, look at that.
So
down
close.
to an inch of where they needed to be to keep them up.
Yeah, this is just an incredibly exciting team to watch. Like, as you mentioned, they're always in these different fights, always in these scrappy areas, and for some reason, they seem to come out of them, maybe not perfectly healthy. There were a couple of games yesterday they came out of some scrappy fights, only one or two players alive, but they have some points to back it up, to make it all worthwhile. Whether or not they're in the end game or not, they have every single game, they get the points, they get the kills. They're sharing either 2 average kills or 1 average kill a game. That's like at least 6 kills a game?
Yeah, I mean, and if you think about that, like the 6
That's
kills.
before placements.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal. Absolutely.
And so much of it right now is hinging off of what we've been seeing going on with Roth. I feel like a lot of times whenever we're talking the IGL positions and the way it's all stacking together, Roth is such a phenomenal IGL. He's fragging out in an amazing way. But the way that the team reacts around him and the way that everything moves so quickly, it's just so meticulous every single time. They can be surrounded and go, I'm going going to go after this team, take them down, and then swing back on the other side of the pinch and take down both
Well,
teams.
it's starting to feel like we're getting this thing from Roth as a trend. When we saw him on Zenith, it seems like he was doing something very similar. He tends to really lead these teams well, so I'm excited to see how that keeps going. Another team that I want to hear a little more about, because we're talking about teams that have sort of been trying to climb a little bit or getting better at the end of the day, is a team that's maybe buzzing around a little bit. Yellow Jackets?
Just a little bit. Okay. Yellow Jackets, I know, they're not in the best position. But what we see happen more often than not whenever a team enters into this caliber of play is they play scared. They kind of hide out. They really don't get involved in a lot of what's going on. You could tell the fact that everything that's going on around them is just a little bit too much for them to handle. We saw this at the very beginning. They were so passive in everything that was going on. Targets going on around them, just having to swim in because they don't even know where all the boats are getting picked up from based off of where all the teams are rotating to pick up the boats whenever you get a circle like this. That said, though, we saw at the end them capable of turning around, finding themselves in a negative fight, and finding a way to take a fight into Rumblers, which is a very frag-heavy squad. We know these guys can be scary and can step up against them with confidence, move back in and say, no, we're not just putting one of our members behind, we're coming back into this one, and we know we can win this firefight. That level of confidence is what I want to see from a team like this.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to echo you here. There are so many times that a new team comes up and they feel like incredibly intimidated. I don't exactly know what to do. Oh my God, like this is a total next level of competition, and they just sort of shrink back into their own shell. And as you said, Yellow Jackets started out that way, but they are stepping up to the plate this time. The one caveat that I have to say is that it's only been 5 games.
That's true.
So I think we might be just a little bit too early before we say it's going to be a consistent trend. I do want to see it continue, but 1 or 2 games is not enough.
But something to keep an eye on. Are the claws coming out, or is it maybe a little too early and they kind of go back to the way that they started? I will say, fortuitous for them that Rumblers, you saw Waldini taking them out as they made the passive swim, wiping them in the late game. It's got to be a nice little confidence booster to trade that back. Now, another team, you brought up claws maybe coming out. A team that brought the claws out but waited till the very last game to do it, arguably because Tig likes winning the Alienware sponsored prizes, is Sonics.
Okay. So even with their struggles, we saw them have to go down to the last chance qualifier. Even with this sort of trip up that we have from this legacy team here in Americas, we always saw that when the big games happened, they still happened in the biggest way. And that happened yesterday. They struggled, they struggled, they struggled. They had the 16-kill win. And so, honestly, that's why I was saying this yesterday. I really do think that part of it might just be some growing errors, maybe some miscommunication between them. Form always ebbs and flows. But I think it's just because everyone else has just stepped up and gotten so much better. It's one thing to become the best team in the world. It's another thing to maintain themselves as the best team in the world or a region or whatever it is.
The pressure that they've always had to deal with is, let's be honest, astronomical. We've seen entire hopes of our region fall on them beforehand. My concern is this is a squad that I don't think that we've seen have that many games bad back to back.
Yeah.
And it was the last game that salvaged them. Like, you saw the fact that they were having trouble finding kills. And this is a squad that really focuses on their points per game and couldn't find it for 4 rounds.
Yeah, one thing I have to just a small caveat with that. Remember the first 2 games yesterday on Erangel? Those were not usual games. Right. You know, the game 3 and 4.
The circles lately, the circles are everywhere.
No, for sure. I just mean that those are very chaotic games.
They were.
And even the best teams can't have the most perfect approach to it.
This is true. I'm not trying to be a naysayer. I just say slightly concerned.
So to put a sort of a bookend on that, because it was a little cheeky. In fact, we saw a cheeky moment on a bridge camp by 300 where Sonics tried to cross. They were being trapped by 300. In fact, I think 300 was even so cheeky that they got in their cars, faked that they were leaving, and then turned back around and started shooting at Sonics again. So things were crazy. But that brings us to 300, a team that I want to hear a little more about, because the reality is we saw them in those moments yesterday, but we didn't talk a lot about them because they seemed like they were kind of passive, but they were in 4th at the end of the day.
300 are a very unique team in the sense that they play sneaky and play safe, but they don't do it in a central twirling style. They actually play sort of semi-edge, but they are very good at knowing when they can fall back, and really they just wait for their opponents to trip up, give them the opportunities, and then they slot themselves in. They're not the most explosive victories like we see from Bing Bang Boom or Yahoo, but suddenly you're just going to blink and like, wait, 300 are here at the end game. Where'd they come from?
And they've got some of the best hair. Let's be honest. Every single time they pop up, I'm like, God, that's some good hair, man.
Absolutely. No, they came out looking, they're starting to look like a heavy metal band. I mean, maybe we think of the other two guys to grow out a little bit more, then we'll be living that dream. We got the top 5 knocks, couple top 5s to run through to let you guys know what it's looked like so far. Roth, we talked about him earlier, showing up as the leader consistently and continues to do it as he's also top 5 damage.
Yeah, I think it's Struck that's the top of kills, but yeah, either way, Bing Bang Boom are going to be on a lot of this list. But what's interesting is that Tickleton makes a couple of appearances, but more importantly, the entire Sonic squad is here for top 5 assists. This is all from that 5th game.
Now, let me ask that question. The 5th game, they were on a high ground position, and I got to wonder, is that win or are those assist points and stuff because of outstanding play, which I'm sure it was, or did the fact that they pulled that sort of Obi-Wan, they've taken the high ground, it's an easy win at this point, contribute to like being able to get so many assists and so many kills so quickly?
Well, let's be honest. We saw AKM in the position that AKM had where they were just hunkered down next to that vehicle. That's a good way to farm assists at that stage because they did have angles on it, and everybody is approaching in. Whenever we saw, I believe it was Troglodytus that was making the foot push into their high ground. But also, you do end up being able to pick up a lot of assists as a beneficiary of just having high ground because you can shoot everything that's going on around you.
I think this sort of plays into what I was talking about earlier, though, when looking at the first 2 games of yesterday, and maybe we should be a little easy on the Sonics. The Sonic struggles recently have always been when they've had to move into the circle, and they will routinely lose 1, sometimes 2 players on that transition if Phase 2, Phase 3 pulls away from them, or in yesterday's case, goes into a wild, like, water-present area like the first 2 games were. When they can, like Game 5, arrive into the mid to late game with all 4 members up and they're in a position to actually start fighting, then things explode and we're reminded of like why we fell in love with this team in the first.
Everybody can do that. Like that's everybody's
not everyone, not to that level.
If all 4 of us make it into the end game, we can win.
No. Not
it's
to that level.
The other stuff though. That's what defines a good team for me. Whenever you don't make it in with 4 and you still find a way to do something. Like I'll be honest, 22's Vinny impressed me very strong yesterday about the fact that his whole team died. He had to cross an open area where everybody was looking and murdered like 3 squads there, and he somehow finds a way to get points and gets more placement points, and I think he even picks up another kill.
Yeah.
I find that more impressive than just being like, we've got 4 members and we managed to make it last.
It's more impressive, but the question presents itself, does a team deserve more credit? I mean, at the end of the day, if a team does manage to get a good spot, if you pull a 22, I mean, these guys had 4 magnetic circles over 4 games and worked with it, but pulled out a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th place finish, I believe. Is that less credited than a big
difference? Right there. See where they are.
Okay.
And see where they are.
My whole
that denotes it for me.
My whole point was strictly the fact that yes, Sonics need to work on their salvage game.
Yeah.
They seem to crumble, and it's very kind of reminds me of SGK in the sense that like when things we'll wait for later. But the point is that teams like Bing Bang Boom, even teams like 22 Esports and Yahoo, when things don't go their way early on, they are still able to grab those few points, able to squeeze everything out. I want to see that from the Sonics. However, that when they're in position, when things do go their way, they will make them the largest games imaginable. 22 Esports, despite having the circle magnet a couple of times, they only wish they could get the points from winning games that teams like the Sonics could.
I mean, look at the kills that 22 has. By comparison, Bing Bang Boom is at 32, Yahoo is at 32. They're 11 behind in second place right now. That just denotes they go for placement points, which is good, but they're at a certain point, you're not going to get the circle, and then you're not going to get the kills, and your PPG is going to go down. I do want to say regarding Sonics, though, it feels like Bing Bang Boom is playing the way Sonics used to play a lot more. A lot more snappy in response, very good at their threat assessment, and I think that Sonics is going to fill back in.
I think it sounds like they need to make a few different choices, maybe move forward. If you guys at home know how to make choices, then I think that you're probably already involved with the pick'ems, but I've got good news. Stick around, watch the show, and after our random game today, we are going to give you a chance to get an extra pick'em coupon. So make sure that you stick. It's going to be tomorrow, so make sure you stick around and watch that, as well as get your crafting account linked to Twitch, because we're giving away EP as well. That said, guys, the good news is the game is ready to go. The players are loading into the plane, so let's head into match 1 of day 2 here at PCS6 with your casters, Clover and Porsaurus.
Thank you so much, Toffees, Cameron, and Matchroom. And yes, it is I, Clover. It is he, Porosaurus, or as we like to call ourselves, Chlorosaurus. I feel like it's been a horrible nickname, but we've had it now for a while. But yes, I mean, all right, we're going into Miramar today. Miramar was such a game changer for so many teams, notably, obviously, the Sonics at the very end. That said, Day one, very historically, never reflects what we see for the rest of the tournament. A lot of teams get a lot of really good luck, and other teams take a while to get going, get a feel for the lobby. So I know I am expecting some crazy leaderboard upsets today. Poro, is there anything that you're looking for or expecting maybe even?
You know, there's, I think, a lot of storylines that we were talking about, that they talked about during the analyst desk, is stuff that was happening in day one. Can it proceed into day two, right? So you're talking about 22 Esports, all the placement points they were able to get, AK in the same bit. You look at it, Yahoo, the fact that they were able to get all those kills, the 10 placement points they got were from the win, and that was it. You know, not a single placement point to be found other than that. So, you know, a lot of different teams that we're kind of keeping an eye on coming into today. I will say that it seemed that a lot of teams are kind of relying on one good game that they had yesterday, and then everything else was kind of forgettable.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have a single repeat chicken dinner winner yesterday. 5 different teams won all 5 matches. Now, a couple came close to finding a second win, but wasn't quite there. And as you said, a lot of teams had those very different approaches. We had teams play very passive, teams play very explosive, teams kind of really trying to get involved in fights, and others kind of keeping to themselves. So the big thing, obviously, now is that we've gotten us 5 games out of the way. We've got 25 more matches left to go, 5 of which we'll get through today. We're going to see exactly where this lobby's meta has come from, because such a big talking point with this lobby too is the fact that we do have sub-regional qualifiers, and the way that the American teams play, the way that the LATAM team plays can be very different. And as well, some of those teams have to change up their drop spots. Coming into Miramar was one of the things that we were looking at for a couple of teams, and one of the things that we knew would affect squads like Creche, who have had a very disappointing start after coming out of the LATAM groups in such a phenomenal position as the leader from that. They haven't really done much here, and so it's kind of one of the teams that I'm looking for, as we can even see on the screen here. Roth, once again, taking that drop spot very, very close to Creche.
Yeah, talking about Creche, I mean, I think a lot of people were looking at him. I was expecting a little bit of a fall off, just because their performance in groups was mostly just a whole bunch of points that they were able to pick on Erangel, but I wasn't expecting a drop off this hard. But again, it's 5 games, man. Like, it's plenty of time to turn things around. And there you go, Circle going all the way up to the northeast. That's going to be fun. El Azahar, this is looking like it might be setting up to be one of those Death Valley kind of circles where they play around that El Azahar road.
Yeah, I mean, that road you guys can see just to the west of El Azahar, it is a very deep gully. Right? You've got the high ground on both the north and south sides of that ridge line. And typically teams will try to make decisions very early on. Yes, thank you, Poro, for really highlighting this position, because you guys can really see on the map right there, that is a deep space. And if the circle was to shift, rotating around that, if you needed to get north, if you needed to get south, you can really get caught in a bad position.
That's the problem, isn't it? Is you're having to play that 50-50 guessing game of whether to commit fully to go north or commit fully to go south, because trying to make your way from one to the other is extremely difficult. I mean, usually you look at stuff where it's a 50-50. It's sometimes slightly easier to make your way from one side to the other, right? But on this one, it seems like it's so hard to do both. And El Azahar playing a big kind of factor into that, because nobody really wants to commit to going into the city.
And we can't really see it exactly right now because we've got the picture-in-picture, but just off the screen, part of this map is unplayable. You've got that ridge line there on the far eastern side. That is just a large wall. There is no part of the map that players can really play from. You've also got the water that's a factor that we know will move across there. Yes, right there. So already the very first circle, we're looking at about a 55% playability in terms of just really access it anywhere on the circle, and that's going to push teams close together. We saw that really with that first game yesterday, the Milta Peninsula, right? So much water into play, really pushed teams in together early on, and I think that's going to make a bit of a struggle for some of those teams that like to sit edge. There's not going to be as much place.
Yeah, it's also going to have a lot to do with how quickly these guys can rotate up there, right? I mean, there's only so many really strong spots on the north and the south side, so how quickly they're able to get up there and commit to one or the other is going to be a big player.
Absolutely. Now we can see Sonics, again, we really wanted to see if they can continue that Miramar performance today like we saw from yesterday. A 16-kill chicken dinner, just the tip of the iceberg of what we can typically expect. But Hasten, 22, I mean, this squad really surprised us. Now, we talked about them ad nauseum yesterday, but I got a chance to sit down with Hasten earlier, and I actually got a chance to ask him about his experience playing for both North America and LATAM and how he thinks that's been helping 22 Esports for this event.
Yeah, I think that playing NA last year, like playing scrims basically every day with a couple of friends and stuff like that, helps me understand what NA teams will do. Like, I have a better comprehension, like in a finals lobby instead of a full SA lobby, because I think that in finals it's easier to predict like what teams will do.
There we go. And that was just such a great answer. I mean, as he said, he really has that ability to kind of have the insight on what teams might do from both lobbies and play around them for that.
And I kind of agree with him too, right? I mean, when you get to the final, it is a little bit easier to predict what teams are going to do because, I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's because there's mostly America's teams in there, and America's teams play very similarly. They have a very similar play style for everything, whereas Latin American teams a little bit more loosey-goosey. They'll get a little bit more wild with it, and you can little less expectations. As we check in with STK making their way to Death Valley, you can see that kill feed lighting up though, as Gaskins are going to spot out Finna from Dodge. The rest of the team has managed to escape off to the north by water treatment, but they are getting a little bit close to that 22 squad.
Yeah, I mean, Finna tried to take a different route there to where Dodge ultimately is trying to get into the circle. They're going for a wide wrap just south of Oasis. The problem is they're not the only team that's been doing that. You can see Shoot to Kill are instead deciding just to send it center now in Al Zahar. And just for a brief moment, a member of Yahoo at the very top of the ridgeline, you can see they're positioning themselves to have that high ground all around Al Zahar in the hopes of maybe, I mean, quite literally shooting fish in a barrel, right? This time it's going to be shooting players that might choose to come into the city, and they'll have that great vantage point to play with from that position. But you can see just off in the distance, those little Yahoo icons there on the ridgeline.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see STK commit this fully to El Azahar. This is, on circles like this, they tend to like to kind of play around that road, not really kind of get involved into the city just yet, and it looks like they're actually on the move. I think they may have been just kind of scouting around, seeing if there was anything going on this eastern side. They're going to make their way a little bit more towards the north side of the road, so wouldn't be as surprised to see them do maybe 2 or 3 up on the top of the hillside there, maybe leave 1 down in the city.
Awesome. Well, real quick, guys, we just want to give you a sweet reminder that esports points are available for those of you guys who are tuning in on Twitch. So don't forget to link your Krafton ID and your Twitch account so you can enable those drops. And by watching every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP points. Just type !drops and chat for more details.
Definitely do that. But man, I am so interested in what's going on the north side here outside of Circle Clover. There's so many teams making this long wrap around to the north, trying to come in from that Tierra Blanca side. So we talked about how big of an influencing factor that valley is. So many teams right now deciding to make that long wrap, trying to come in from the north. They're running into each other though.
Yeah, and you see 22, they bridge camped the Millie Circle. They're, in a way, kind of camping this road, trying to catch teams off guard. They got a couple shots into Dodge right there, pushing off Waikik and Mukau from the gas cans away from the road. You can see Adam and Greg shot not too far behind this, but Hastings, his position's been given up, right? He's got the motorcycle. He's driving back down south to meet the rest of the team. I think at this point, 22 now putting that focus on getting into position. It's something that we've kind of heard them talk about. And speaking of getting into position right there, Oldless did get that knock onto Lampola. Hello Senpai trying to return some of that fire, but wasn't quite enough. Leda really scoped into Oldless right there, but standing at the worst place on the reload as he was caught off ground. Looks like right now Nootropic just trying to see if they could do anything to help out Lamp. That's going to have to come at the cost of knocking Oldless.
That's really good eyes from Sharpshot there to kind of protect Oldless while the shots were coming through. Big damage coming through onto Senix. He's going to be able to pull back, but now Oldless might be in a little bit of trouble. Through the smoke, nicely done, Senix. Now, can they get the flush as well, though? This fight is fully blooming. They are not trying to escape this. 2 down for each team.
I mean, Roth just threw a beautiful nade as well, getting that knock onto Halo Senpai. You can see him running straight in to the warehouse. They're absolutely ambushing Nootropic, not giving them any time to breathe. And this is what they've got to do if they want to keep an opportunity to get Oldless up right now. Senix is not letting up. He's trying to see if he can find that knock, and Roth doing anything he can to distract him and try to keep this team an option of staying 4 alive and through this fight.
That's where you got to be careful if you're in Roth's shoes right now, though. You know you're in a 1v1 against Senix. You don't want to give him the 1v1. Like Keenan just got knocked there. You don't want to take the risk that you lose a player to this solo snake that's left from Nootropic. Senix doing a damn good job of making a good accounting for himself here. Hasn't been able to get the knock or the flush onto Keenan just yet. Now, yeah, Bing Bang Boom just going to regroup. Take this seriously. There you go. Good stuff from Roth. Cleans up Senix.
I mean, Senix really tried to put that work in to save Lampalot and the rest of his team, but ultimately Bing Bang Boom really came together, organized that fight well, and you can see that res popped off. So they will stay 4 strong, standing 4 kills to start. And meanwhile, more rotations. This time, Just Too Easy was trying to get as far east as they could, but they are in an open terrain and perfect line sight there of the Sonics.
Yeah, Sonic's a nice little 2-2 split here. A lot of visibility on everything that's going off to the north and the south. And they can also keep eyes on Just Too Easy as they rotate around in the field just off to their east. Now, the one issue they have is just off to their west. It's a little bit of a high ground spot here, so they can't get really great information about what's going on up there, but everywhere else they've got covered.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right, so many teams trying to get as close to that position as possible. Now, the circle did shift, and it's going to shift away from the water and the wall early. This is going to be really helpful to a lot of teams now. But again, I mean, you talked about that high ground that Sonics have. They've already pulling their 2-2 split back, trying to see if they can get that position, because that's going to give them a lot more information to the center of the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting around that death road here, because remember, all those teams that were making that long wrap around to the north side, well, now they've got to start making their way down south. The question is, do they want to commit to making their way across the road right now, or do you put it off until a little bit later, as we see Los kind of keeping ears and eyes onto Troglodytus. Strog, for their part, it looks like they're kind of making their way back over to the west, but they're going to be running right into the middle of 300.
This is a tough spot, right? You've got a lot of open terrain here, right here on the road, and Necro has spotted out Richie B. You can see Kill Demo is going to fall, to Richie B and Extreme now. The rest of 300 doing what they can to just try and melt apart Troglodytus. They really want this position and control of the south. Yesterday on Miramar, the south, that was where 300 played from, so Troglodytus is going to have to try to win out this fight if they hope to survive to the late game again.
It's going to be dicey here for Trog. Got to be careful. Rusty Zera and XX just working their way around that ridge line. They know they've got Extreme pinned out here. They would love to try to get up here and clean this quickly, but 300 you can see starting to make their way down, starting to make their way across. There you go. Extreme gets picked up, and he is going to be done.
I mean, you really got to wonder as well, Vox for 300 is still far up to the north. He's playing an anchor position. I almost wonder if he really would have used this as an opportunity to come in and help. You could see just off in the distance, shots trying to assist, but it really does need to close the gap here. Richie B all by himself right here, and he's kind of been pushed off by the Troglodytus. As you can see, they're still leaving one player up. That's Neferhor for bait. See if they can maybe draw out Richie B's attention, get that extra knock here on members of 300, but Vox still has not given up that position.
Yeah, it's good eyes from Vox down there, just kind of feeding all this info over here, as he said, to the rest of the team. Richie B kind of on an island here by himself, but meanwhile we got Sonics in a fight with Dodge in the long building, a scary place to fight, and that's going to be a nice knock on a cherry. Instant flush there from Shrimsy as things look to be settling down for Sonics after that win the late day yesterday. They're coming out here strong in game one.
I mean, Por, you always call those the unpushable buildings, and that's exactly why they're very difficult, especially on foot there for members of Dodge. Terry and Ethan tried to take that one out, but still, Richie B, this fight with Troglodytus, he is not broken away. And as you called it out, that assistance from Vox, we can see the tracers there in the minimap. That's from Vox, who's shooting from further north on the position. He's got that center spot, but I mean, really perfectly in between these two teams is Troglodytus. Richie B trying to keep that eye on Necro and team. You see, they did get those reses. Trog's still standing 3 strong, but I mean, this is going to be hard. Richie B can't just walk in there. He's got to wait for some of those members to walk out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Richie. It was a dirty flank right off the bat. I mean, Trog had no idea he was there, but as soon as he opens up, now they should be able to read the situation, know that they've got 300 in a 1-1 split. They've cleaned up everybody else from the squad, so they can turn all their attention over towards Richie and just stay out of Vox's line of sight, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Ooh. Find the knock with a nicely placed grenade from Rusty Zera, and this is good stuff for Troglodytus, and that's going to be nice shift for them as well as this circle goes hard to the south.
Yeah, I mean, that Death Valley no longer a factor, but this high ground, this position that a lot of these teams have been playing on, and that position that Vox held throughout this entire fight against Troglodytus still being a good point to play from. The problem is now he's a solo and there's not a lot of coverage, so Vox is going to go ahead and drive away and look for a safer place to hunker down and try and wait it out to the late game when things might be a little bit more in his favor. But as I say that, Snakers and United do have him in his line of sight to scope there, and Vox will find himself a nice little dip, but appears for the time being to be free.
Yeah, we haven't got a chance to talk about it just yet, but now that we're cutting over and taking a look, United in beautiful position, 2-2 split, just to the north of dead center of this circle, and you can see the high ground they're working with. They can kind of see everything that's going on around them. Now, Sonics are starting to creep up on their eastern side. Yahoo do find a way in just to their south as well, so you can see a few shots coming from Flood down here, but nothing of any consequences. Oh, no. Oh, that's not where you want to flip. Driving around Miramar is it's so dicey around here as well, man. It's just tough. And Ethan just going to hop out, and they've got to make their way into the circle. They've got Rumblers just down to their south who are briefly engaging with Just Too Easy. It looks like Ragnar, the only one that's stopped down, really. Just to kind of take shots as Rumblers just kind of backfilled where Sonics was.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really a tough place to play on foot. You want those vehicles to have that opportunity to build a car fort in the late game once you start to lose these ridge lines, these dips, these trees. There's a lot of open space without much coverage in the center of this circle. And so that is going to be something that could be a struggle later down the line for members of Dodge. Right now, though, B also coming in. They've had a very northern position, playing the edge, waiting for the blue to move in, so they don't really have to worry about who's behind them. Problem is, they're taking this rotation, and they're coming right up on Yellow Jackets, who had the same thought. So if they want to make sure that they've got that northern position, they're going to have to take care of the Yellow Jackets, and that looks exactly to be the case right now as they stop just a little bit to scout out some information using that high ground. But Keenan Oldless, they're going to go ahead and just send it to zone, see if they can find a place that's safer now.
I actually really like the way the BBB played that. I mean, they win the fight with Nootropic up in the north. They basically get 4 kills. They come in real slow, eat a little bit of blue damage, not too big of a deal, and they take their time scouting out their next move. So they have a nice little way into this circle from the north side as we check in with Sonic, still doing area control as Yellow Jackets try to wrap away from those Rumblers that we were talking about earlier. But YJ might actually be pushing right into Bang Bang Boom here as they come around towards that north side. Luke 12 trying to rejoin the rest of STK. He's getting a little bit of hassle from Akreche.
I mean, it's not quite the same as the Death Valley, but that high ground little road that we see snaking through the center of this circle is a little bit of a choke point for some of those teams. You can see BBB, YJ, a lot of teams trying to use that as access point into this next zone. Now it is going to shift once again on top of E United, but that means that all of these edge teams are going to have to fight for position if they want to maintain a safe spot, because there is not much here outside of United's compound in the north.
Unfortunate for Dodge, not really much they could do there. They did manage to sneak away a point off of Rumblers, although I don't even think they got the point. I think they got Corsac low and he ended up going down to the blue. So unfortunate there for Dodge as they go out in 15th. Rumblers also lose a player, but they got to make their way over from that eastern side. Should be a clear path unless they start wrapping a little bit farther to the north. We'll see what Sonics decides to do. Actually, really interested to see what E United decides to do. This is a very strong 2-2 split, as we know, but they've got to get everybody back together. It's starting to get late game. Yeah, Sneakers and Rella are going to hop in the vehicles, make their way over.
I mean, that's the play, right? To get themselves a little more centered position. They've got the high ground on STK right now, who's rotating in. Yellow Jackets, BBB, this fight that we've been kind of anticipating now for 2 zones is finally popping off, and Yellow Jackets really pinched down. You can see even from the high ground up there, Sonics, Tiggleton, he's going to get that hit onto Batungas. Meanwhile, Akreche and 22 on the opposite edge of the northern side of the circle, finding themselves in yet another long compound fight. Kaishin coming out is going to find a knock down to 20 HP and try and secure that flush, get that point. Akreche absolutely need it right now. And you can see nice thrown Molotov by Haston. He's going to get that knock on Kaishin. He had no time to heal.
I mean, where's the rest of Akreche? They should be seeing this in the kill feed, know that 22 is beaten and bruised and damaged. They got to know that they got to push this now if they're going to try to win the fight. But here you go, Shoot to Kill, trying to hold on to this north side as Bing Bang Boom, after dealing with Yellow Jackets, still haven't finished dealing with Yellow Jackets, as I think it's still just one up. Yeah, Drake just hiding behind the U.S. Keenan has it picked out, but damage done on a Bing Bang Boom here, as they've got 6 kills. I mean, you're just letting Mime and the rest of Sonics have just been able to free farm down onto this with minis, and they're going to hit those shots every day.
Yeah, I mean, Mime's still outside of the zone right now. You can install him and Keenan with that nade. That's got to be good. It's going to do damage, not find that final knock, though, somehow. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but there you go. The Yellow Jackets are going to find themselves eliminated. And again, Sharp Shot, BBB, 8 kills to their name, but they are absolutely pinched down between Shoot to Kill, between Sonic. So many teams right now with line of sight in here. Sharp Shot trying to use these smokes to his advantage. Maybe grab a little bit of utility off some of these Yellow Jacket bodies so you can have some kind of resources going forward. But you can see this biggest issue is still Mime right above him, who luckily is a bit distracted by Shoot to Kill, as he's going to get a knock onto Kurt.
I mean, this is great for Bing Bang Boom, despite the fact that they probably going out a little bit early here, down to just Sharp Shot. But again, 8 kills, adding to their point total. I mean, they just not had a really bad game yet, as they looks like they maybe Kickstart can get in there. Oh no, Sharp Shot. Okay. Penta's going to be the one that does him, but if it wasn't him, it was going to be Mime. I mean, Mime is just living his best life up here. Nobody's shooting back at him. He's just kind of free to farm down here. Can he get the last one into Penta? Oh, that mini's just not hitting right for him right now.
Yeah, I mean, only 2 kills, but so much damage right now has been done by the Sonics. They're still in a good position for this next circle. Remember, they took this position away from E United, where they had the split a little bit earlier on. So Mime separated a little bit from the rest of his team, but you see, Crochet is going to fall to the zone. And
22 still alive. I don't understand that.
We haven't really got a big chance to talk about it, but there's a lot of teams also bundled up down to the south. So this fight that we've kind of been seeing happening here for the last 2 circles for the north is about to replicate it down here. You can see Just Too Easy, Troglodytus, Gaskins, Rumblers, all fighting for a small sliver of land south of the road.
Yeah, this only just developed in the past couple of minutes, as well as we saw all these teams were kind of on the west, on the north side. They tried to do the long wrap around this because of how crazy the terrain was, how much fighting was going on around them. And now, as a result, it's just they run into each other. So Just Too Easy, they hear gas cans just on the other side. But again, ridge lines everywhere. It's hard to, you're basically just listening for footsteps, trying to pick out any noise that you can hear. Nothing coming through just yet. Now look at this, Gaskin's in a little bit of trouble because they're getting shot in the back by Yahoo.
It's a bit of honking from Kodakid, who's trying to distract Gaskins. You see Ragnarati was throwing a few flashbangs, trying to see if he could get any kind of opening knock here onto members of the Gaskins. Kodakid is going to get spotted. So is Ragnar. That's 2 members down. They're getting help from Troglodytus right now. Just Too Easy pinch on both sides. But as we're saying, this Rumblers starting to leave their position just a little bit to see what they can pick up. Valiant finds 1 knock, but still here on the high ground, Gaskins trying to see if they can continue to clear out Just Too Easy. It's only up to Reeboks as he's trying desperately to get that revive. But look at this nade. Just too far for him. He's got to drive away. He's going to take damage from that second one. Miraculously still alive, but where does he go here?
Oh my God. Okay.
The answer is nowhere.
There you go, Cal. Clean that up, as he almost was able to escape there. And it looks like Gaskins, they'll lose 1, but they still keep 3 up. They have the south side of themselves. They do have a little bit of a snake problem with Rusty Zera off in the blue, but it looks like Sonics have picked him out from range. Gaskins just have to avoid the line of sight of Rumblers right now. Nice positioning from Rumblers here. If they've got some utility, they could make Gaskin's lives a little bit difficult here. Yeah, good shot from Cal, and Rusty will just give that point over to the blue.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that vest was broken. He was really starting to run out of meds, not a lot of utility. So now, all that said, AKM, who has been kind of quiet here on the western side, starting to send it in a zone. They're going to send it right into the tree where Haven was. Haven gets not 1 but 2 knocks here on members of AKM, but it is going to be a bit of a trade here. So 22 lose 1, find themselves eliminated out. But unfortunately for AKM, it came at the loss of 2 players.
Man, Shoot to Kill has been busting trying to get to this point of the game. I mean, the fact that they've only lost 1 is a credit to them, as they have been just getting beaten and bruised by United Sonics, everybody with that high ground. And now the new circle pops. Sonics actually send 2 over towards E United, and that might be great news for SDK, because it's going to force E United to put their attention back towards the east. And yeah, E United reading that really well.
And their compound is still just barely in the northern part of this next circle, but you can see all of that open terrain, those ridge lines. There's a couple of trees, not much else. So teams really need to make sure they've got enough smokes for the late game here. But right now it is flashbangs, it is grenades by the Gaskins to try to find any member of the Rumblers to take down here. Korsek already out of the game, but Valiant, Los, and Waldo still holding this ridge line with authority if they can stay alive. And you can see the trade comes back out, but Waldo just narrowly, I mean, stayed alive. I actually thought he was going to be a goner from that. He pulled his gun out really late.
Yeah, this is real dangerous from the Rumblers. You don't like to be stacked. You especially don't like to be stacked right on a tree. That's an easy landmark for a grenade there. Waldo doing a great job of holding anchor position here. Los will go down, though. Good shots from Adam will take him. Waldo down to 1 HP. Looks like Mike Kukamuka as well. He's going to go down. It's down to Valiant. I think this is a 1v1. Actually, no. Gaskins eliminated from range, I believe, by somebody else, so Rumblers should be able to reset.
Yeah, Tiggleton just from far range was completely laying into any team that moved down to the south. They came up to the ridgeline and were very visible. Yeah, you can see Mime still doing it here. He managed to knock down a member of United. Penta creeping in behind this, but he is spotted by Kickstart. That nade, oh, just does a little bit of damage. Penta actually, I think, a little lucky there.
Yeah, I mean, this is experience shining through with the United and Sonics right now. You give them that much space to work around this high ground. They've been just dictating everything that's been going on to the south. Now, eventually, they do have to turn into each other, and it looks like they're going to do that right now, but instant trade coming through from these two big dogs.
And again, still, there's the factor of Penta for shoot to kill, who's up alive to the western side. It could pinch out United if he doesn't get spot. Yahoo, though, 4 strong, moving in from the south, getting their position as well. And I mean, I think the guys have been calling them, right, the kings of PUBG, Sonics, Yahoo, shoot to kill United. We're getting ready to set up this final fight, but before we get there, Rumblers, Vox need to get their way into the zone. Vox's ridgeline is not quite in. Rumblers, ooh, with the carry.
Oh, the smoke wasn't there. Penta got a knock on a Shimboy before getting traded down, so good cleanup from Yahoo, not getting bit by the snake there. And it looks like Vox, the only player left for 300, he's still going to cause problems for Rumblers. Has to pull back down, though, because apparently Yahoo had the angle there. Rumblers once again going to try to reset off of this, but look how low they all are.
They're not in the circle. Oh, go. Just go.
Do they even
just
have
run.
healing? I don't even think they have healing left.
I don't think they have much, and you can see Vox was waiting exactly for this. He's got a line of sight, but he's got to act quickly. Once again, Sonic's hitting those shots. H1 with that headshot onto Waldo. Vox been spotted out himself by members of Sonics. He's lying prone, H1. H1 saw that. Vox real quick to move there, and I mean, really, Rumblers, even if they get into the zone at this point, they're now within nade range of Sonics, who are just completely dialed into this part of the circle.
It was interesting. You saw Sonics and United start to push into each other. They trade knocks, and they immediately are like, we don't like this fight just yet. Let's clean up whatever's going on to the south. These are free points for us. We've got the better position here. Good work from Vox. Once again, 300. They're finding points in the most unlikely ways. Solo play from Vox is going to get him another couple of points there in kills and placement.
Yeah, I think 3 kills right now for 300. This is a bit of a messy way to get to the top, but he really salvaged what he could from this game. Meanwhile, though, Yahoo, who have managed to stay up mostly strong, although they did just lose Shinboy, they've got a good positioning to play out from this circle, but they're really locked in right now for United before they can get in the zone, and that could be mutual destruction against these two squads before they even get the opportunity to face the Sonics who are on the opposite edge here.
Could this be Balefrost revenge onto United? That's going to find him. Poonage will get the knock on to Kickstart. Balefrost going low. Relo has to be looking for this. You can see he's got eyes down there, but the more utility coming in from United, he's going to go for the res. Oh, Relo, you madman. Oh, Kickstart. He's going to go down nicely. Placed grenade once again.
There you go, and Vox finally found now, so Sonics can turn all their attention to this fight that's been happening on the western edge. Yahoo, United still not in the circle as well. While the blue is closing, we're in phase 7. Poro, this zone is going to give them no chances. They've got to move now or never. H1, Shrimsy, Tiggleton, all set up, ready to receive. Flood, Reload, they've just got to focus right now on finding some kind of safety, right? Yeah. This rotation out to the north is the perfect opportunity to try and stay alive through here. Sparking, Balefrost, Poonage. I mean, they've got to let this one go now.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling away, but it might have been a little bit too late here. It says Tiggleton has that high side. Oh, Poonage actually finding the angle will knock Rello, so it's down to just Flood, and Poonage going to be the one to do it to him again. Poonage on fire right now, 415 damage, and now it's 3 up for Yahoo. Can they do something about Sonics? Sonics this whole time has just been cleaning up what was left of 300, but then they take the opportunity to spread out. They've got complete control over this circle. They know exactly where all these players for Yahoo are.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there Shrimzy with a bit of a high ground, right? A full line of sight to all members of Yahoo. As we go to phase 8, it is going to favor Sonics now. All they have to do is sit here and wait. No 3-member of Yahoo is inside the circle here. Mime actually swinging down wide to the south, trying to see if he can herd Yahoo into the line of sight for the other members of his team, and if they can just clean this one out. Sonics finished yesterday with a win on Miramar. Right now, looking to see if they can repeat that here versus Yahoo. If either one of these teams win, we'll finally have our first second dinner chicken winner.
Go back to back for Sonics here as they're taking their time. Wait for Yahoo to make their move. They know that they have got the better position here, so Yahoo's going to be the one that has to respond. Vehicle for Poonage, and we'll see what they decide to do with that. Looks like they're going to put Balefrost in there. Nice angle from Mime, though, is going to put the brakes onto that plan really quick.
You can see it really hitting those shots. Unfortunately, though, didn't find that knock onto Balefrost. Still connecting with the ARs. You can see it's going to land into Sparking. All 3 members of Yahoo still up and standing. And Sonics trying to see if they can continue to reposition to spot out members. Blue is closing in 50 seconds until it is there, and still Yahoo has not found a way into the zone safety. They haven't found that knock onto members of Sonic. So really, if you're a member of Yahoo, that's what you got to be hoping for right now, to see if you can take down one of these giants and find a way into the zone. They've got a vehicle, they've got the smoke walls, they're just going to try and send it. Balefrost was spotted out by Shrimzy, very low on HP. He's going to have to just lay low and hope not to get spotted out, but Tiggleton is going to connect, finds one with the help of Mine, gets 2. There's only 1 member still standing left of Yahoo. It's Poonage, and Shrimzy's got him in the barrel. There you go. 8 kills, and Sonics back-to-back wins as they take match 1 here on Miramar.
I mean, that was so tough for E United because Sonics closed every single door. They knew every possible way that Yahoo could try to leave that cover spot, that ridge line that they were working. And, I mean, you saw it immediately. They got in the Bronco. They tried to make a rotation, but Mime was there. They tried to come from the north side. Tig is there. Shrimzy's there. They just could not peek anywhere. Every single door was just slammed shut by Sonics. Really, really well played.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics, they had that perfectly well calculated. I think you even said at one point, they were really taking care of all the stragglers down to the south. They wanted to make sure that they had their full attention to what was left, and that was Yahoo, was E United, and really well played for them. Now, do you get credit to Yahoo? They tried, as you said, every possible way to get out of that situation. Unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards for them. But I believe. I still believe that they've got a win on the horizon, too.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, look, hey, Yahoo had a fantastic game. A lot of teams in that game had really, really good games in terms of kills. I mean, you look at Bang Bang Boom. They went out a little bit earlier, but I think they went out with 8 or 9 kills at the end of the day. So it's fantastic solo play coming out from them, and I can't wait to see what the leaderboard looked like to see how everybody else did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, people taking advantage of opportunities. Well, guys, you can make sure that you take advantage of opportunities by purchasing PCS6 skins in-game. That will give you voting coupons that you can use for your pick'ems. Voting closes April 22nd, so make sure you guys get those items, get them equipped, and vote for your favorite team. Until then, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with some more PUBG and the Analyst Desk.
Hi, I'm Cherry and I'm from Team Dodge.
What's up, everybody? I am Purdy Curdy and I am the IGL for Shoot to Kill. Hey guys, I'm Luke 12. I play for SDK and this is Friendly Fire.
Honestly, people should vote for us over STK because, one, you got Purdy being dad now. You got Penta too busy making time for his girlfriend. You got Alo out in La La Land. And then you got Luke out here fighting kangaroos, man.
Well, you should vote for SDK over Dodge simply because we're SDK and they're Dodge. If you know anything about the North American or the Americas PUBG scene, that should explain it to you well enough.
I think the history speaks for itself. I think everyone should be voting for SDK. You should trust in the process, and roll into this tournament really confident.
SDK players aren't even worth voting for. I mean, who do they really have? Luke 12?
Compared to SDK, Dodge just can't go blow for blow. You can look at every role. We can start with myself. Me versus Finna in the IGL role. Not even close. The hard carry, Ethan versus Luke. What are we even talking about? I don't even know anybody else on Dodge at that point. I think it's Cherry and Hikerman. It's Alo and Penta. Like, it's the comparisons aren't even there. So I don't even know why I'm going on about this. Shoot to kill all day.
I don't think you should vote for Dodge because you just can't trust them in those big moments, and I think we'll be here to stay throughout the entire tournament, and I'm just not sure about them.
I'm hoping we can get your guys' vote for Team Dodge, and we're hoping to see you guys all there with your support in the chat.
The main reasons here to vote for us and not Dodge is because we're talking about Dodge. Not United, not Sonics. We're talking about Dodge going up against Shoot to Kill. I mean, world caliber team, Dodge. Dodge, duck, dip, dive. Dodge. Come on, baby. We're Shoot to Kill. Let's get that vote.
Very low on HP. He's going to have to just lay low and hope not to get spotted out. But Tickleton is going to connect, finds one with the help of mine, gets two. There's only one member still standing left of Yahoo. It's Poonage, and Shrimzy's got him in the barrel. There you go. 8 kills and Sonics back-to-back wins.
One is done, and Sonics start the way that they ended as they come out with a big win. Let's take a look at the chicken dinner winner. My name's Toffins. Got Cammy D and Matchroom on the desk as we break down the action going on today. Let's look at it. They deserved recognition. They played well. They played very aggressively in that late game, and we absolutely love seeing it. So I'm sure when we get a chance to look at those utilities, we'll not be surprised by exactly how much they used, Matt.
Okay, I was the guy at the start today that said I was a little bit nervous since they had a couple bad games yesterday. Okay, they fixed it, and we know that this is what we want from them. Coming in a big way, finding kills. This is one of those teams that's always going to do their research. Come back in and find a way to get the success. And it's great to see. The last game is exactly that.
Yeah, and honestly, considering how impactful they felt in the late game there, I'm a little shocked that they only had 8 kills. But either way, the fact that they had such a strong presence there is what you said. This is like the Sonics that we're used to seeing.
You know, and we talk about presences. There was 2 teams in particular, I felt like as we watched it, that did have really strong presences, but a different story. You know, Sonics was that sort of late game dominance. BBB looked really cool at the start with that fight. So I want to take a look back at the last match and break down some of these strong early event performances or early day.
Well, one of the big parts of it is just the reaction. I love this coming out from BBB. We were talking about understanding win conditions and how you want to play and the different variances that you can get with the super system. BBB realized they were not in a good spot in any fashion. And so instead of just going, okay, we're going to send it, we're going to do this, they're going to start playing on the outside. They're going to start looking for fights, looking for threats, moving in, and picking up points every single step of the way.
Yeah, and honestly, as we saw earlier, the fact that they would come out of that with all 4 up is ridiculous. But they're not done. They see a totally different team, and you can see they're already getting prepped to continue this fighting, this aggressive, explosive play style that we saw from them yesterday.
And that is so important. They get information, they spot out Yellow Jackets, and they're following back behind them. They know that this is going to be a compacted circle, so instead, they start to commit into different chase factors. They see where the threats are going to be, and instead of hiding out, you can see at 5 kills at this stage, we're at circle 4, and they're already moving in. They've taken casualties, but they're going after kill point upon kill point, and while other teams are coming after them, look at where they're coming in at. They've got Sonics on one side, they've got Shoot to Kill, they're following in on the Yellow Jackets, and they still don't care. They're still moving aggressively and trying until they even have their last man in Sharp Shot trying to move forward and get more kills.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, some of these kills were taken from them by this engagement coming out from SDK and the Sonics, but absolutely they committed into this fight with the hardships that we saw come their way, with them being distracted by Nootropic. BBB, without a doubt, they recognize, listen, we're going to get most points by just going for a lot of these kills early, and they ended with 8 kills overall. But Sonics, they had a different approach this time around. They went with the flow a little bit in the mid game, but as the Sonics of old, they found themselves in a position, or rather put themselves in a position to take over the entire lobby once you hit the end of the mid game, beginning of the late game. And like I said earlier on, maybe fewer less kills than we might have expected, but they made sure that Yahoo, who before Sonics had to fight United, that engagement there for second place was like hitting the little corner, because they knew that if anyone peeked out and over, Sonics would have the angle to just blow them all apart. Sonics were in control for the ending, like, I want to say 10 might be a little bit of a stretch, but at least like 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, it was very hard for anybody to move around what they had going on.
It is worth noting, after watching the Sonics come out on top, that we are tracking special prizes throughout this event. So for those of you at home, we will be awarding Insane Squad, All PCS Team, and Grand Final MVP will have their shot at earning things like laptops and other gear from Alienware. And we'll track it. I don't know why we bother tracking it. I know who's going to get it, but it'll be fun to see. That's it. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, because, again, these guys showed up on top. It is the Sonics of yore, or your Sonics, however you want to say it based on your fan base, but these are the guys we want to see show up at the start of the day.
That was a good one, Tom. I'll give you that one. Also, we're starting to see usual suspects starting to show up.
Yeah.
United, Yahoo, Bing Bang Boom following through off of this. Do note, Bing Bang Boom getting that off of only kills. Placement points not to be had. I also want to point out, I know a lot of people had some conversations about what was going on with Shoot to Kill. While they didn't have the best of rounds, they still managed to pick up 7 points.
It was still solid.
And that's good. And so we're starting to see more comfort. I did want to see Yellow Jackets play more aggressively like we saw them playing yesterday, but they had a lot of people chase them, so I don't feel bad about that.
Yeah, I think for Yellow Jackets, it's more they had to deal with Bing Bang Boom right behind them, a hardship right in front of them. It's like they couldn't even get in position. It's like, listen, we'll fight. Give us like a couple of seconds first, though, please.
It's only like they had high ground Sonics and Shoot to Kill while BBB was coming behind them. I mean, gosh, why didn't you get more points?
Well, let's see how that affects the overall. Bing Bang Boom came in strong today, continues to be strong 56, but the real thing to talk about, and overall, it's one of those things where you try to resist for a while, but we're going to talk Sonics, and the reality is, going in during game 4 yesterday, they were in 16th place. They are now our second place team, Cameron.
Yeah, I looked away for a second while the overall standings were coming up, and I'm like, wait, Sonics? Isn't that supposed to be 22? Because of how big of a grab these last 2 games in a row have been for them. But I still don't think this is what the leaderboard is going to look like at the end of the day, because of how many other the expected teams did well at the start, looking at United and SDK to both also continue to climb up.
And look, we were talking about this at the start. 22 Esports, they're great about getting in the circle. We saw it even that time, but they're not picking up the kills. So while they were in a great spot to start with, you can see that it's starting to slide down as people are finding ways to get kills and placement points.
Is that just the nature of the Americas meta? Because, like, for good examples, STK, I thought they were going to have a great game. BBB was being aggressive. But every time a fight would break out, there were so many sharks showing up at the frenzy that it felt like it was impossible to judge who was going to come out on top.
Part of that is, again, because of the hard shift that we saw in the mid game, which when that happens, naturally there's going to be more percentage of the population on the opposite side of the hard shift because they're coming in from the same direction, which means that the availability of third partying is a lot bigger. It's the reason why when BBB went out, that was only not even halfway through the whole game, but there were still 4 teams all there.
Yeah. And it was there was a lot that was happening inside that, and it was a good chance to see how teams want to try to solve it.
Right.
Even in that desperation situation, talking about 22, they found a way to get down in the trench to avoid all the high ground fighting, and then it wasn't the best of positions, but it's the way they want to play. They avoided everybody that was shooting mountaintop to mountaintop, and they were just chilling in the shade of the bullets.
You know what? You bring up mountaintops. I think it's time for us to get into game number 2 with two folks who are at the mountaintop when it comes to the game. They know exactly what's happening. They are the golden voices of Porosaurus and Clover.
Yeah, we're just here chilling on the mountaintops, you know, amidst all the bullets. And now, here we go. I am Clover.
On top of you on.
We are absolutely fine. We're fine. We're observers. We're the eyes in the sky. We are completely okay. We're fine. I think we're fine.
Speak for yourself.
Maybe. But you know, the analyst desk brought up some really good points, though, about that match. Like, there was a lot of teams that needed some kills. There's a couple teams starting to make that slip. And Miramar has always been a big deciding factor for some of those squads, right? We always say everybody has a very modest, very decent Erangel. Miramar is where some of those were struggle. And this was a really tough game to start from that. But going forward, I'm really excited. Now, here we'll take a quick look. The match top 5, Tiggleton. As they said, not too surprising there to see him. And I mean, again, credit to Bing Bang Boom, Sharpshot and Roth both with 3 kills apiece. Valiant for Rumblers also bringing up 3, and AKM out there on that western side. They were putting that fight in Alir, managed to find 3 for himself. So, but that said, we do have 2 more Miramar matches to go before we go forward onto Erangel. So we'll see just about what we've got going on for the players. And now, Poro, another thing too that I saw is a lot of teams really struggle with rotations, right? That was a very northeastern circle. Teams kind of rotating or going into areas they don't typically see themselves. We heard them talk about 22 Esports and how they had an opportunity to find some kills, ultimately didn't really convert to much from that position. Do you think that that was just a factor of this specific game, or do you feel like maybe that's kind of what some of these teams have been faltering for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely circle dependent, right? I mean, I think you saw how many teams tried to make that wrap around to that north side. Now, 22 had that big wide split that was going on, and I think they were in that wide split, and they saw just how many teams were kind of coming through, and they had a little bit of self-doubt there in their own rotation path, so they kind of cut back towards the center, coming in from direct west rather than kind of wrapping around and coming in from the north side. And I think that kind of on-the-fly decision-making, it worked out well. They got to the late game, but again, they just never kind of put themselves in a position to really get any good scraps in. So in the end, they just kind of get nickeled and dimed all the way down.
Well, here we go. The players are in the plane, and the plane path starting out in Torre and ending on Prison Island. Yeah, everything's in play, right? Nobody really needs to take any alt drops. They can go where they're comfortable. This covers just about every part of the map, and this also means that we can pretty much see just about any possible circle that you could with the Miramar one when we get a flight path as perfect as this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we did get to hear him talk a little bit about some of the teams that are starting to find their footing. Obviously, Sonic's the first one to come to mind, and United kind of back on track. Yahoo doing the same thing, Bing Bang Boom doing the same. Well, there's a couple of teams that haven't quite yet had that game to get them right back where they need to be, looking specifically towards STK and Gaskins. Man, Gaskins, it's been a struggle for them to really kind of get things going in their direction. They've only gotten 3 placement points so far through all day yesterday, so they've been really relying on kills, but getting to the late game, and that's where we saw the strength of Gaskins, right, is getting that late game, that area control, just taking over. It just hasn't really been there for them yet in this lobby. Now, the question is, can they find that, or are they going to have to adjust their play style?
And right at that adjustment of the play style, the adaptability, it's something that teams have really had to bring so far this weekend, as we've kind of been having these crazy circles, right? We've been seeing teams have to adjust to water circles, milli circles, circles with a lot of unplayable land, and that does sometimes throw a wrench into things, right, in terms of the way that teams have played. But you're right. I mean, at some point, you've got to be able to adapt to some of those crazy situations. Now, Gaskins just barely on the edge of this circle. It's going to center itself around Los Leones, and typically we see a couple different types of circles. We could see a city ending. We could see it hang out to the eastern side. There's a lot of very similar terrain, what we saw with that last game. It could go up towards La Bendita or even back towards Chulo. There's a lot of open terrain, not much trees or coverage, and buildings are a little more sparse. So teams like Rumblers probably won't need to move until we get that phase 2 pop. We'll see them continue to loot out Los Los Leones and probably take some of the edge compounds on the side of the city. But expect to see a lot of teams kind of post out on every part of the city without quite going inside.
Yep, those are all indeed places that are inside that circle. I will say, La Bandita has been getting a lot of love lately. I think it's a little too far south for La Bandita. We have seen just recently like 3 or 4 circles that all ended right around that same area. So I'm kind of looking around South Los Leones, maybe southeast Los Leones. That's an area that does get a lot of play. And but it hasn't happened a lot recently. So if you're looking at the law of large numbers or averages, maybe it should be going over there at some point, right? But the biggest thing about this one, though, is the fact that it is still 98% playable. Right?
Yeah.
So regardless of what your team decides to do, I mean, you can see there's so many teams still outside of that zone. The plane was very forgiving in that way, but you've got to make that decision about, do you want to commit to going north or south of Los Leones, kind of in the same manner as we were talking about Azhar.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Sonic's already starting to send Trimsy and Tiggleton outside of Picado. Picado is in this circle, but it's a little bit away from the edge. It's in a spot where it doesn't quite give you good rotation control if this was to hard shift away to the south, to the southeast. And so for Sonics now to give Shrimsy and Tiggleton another position, that's also going to give them options, right, depending on where the circle could go, and to collapse on Mime. Now following pursuit as well. It looks like Just Win is still looting out in Picado. And then just off to the east, you can see as well, E-United, Relo, Kickstart also doing the same thing. They're sending it down south and giving themselves a couple of options. So we'll expect to see a couple of teams with splits. 300, I mean, where they've really fanned themselves out is to give them control of that region. As you said, that eastern spot from Leonis, we've seen a lot of circles in just about where Richie B is on the map there. And so that's kind of where the IGLing is starting to call for some of those positions.
I think what you're going to end up seeing here, you're going to end up seeing a lot of teams do kind of what 300 is doing right now, where they have that big wide split 1-1-1-1 all across a certain area, just to try to take up a lot of real estate, just in case the circle does decide to shift their direction. You want to gain as much information as possible as well. So this is going to be one of those circles where you're not going to really see too many 4 guys in one compound, or even 2-2 splits. I think this is a circle where it's more prudent to try to take as much as you can, just for nothing else more than information about your next rotation.
Yeah, I mean, information was such a huge play for teams, again, like Sonic's last game. It had that high ground, that position as teams were coming out of Al-Zahar, and we saw how well that worked for them throughout the match. So now, as other teams continuing that rotation in, try to get themselves into that nice position, right now, shoot to kill. Gonna get a little bit late, but the problem right now is that they're coming in right behind E-United, so potential for an early fight. Depending on where Luke and Purdy go. I mean, I'm not sure if they're taking the exact same compound. Tiggleton and Shrimsy, they've been scouting out this position. They really wanted that vantage point. There you go. Looks like STK are going to go wide. I think Flood might have taken a couple of shots. You can see there with the Mini 14 pressuring SDK away. Alo, it's a little bit late on this, though. Just need to be a little bit careful not to get caught off by United.
Oh, this is weird. This is real weird. This is 3 teams that all know each other very, very well. They know exactly where people's loot spots are. They know exactly what their rotation paths are. And it's really strange to me to see them all running into each other like this. So somebody is doing something weird right here that they don't normally do. I kind of figure, I feel like it's E-United, but it's really strange that they should all be running into each other on the north side of Los Leones like this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, United with their Minas drop spot, right? Typically like to hang out a little bit further north. Don't send it center this early. As you said, it kind of pressured a little bit Sonics there. We saw Relo got really close to Tiggleton and Shrimsy. SDK with that wrap is similar to that position as well. Kind of caught SDK off guard. And now you can see SDK choosing instead to take the eastern side of Los Leones, but that positioning 300 took early on. Gave him that little bit of line of sight, and is now being challenged by Yahoo, who had a very similar idea about this spot.
Yeah, a lot of teams kind of centering up around that Los Leones area. I mean, this is screaming hard shift to me away from the city, but a lot of teams just electing to take that kind of high ground spots around the edges of the city, which is kind of flying counter to what I thought that they would do. I honestly thought they would see more wide splits, more information gathering splits, and I feel like that's the play here. But a lot of these guys, whether or not it's because of the fact that they're being kind of shepherded based off of where everybody else is. I mean, you're seeing Gaskins and Dodge right on top of each other here. Yoho, 300. I mean, STK, Rumblers, everything off to the west here. Everybody right on top of each other. So this is kind of surprising to me, Clover. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, really well quick while we have the map up, we've got a couple of points of concentration, right? These are high ground, really good vantage points where we've seen a lot of the scrapping starting. And even just outside here in Picado, a couple teams that backfilled Sonics as they know they leave that spot early. And they're kind of caught off guard from that. And so that's really what we're seeing is those teams that were trying to get that good spot for information gathering, unfortunately, all running into places that had the same idea.
A little bit of a scrap here between Dodge and Gaskins. As it's just hard peeking coming in here from the Gaskins boys. I think Dodge just kind of getting caught in the middle of a rotation. There it is. The last bullet's going to hit him. And Hikerman will go down. Cherry on a little bit of an island here by himself as Ethan and Finna off to the north. Waikika, Mukau, and Adam, they do need to be careful. I think they know exactly where they are. And oh, there's the third party from E United going to force Gaskins back down.
I mean, this position is inside the circle. There's a lot of time to be had here. They can take this as patiently as possible, but Gaskins, Dodge, they need to have an escape route right now. As you said, that third party coming in from United, but the trades right now between Dodge and Gaskins. Nikos Adams fighting knocks out a Chariot. Ethan, Nikos. See if we can get down Finna as well, as might go quickly into Gaskins' favor, but they hope to try to get any type of recovery on Waikika Mukau. They've got to make sure they can take care of Finna as fast as possible so they can get close in. You can see Nikos really desperately watching that shack to see if Finna could be spotted, but Adam from an angle is going to light into him. Finna is low, spotted out, is going to lie prone. Adam. But, I mean, again, United are taking shots this way. Finna is not safe yet.
And there you go, a little brief look in on our Alienware Observer Zone, where they're bringing you all the action here. Adam trying to creep up. Maybe you want to be real careful about this. Obviously, you want to get this kill. You want to take care of this guy, but you also don't want to give up that knock and flush. Give up that point, as they should be able to get the res onto Cal, get them back up to full strength here. Adam just baiting. I think he's just trying to make sure he knows where Finna is. Does not want to lose sight of them while they get that res onto Mukau.
Yeah, I mean, you still once this res comes up, right? Greg Shaw can come over that ridge line, especially now that Finna is pulled away. He doesn't have any coverage to his backside, and the rest of the members of the Gaskins from the south should have a good line of sight here. Finna going back to his shack. Adam knows exactly where he is, and all of that information into Gaskins. They can decide now, again, do they want to pursue Finna? Do they want to chase this kill?
Oh, yeah.
Or do they instead want to focus on the zone? Because the blue's closing, and I mean, Poro, you said you're feeling a hard shift. That possibility is always very big with Miramar.
Yeah, they'll definitely clean that kill up here. Okay, and oh, there we go.
Bandita.
Not where I was expecting. Like I said, we've seen a lot of circles end up around that La Bandita area, specifically these La Bandita fields right here. So you know that's I'm really kind of shocked to see it cut that far into the north. I think a lot of these guys are, as you see, everybody already getting into those vehicles, trying to go for those strong points. 22 already in the field.
Yeah, and there you go. 22. Thinking of the late game. They know the circles have ended there a lot. They're taking a gamble on that position. And as
that
well.
Spot right there is
yeah.
so I lost it.
Oh, that's yellow for 22.
Well, there you go. That spot right there is super dangerous. But the other spot that you got to worry about as well, Clover, is that spot right there, that roadside jump. That is something that gets a lot of play here.
It does, and it's such an open spot. So 22 trying to see if they could use that compounds as an advantage and hopefully keep those vehicles healthy in case it hard shifts back to the city. It's not unheard of to see this type of circle still end in a northeastern city finish. But right now, all the teams that chose to get in the city, finding out what happens when you take that risk a little bit too early, and that is that it is hard to leave there, as Sonics, STK, and Rumblers all finding themselves here in a little bit of a close quarters combat just on the edge of the town and just outside of them as well. AKM, and we could see backfilling that city in position. We have all those teams that were down to the south and west that weren't in zone. Not a lot of options are going to choose Los Leones.
I'll tell you who's loving this is Gaskins. I mean, they have so much room on that north side to play with here as we see them all these teams just trying to get out of each other's way, get out from under each other's feet, trying to get through Los Leones and coming into this circle from the south side. Now, we do see Bandita circles quite a bit, Clover. It's not very often that we see the shift from south to north. Usually it's going from north to south, where teams are coming from the north side, working their way down into Bandita, into that area. So this is getting a little bit more dicey around here, because you can see as we look at 300, the terrain around here, a lot of mountains.
And we see shoot to kill Working on a res right now. 300, this position, again, coming in clutch. I mean, they read this very early on, and they've been able to get damage. The problem is it hasn't been converted into kills. You can see Richie B and Vox trying to creep up, seeing if they can get another knock,
nice
or going to get
shots.
pinned down again. Alo as finding himself knocked by a beautiful nade there thrown from Vox. This could finally reward itself for some points in 300 for the work that they've been putting on from that position, but they've got to find Luke 12 there. As you can see, want one but two flushes there onto members of SDK.
Yeah, Purdy Cardy's still alive for SDK as well, but he's got to make his way out of Los Leones, so he's not going to be able to provide any support to Luke anytime soon here. You can see him just off in the distance there. Actually, okay, a little bit closer than I thought. So Kurt might be able to come and provide some support. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned 300 was in this position. I don't think they had any intention of, they didn't read this circle necessarily. I 100% think they were thinking if it cuts off to the east.
Absolutely,
They had a beautiful line onto everything that was off to the east in those east fields, which again, that's another circle that we do see quite a bit. And I think 300 actually reading this situation really nicely here, knowing that there's a lot of teams coming from the south. They got their kills off of SDK. Don't stick around. Don't wait too long. Just get your points, get out.
Yeah, and that's the smart thing, is we saw other teams continuing that rotation, right? Knowing where the circles can lead and staying in Leonis too long. Sonics did manage to get out of that position. Now the circle is going to move, and yeah, Poro, it's looking Bendita Fields. I mean, you called it. You absolutely called it. This is where the circle's been going.
I mean, I had a definite asterisk on it. I said, like, it's been going to these La Bendita Crater Fields quite a bit, but it felt like it was so north on Circle 1. Like, Minas Generalis was the basically, like, that was the spot, the northernmost spot on on the Circle 1 here. But Yahoo will take that spot there. 22 going to have to try to hold off the defense here as Nootropic kind of making their way through the fields. There's a little bit of a spot that Nootropic can work with that's just, where are we here? Just right here. That can kind of, or they can kind of work underneath Yahoo's ridge line there. But where it's still going to get a lot of, really weird is all these teams off to the south. I mean, there's so much that still has to make their way up here. They are not out of the woods just yet by any means.
No, and also not out of the woods, Rumblers, who another team struggled a little bit to escape. Los Leones finally found themselves out of it. Sending Sinner, unfortunately, that also meant sending themselves right into a Creche. Sonics also waiting for him. Pinched between both of these teams. You can see a couple of members have been picked off, knocked down, and the thought of a res not quite in a good spot. Los is actually going to have to cross the street and try and get himself a little bit of some cover away from a Creche, away from the line of sight of Sonics. And 22 Esports, this compound, we saw
this is the problem with this compound.
Yeah, I mean, you've got great coverage, but you also can't really see anybody. They're not going to be able to get kills from this. And while we know that they have a really good read to find themselves in the late game, this is still going to hurt them. They need those kills if they want to continue to maintain that position on the leaderboard. I
mean, that being said, this is the perfect compound for 22, isn't it? I mean, this is they like to just kind of get these compounds that are hard to push. They play tower defense. They do damage from range. But again, it's like we said, it's tough to get kills from there, and it's not going to get any easier for them. But man, I love Bing Bang Boom's position in this right now. They have the entire east side of this circle. They have the entire road all covered. Now we still have a few teams that are on the south side that have to make their way in, Trog being one of them. 300 is right in front of them. They have to deal with that knock, so I'm not sure if 300 is exactly ready for this.
I mean, this is what Troglodytus does, right? Phase 2, Phase 3, somebody's got a compound, they're not in the zone, they just full sends and see if they can take it by force. With extreme knockdown, Neferhor's got to make that decision. Does he continue to keep that pressure on Execs, on Necro, on the rest of Troglodytus, or get that res? He knows right now the strength coming in numbers. Vox across the street, once again, playing that off angle like we saw in the previous match. The Troglodytus have to act quickly now as Extreme did get rezzed. Richie B starting to close the gap. And even if Troglodytus win the fight of this warehouse, it's still not safely in the zone. Only one of these buildings is in this next circle. Vox really has the premier position in all of this.
Okay, I like this. Vox needs to play his life here, though. He cannot go down. He needs to be that danger man on the other side of the road. Rusty's actually going to go down to the zone. I think some damage coming in from Vox does it. The circle does pop, and it falls once again on those Bendita fields. So 22, fantastic plays. Bing, bang, boom. Even better. I love the spot that Bing, bang, boom is in. Yahoo, Yahoo's spot actually really good here, because the problem with the spot that Yahoo is usually you have to worry about getting pushed from the north side. Nobody really up there right now, though, so Yahoo might actually be okay.
And that's it, right?
Where's Sonics going? They're going to that dip. right underneath Yoho.
I mean, traditionally, right, this little curve in Bendita, you see teams play that. The way that the circle shift, it pulled that dip away. So Gaskins might be able to hold on to the lip just for this one little circle, but otherwise everybody else really have to move on. You can see Troglodytus still playing this out for 300, but once this fight ends, Squirrel, there's really not a lot to go. I mean, you've got a compound here, you've got a couple of buildings that Bing Bang Boom have, Yahoo's compound, and then everything else is just dips.
Just too easy. Try to follow Sonics, try to backfill on them, and you can see they are trading throwables back and forth. Just too easy is just not in a good spot right here. You can see that. I think they're down to just one. Yep, nobody. Okay, cleaned up from the grenade from Yoho. Now, the problem for Yoho right here, they have to know that Sonics is down here, but they can't really do anything about it, right? They can't afford to push that, so they're just going to have to sit there and just hold Sonics from pushing up over the ridge line. Now, Bing Bang Boom has a little bit of an angle in here. You can see Sharpshot taking those shots. Valiate and the rest of the Rumblers gang are going to go down to Akreche, so Akreche showing a little bit of signs of life here in Game 2.
I mean, there's 13 teams alive, 9 of them right now pushed on the edge of circle, and you can see AKM still not in the zone yet, trying to find somewhere to go. It's going to be a good trade here from members of Yellow Jackets. They are going to lose NCLS. Meanwhile, Damox is going to fall. Good trade of utility as Martin tries to cross the street, see if he can just melt into whatever is left of the Yellow Jackets, pick up this kill, finds another point there. This is what AKM is good for doing, right? Making sure they get credit for their knocks.
Oh, lots of weird fights going on right now. You saw United take some big knocks from Gaskins trying to make their way past La Bendita. Meanwhile, 300 is pushed down on the south side right into STK, or rather what's left of STK. Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy will try to hold off those boys, but it looks like Vox was going to start off with the knock here as AKM still trying to make their way across the street. Yahoo just holding down the fort here. Flood has managed to sneak in, but that's a solo. That's not something you really worry about just yet.
And there you go, STK are gonna fall 300, continuing that control of the South. But it's that fight. Kreche tried to kind of see what they could pick apart from Yellow Jackets and AKM. They read the kill feed. They thought this might be an opportunity to farm. Unfortunately, they were punished by 22, and the rest of the teams that all have line of sight here. So now, as that last member of AKM just tries to send it on foot, I mean, you just gotta hope you can push a compound and maybe stay alive, catch a couple members of Yellow Jackets off guard.
Oh, Yoho get blessed, man. So do Gaskins actually here. So this is where it starts getting a little bit weird because Gaskins have to make a push down into Yoho. Sonics is on the other side of Yoho, so if Sonics has their eyes on, they can make a third-party push there, but they also have to be concerned about Bing Bang Boom. Bing Bang Boom has to come from that roadside in here at some point. Also, 22, they have to leave their compound, but they have some field that they can work with, but not before they clear out what's south to them in the terms of 300. Vox, that's not a way to start the push, man.
No, and 22 should still have their vehicles healthy in that compound that they'll be able to use for a car fort. But I mean, this right here, right? Gas cans coming down from this high ground. We knew this ridgeline for Bendita would be the play. Problem is coming down from that. You've also got Flood for United still up and a factor for that Yahoo, right? So if gas cans do try to make that decision to play on the outskirts, that northern part of Yahoo's compound, they're going to have to make sure not to lose any players to Flood. But right now, their attention is further down towards Akreche. They really want control of this western edge.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Gaskins does. The longer that they can play this out, the longer they can hold on to this just edge of the circle and not have to make any pushes, the better for them. And it looks like they're going to find a little bit of a spot here on the south side. Here's Yellow Jackets trying to make a push to the shed under big fire from 22. This actually might be something that 22 is looking at holding. But they're going to take one down, won't take out Drake just yet, and now here you go, the push from Gaskins landing right on top of Akreche.
And this is where utility once again comes into play. Now this little bit of this ridge line is a high ground. It's got coverage from the teams down below in the valley, and that's why Gaskins want this so bad. Adam with another knock is going to get Rabini down. He just needs to see if he can get Kaishan and Viz. We're just narrowly escaping all of this damage coming in from throwables. Adam has a broken vest, so you can see he's very careful not to overpeak. He doesn't want to show that vulnerability to Akreche and fall here. Gaskins trying everything they can to keep 4 up. Meanwhile, 300 down to the south are also going to fall. And here you go. Here comes the push from the Gaskins.
Keep in mind, this is only going to be 3 of Gaskins because Gregshot has been left off to the north side to make sure that they don't get backfilled. This is how Gaskins has been operating these splits lately. But unfortunately, it's not paying off for him as VHZ will get the knock on a Nikos. They'll get the flush as well from Kaishin. So Akreche using that smoke to their advantage. Adam just trying to find somebody here. He's moving on an island. Will spot one out as he is looking for the last guy. Spots VHZ. Good shots from Adam. Well played by the solo from Gaskins.
And you can see the smoke comes out, immediately running for the res to see if he can get Waikikamuka up. It's not the first time Cal had been knocked down. Flood still alive for E United. The play instead for the North going to be BB, who decided to let Sonics continue to play out that position. And now, I mean, this is great for Sonics, right? The only teams they really need to worry about down in the south are Nootropic and 22 Esports. Gaskins still have control of the western side, but this circle shift, okay, we're pulling away from the field. Yahoo's compound. This is the play, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, things worked out fantastically for Bing Bang Boom. As soon as Gaskins decided to push off to their south, clear that ridgeline, hold on to that spot as long as they could, that opened the door for Bing Bang Boom to make that wrap on the north side to where they didn't have to try to take that fight with Sonics as of yet. They will clean up Flood as well, not take a knock there, which is huge because you know that Yahoo is hearing all this going on. If they see a single knock come through, they've got to make that push there.
And now Gregshot did also come back for a teammate. He had the car, so he picked everybody up. A clown car play for Gaskins, a little bit of a nail biting. We can see it just off there in the distance. Sonics still with this ridgeline, don't have to move. They've got line of sight on the teams to the south. You can see them really waiting for Nootropic to make a move. They're still in the zone right now. They don't need to move until potentially phase 7, but it's 22 Esports through all of this. There's shots that you hear off in the distance. That's 22, and they have nowhere to go. They're gonna have to challenge one of these positions.
I mean, this is 22 probing, right? I mean, they know that they're in trouble. They know that they have nowhere really to play here. I mean, they've got the vehicles, as you said, but it is just wide open field, and they are just going to be the only thing that so many people can shoot at. I mean, Gaskins, Yahoo, Nootropic, they're all going to be eyeing down 22. They can lay the smoke down as long as they want, but they would absolutely love to get a knock here somewhere, just steal something away real quick, just to open that slightest door to make that push.
Yeah, I mean, if Haven got a knock onto Sonics, right, that would make it a little bit easier to make that wrap in, but you can see just all that open terrain, all of the teams taking shots in that direction. The moment that they make that move, they're going to be so vulnerable. There's not a lot of places to go. I think the Vamos sign might be the only cover that they really have, but there you go. Driving in, nade is out. 22 maybe hoping to see if they can get a drive-by nade onto Sonics, take this position, pick up the rest of the scraps. They've got the angle, but unfortunately are going to lose Vinny, who's the one who had the nade in his hand. I don't think he had the chance to throw it out just yet. And H-Win waiting for Haven. He heard his approach, can't find him out just yet. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom with eyes on Balkan and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, this sucks for 22. There was just no good options coming from that south side. And nobody was peeking, nobody was making any mistakes there, so Haystan will get spotted out by a sharp shot. Last one up will be Haven, so he can try to play it as a solo for a little bit longer here and maybe get some more placement points for 22. As we see Sonics, they know that he's there, but they're not really interested in pushing out to try to take care of it. They would rather just kind of keep eyes in that direction. Sonics, I mean, this is their winning condition, right? They have to play this and wait for somebody to try to crash into Yahoo. And it looks like it might be Gaskins, although Bing Bang Boom. Okay, here we go. Might be Gaskins, Bing Bang Boom.
Yeah, I mean, again, remember, Gaskins had that vehicle with Gregshot. They dropped off a couple of players here in that position. Adam went back for the rest of the utility. The push coming in for Bing Bang Boom. Keenan breaking back away, but had to pause just for a second on shots to Adam. Didn't matter. Still found the knock, and you can see a trade of utility coming out from Waikikamuka and the rest of it. And I think they've actually just, nope, never mind. That was a little bit short, but Waikikamuka and Gregshot trying to see what they can clean up here. It is just absolutely wild. Yahoo, meanwhile, also pushing out of their compound and seeing if they can pick something off this scrap.
I'll be honest, this is looking like it should be 3 in a row for Sonics. I mean, this shift to the south, they are going to be able to just clean up whatever comes out of the Gaskins Bing Bang Boom Yahoo fight. And right off the bat, Roth going to find Poonage. This is going to be a 3-way scrap that Sonics just gets to sit here and hear it play out.
And there you go, the trade coming out from Yahoo and members of Gaskins. It did steal a few kills. This 9 now for Gaskins, but unfortunately they are going to fall there. Good positioning from Shinboy. He dropped down from the roof. Bing, bang, boom. A little bit of a regroup, and you can see picking off some items from a body there. They've got to be running a little bit low on utility. You see Oldest with smokes, no nades, no Molotovs, and it's going to be that fragging power that they need pushing forward for that compound, right? The unpushable building, as we have called it time and time again. That is the coverage that Yahoo has to play with here.
Well, if nothing else, you can see just by your leaderboard there on the left, it's just the rich getting richer at this point, and we'll see how many more points they can collect for themselves. Who's going to come out on top? Like I said, it really does feel like this should be Sonic's game to lose, as Yahoo just kind of waiting patiently for Bing Bang Boom to reveal themselves, to show themselves, to just make a little bit of a peek here. The Blues starting to finally come in from that northern side and force Bing Bang Boom's hand. You can see even Mime starting to creep up to the north here just to see if they can maybe get a sneaky angle to steal something away.
I mean, we saw that sneaky angle with Haven a second ago. I think he actually dropped his backpack so that he could stay relatively unseen there in the fields, not to be spotted out. But also with that, we could see Lampalot and Newt trying to keep alive as him and Leda lying prone on the opposite end of the circle. And it's mutually assured destruction that these teams are waiting on, but Sonics don't want to wait much longer. They're deciding to rotate now to the edge of the compound and see if they can get a line of sight and maybe pick off a few more kills in this fight. Sharp Shot flashbang, trying to stay alive. It's going to get spotted out by Sparking, and a Hail Mary nade from Sonics lets everybody know that they are here to enter the arena. But there you go. BBB clean up what is left of Yahoo. We got a top 4 going into the final fight. Nootropic 22 lying low as the Sonics have now breached the fight up to Bing Bang Boom. But Poro, this circle, 22, Nootropic, they're not in.
That was actually not the worst case scenario for Sonics, but it wasn't great. The fact that Bing Bang Boom lost 1 but didn't take any other knocks, that didn't leave Sonics an opportunity to just kind of sweep in and take advantage of them while they were down. Bing Bang Boom doing a really good job of keeping everybody up and healthy here as they cleaned out what was left of Yahoo. But again, Sonic still in the driver's seat here as Bing Bang Boom. You can see Keenan, Oldest, Roth just trying to play around the edges. They've got about as much time as the smokes are going to give them.
Yeah, and Shrimsy and H-Win really making the smart play here, right? They turn their attention back down to the south. They know that there's players not in the zone, and they don't want to be too vulnerable turning their backs to that position, right? If they completely tunnel vision and focus on Bing Bang Boom, they could lose a player here. 2 Nootropic, 222. Haven really just waiting until that last one, snaking his way into the zone as the blue is closing, hoping not to get spotted out. And if Nootropic make a lot of noise, that could really give 22 that opportunity to get in sight unseen. As you can see, the smoke walls coming in from Nootropic are doing exactly that.
I mean, this is more placement points being picked up by Haven here, so, you know, credit to him as nice shots from Oldest. Actually, it's going to be Haven. Gets the knock, but can Oldest steal it? Haven gets it as well. Okay, he doesn't let that get stolen away from him. So Haven picking up another kill here as he will most likely just go down to blue. And yep, there you go. It's now down to a 4v3. Bing Bang Boom versus Sonics.
And Sonics miraculously, again, managing to keep 4 alive. They've got a modest 2 kills. And they could turn that to 5 very quickly. As you see, they have the ability to turn all of their focus now onto the singular squad. Mime taking a couple pre-fire shots there into Roth, hoping to catch him off guard, but it's going to be a throwable. Do a little bit of damage there instead. Now Shrimsy, looks like he might have spotted someone. The big issue here is you got Keenan going wide for Bing Bang Boom, and Oldest with the nade.
Roth making the push. H-Win doesn't. Oh, he doesn't lose that 1v1. Nicely done there. But Sonics is getting down to no HP. Keenan has 3 HP. That's it. I think it's a 1v1. Keenan versus Tiggleton.
Tiggleton's got to clean up anything that he can here, see if he can spot out Keenan. I think he's got a general idea for where he is. Keenan really taking that extra second to heal up. He absolutely needed it. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out. If he can get that win, there you go. The connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sonics, a modest 5 kills, but that is 3 in a row, Poro.
3 in a row on Miramar. Boy, talk about rebounding after a tough start. It doesn't get much bouncier than that as a comeback. 3 wins in a row for Sonics. Obviously, Bing Bang Boom adding to their count here. 11 kills, almost 2,000 damage. And you know what? I got to say it. Good resurgence from Gaskins here.
Absolutely. I mean, this whole match, you were talking about what was wrong with them that first game, what we didn't see from them this whole event. That That's what we wanted. That is the Gaskins that we expect. The problem solving, the proactivity. I mean, Greg Shot going back for the car, Adam repositioning for that high ground against, I believe it was a Creche. That's great. You really need that for Gaskins. We just need more games of that from them for this event.
And just to add that little additional icing on top of the cake, that final kill to secure the win in the 1v1 for Tiggleton was his 400th kill of all grand finals going back to the beginning of PCS. So most kills out of anybody. He's being chased, but it's going to be a while before somebody catches him. And the fact that he's been able to do that with 40 games less played. He didn't play in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
For first 2 tournaments, rather. He was covered by, it was actually Profi that was playing in PCS Charity and PCS1. So Tiggleton has been able to do all of that in this amount of time is just absolutely insane. So congratulations to him and congratulations to Sonics.
Well, I know somebody else who's absolutely thrilled to congratulate Tiggleton on another kill victory, and that is going to be our analyst test. But before we get there, guys, we are going to toss to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more PUBG.
What's up, everybody? I'm Roth from Bing Bang Boom.
Hi, my name is Keenan. I'm a player for Bing Bang Boom.
Hey guys, it's Bill Frost from Team Yahoo.
Hello everyone, my name is Parkin. I'm from Yahoo, and this is Friendly Fire.
Why should you vote for Bing Bang Boom? Well, we're a fast, quick, aggressive team who's looking to stack our PGC points, and the only way of doing that is to capitalize in PCS.
People should not vote for Team Yahoo because they have to get Sparking to carry them. My team is the true NA team, and we'll be popping off in the finals.
The reason why you're picking us for PCS6 is we have Sparking, he's the king of SA, and he's gonna frag everyone.
And the main reason to vote for Yahoo is because we are 4 sweaty kids trying to win a PCS, okay? So vote for us, it's gonna be free skins for you. And please, don't vote BBB because they're gonna go Big Bang Boom direct to the lobby, okay?
Why should you not vote for Yahoo? Well, if you're looking to vote for a team who's inconsistent at best, then go right ahead. Waste your vote.
And the reason why you shouldn't vote for BBB in PCS6 is because they have Oldest, who's a known donk slayer, but there will be no donks in PCS6, and they have Keenan, who's a filthy Canadian.
You should vote for the players on my team, Bing Bang Boom, because we have Oldest, the Shotgun Warlord, we have Sharpshot 4K, the best Bolt player in the region, and we have Roth, who may or may not be the loudest player in the Battlegrounds.
We are 4 sweaty kids trying to win a tournament. I want to go to PGC, so winning is everything that matters here, okay? So vote for us, okay? Free skins.
You know, some of us actually know how to go on Fiverr and get an artist to make us our logo and not draw up a funky little bird in MS Paint.
way, Tiggleton's got to clean up anything that he can here, see if he can spot out Keenan. I think he's got a general idea for where he is. Keenan really taking that extra second to heal up. He absolutely needed it. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out, if they can get that win. There you go, the connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Sonics.
Welcome back. Game 2 is done, but not only that, the final kill, that moment we saw at the end of that game, is Big Tig's 400th kill in Major Play. Very impressive. First to do it, deserves some accolades, and then wins the game on top of it.
First to do it with 2 events down amongst a bunch of other players.
Yeah. Aporo was talking about that the other day, that the person that was chasing the most is still, I think he said something like he has
40 fewer matches.
40 fewer matches. I was going to say 40, but then I was like, I'm bad at math. I probably might not get it. So glad you remembered.
Let's hope I remember.
That's what we like. He's got that big brain. But
hey, Poro, it was 40, right? Thank you, Poro. He says it's 40.
It was 40 less. So anyway, Tig comes out with that. He also comes out with a very big win for the Sonics. 2 in a row, okay? Yesterday, we started 4 games and went, where are the Sonics? And then they released their video on Twitter saying, we're not looking at the past. It's all about the future. And they haven't lost since then. So I'm just throwing that out there, over in social media land. Great job. But let's take a look back at that match. A lot of stuff happened, and 22 made some good choices, but it also felt like the wheels fell off a little bit there at the end.
Oh, it's not so much that 22 made some good choices, though they did. It's just the fact of how do you manage? The second we saw the circle shift this way, that's a lot of field in it, man. I don't know what's going to go on. We don't know what happened. It continued into the field, and that made a lot of teams have to make the decision. Do you want to try and commit to a position and turtle it out? Or do what a bunch of other teams did and just fight it out on the edge and, I guess, scrap?
We talk a lot about how to try to handle these types of circles. And this is a good example. We're going to bounce through a couple of these map positionals. You can see the fact that 22 is holding down this location, and it's going to be a constant migration into this position. Sonics had done a quick shift in there right underneath the Yahoo's positioning. The circle shifts back this direction, and look at the amount of teams that are now in just absolute chaos. The circle has still got so much field in it, you're in a tiny position to play right now.
Yeah, and it really is just, you want to do low risk, low reward, like what the Sonics and what 22 did, or high risk, high reward here with all these teams fighting on the edge in the most chaotic of situations. The Gaskins really do come out on top. 300 as well, both these teams. We didn't see them in the end game, but they both picked up a huge number of kills. It's still going to be a good round for them.
And so much of this was hinging around just a great vision spot. Where we're going to see Yoho playing from in just a moment, they had vision over the entirety of the fields. As you can see, they're refereeing so much of what's happening, but BBB assaults from the north, and they're going to be moving down into this position, while 22 is still just trying to cross a no man's land.
Yeah, and this was the big question that we had for them coming out from yesterday. How are they going to be able to manage pushing from a position that is no longer favored? And you can't really blame them for struggling in this particular sense. However, I do want to give a big shout out to Haven, the player that you can see on the minimap that was left behind. He ends up gathering a lot of points, not just placements, but even 1 or 2 kills at the end.
It's just trying to navigate and stay away from the deadlands, where if you move into it, you're just going to have so much information that you're going to have to try process based off everybody that's shooting at you. You can see Yoho is holding down the pinnacle point in this, but BBB just assaults so efficiently again.
Man, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard. It was awesome to watch. The chaos was there, but I loved how the teams approached it. And it is worth noting that our dinner winner, the Sonics, is not necessarily the winner of the match in terms of points, Cameron, because Bing Bang Boom, like you guys said, they fought. I mean, it was a slugfest on that side of the map.
But the weird thing about Bing Bang Boom's slugfest is that they are the one outlier. I said you can either play field or play the edge on the west side. Bing Bang Boom tried to play the field, but on the east side, and that was the first position that was cut out. So they immediately had to, or didn't have to, but they chose to push in and wrap around from the north side, and then just had a bunch of opportunities to get the points.
We've talked about this a lot. We saw inside of that as well. Sonics had to send across the field where 22 was already in position, and 22 should have had some vision onto Sonics, but they got into a crazy spot right at the footsteps of where Yoho was positioned at, and then it was 22 that had to move in the next circle, and who gets them? It's going to be Sonics that has the vision on them because they are holding down the turret.
Map knowledge plays a very big deal. Now let's look at the overall standings. Bing Bang Boom does continue to maintain that top position. I'm starting to believe one of the B's in there actually stands for bravado, because these guys have been approaching these fights with boldness. It's been very, very impressive. Not hubris. I don't think they're being cocky about how they're doing it, but they're coming in very aggressively. Sonics to 67, Yoho at 59, and 22 still holding in that top 4.
Yeah, they're 3 points above 5th place. The thing is about 22 is that they're not looking bad. It's just Bing Bang Boom, and now the Sonics. These are the highs that you can get when you play so kill heavy, so focused. You can kill yourself to the end game where placements come. You can't necessarily placement yourself to the kills.
Well, there's also a very interesting thing that's happening where we're seeing really it's just the top 4 regularly holding down a good position and making it in the late game repeatedly. After that, it's getting pretty chaotic with who's coming in placement, who's coming in with kills. There's no high-end consistency that's happening in that same format.
Well, I'm being told right now that the next game is getting underway. It sounds like our players are excited about how today's gone, or maybe they just want to get it over with and let Sonics have another win. Who knows? I know who will walk us through it, though. It is Porosaurus and Clover.
Thank you guys so much. We will do our best to walk you through it. Though we're sitting right now, we'll walk once we're on the mics. I don't know. I'm nowhere near as witty as Toffee.
Gotta get my steps in, man.
Yeah, you know we do.
Walk us through this.
We will.
We're getting a lot of steps because these circles have been kind of wild so far on Miramar, though.
Well, I think this whole weekend we've had some crazy circles. These circles in Miramar, they have been very open, right? They've really challenged teams in terms of rotation, and especially in the mid game. And the mid game is oftentimes where we talk about teams and their struggles. Shoot to kill. Another struggling mid-game for them. A couple of other teams took a big advantage. Creche found some kills. That's really, really exciting for those teams. They really needed for this. So
yeah, it's good for Creche. It's good for 300. That they kind of get their feet under them a little bit here. But yeah, circle 5 to 6 has just been brutal. The killer of everybody. It has just been the worst. As you can see, our kill leaders from that last game. 3 for Tiggleton, but the last one, the most important. Yeah, that's okay. So just to clarify, that's through what have we? We're on PCS6 now, so that's 5 PCSs for Tig and 3 ESL Grand Finals.
Yeah. The
Finals
ESL Masters Phase 1 and 2 last year. The ESL Masters Phase 1 of this year. PCS2, PCS3, PCS4, PCS5, and now PCS6. But I mean, as you brought up a good point, there's a couple other teams, a couple other players in the chase. I know Shrimzy isn't too terribly far behind him.
Shrimzy and Alo.
Yeah.
They were the closest behind him. We'll see if they can maybe make the catch up by the end of the tournament. They had a little bit farther to go, though. A little bit.
Just a little bit.
They well within range of both of those two gentlemen to hit that 400 kill mark before the end of the tournament. Now, the one I'm keeping my close eye on is the race to 100,000 damage done. Shrimzy, Tiggleton in the lead for that one. It was going to take him about 16K of damage to make it in this tournament. A little bit of a slow start, but now things are picking up. It's definitely doable.
I mean, we've seen Tiggleton put
lot.
down a lot of damage.
16K is ridiculous. Tiggleton's probably the only one that's capable of doing that in 30 games. Alo, I'm sorry, Luke 12 has gotten close, but I don't think he's ever hit that number either.
I want to say I feel like we've seen teams at the very end. We'll see kind of like that 30 or 20,000 damage we've seen before. But yes, that said, I mean, we need to see those 40+ kill points at the end of this event to see that kind of damage reflect back here as well. And talking about damage, talking about kills, Bing Bang Boom. Still without the win, but making moves. I mean, we saw it in the first match too, right? They were in that awkward position near Al Zahar. Didn't have the win, still found the points, right? Sharp shot, staying up late. We'll see if they can do it again now in the third match. Now, once again, we're hugging Los Leones, but this time we've got more water, more space unplayable. And I'm going to say that the tiny little island there just to the east of Higos is unplayable because there's no world where this ends on that island.
Don't say that.
I had to just
Oh man, it's so okay. Predominantly, I think we're looking mostly at where am I here? This spot down here is definitely one that gets it, and then this over here. So it's those are two of the major ones. I think that's what most everybody's going to be thinking in their minds. But it could always get weird and just go right on top of Los Leones.
Yeah.
And given how our circles have been lately, how brutal, I don't think it's as out of the question as we might think.
I mean, the big question for me is that are we going to see 5 teams in Los Leones by the end of Phase 2, Phase 3 again? Because that was surprising. I think a lot of teams
really weird.
You know, I mean, you called it. United really put themselves in a position earlier on away from Minas where I think teams like Sonics and Shoot to Kill weren't quite anticipating it. And that did kind of throw a wrench into a lot of teams on those rotations where they wanted to play out from. Ultimately, now those teams, Sonics and United made it to the late game. Shoot to Kill struggled throughout all of it. They struggled in Los Leones. They struggled leaving Los Leones, which is a big reason why teams try not to get in the city early on because there's just so many choke points and it makes it really hard to escape, especially when teams take the high ground early on.
And I mean, it was almost doubly bad for SDK that time around, right? Because they got forced to go into Los Leones because of the congestion on the northern Los Leones hills, and then the circle, of course, as we saw, hard shifted where back off to the north, where all those teams that they had just previously gone through were all still there. So it ended up kind of forcing them over into 300, which, by the way, 300 taking that same relatively same position as they were last time, although it looks like they might be cheating a little bit farther south here. Yeah, I mean, it just it went from kind of bad to worse here. Is Nootropic going to pull very close? Yeah, Vinny's just going to chill.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, you know, Vinny, IGL 422, starting a little bit further away from the rest of the team. I mean, 22 really anticipate them to play this one slow, play the edge here, try and not send it center as early as possible. Vinny waiting for Leda, the last player. Now, reason why you typically see, especially in early rotations like this, people waiting until the last one, right? They want to try and see if they can get the last player. Yeah, you don't want to get crashed, and you want to hope that the rest of the team just drives on, right? They let you flush out your kill, get that free point, and then that's really all to pick up. So that's why you usually see on these early rotations people only shooting at the last 1 or 2 players.
And no luck for Vinny that time, and it's actually been kind of a slow start for Vinny, considering the success that 22 was having yesterday. He wasn't really a big contributor to all that. Not a lot of kills, not a lot of damage done overall by a guy who really has kind of come on as a fragger, especially in ESL and during the Latin America regional qualifiers. Vinny definitely shows up, but so far it's just been a little bit of a slow start as we see Sonics making their way down through. Just too easy, and Akreche a little bit close there. They're going to pull back into Los Leones.
There you go. You see that knock comes out quick. Kaishin falls here from Akreche, and the rest of the team trying to put their cars, down in a safe position so they can try and get that pressure onto Just Too Easy. But Kaishin getting flushed out, that's going to make that decision real quick for them. They no longer need to stop, fight, try and get that res. They just need to get to a safe spot into the circle. Ragnar, though, down to the south from this, so Akreche not entirely in the clear just yet for this position. And again, I mean, we're really not seeing them hold the edge. They're trying to get a little more center circle. And last game, that did allot them position to get quite a few kills. We'll see if they can mirror that. But this other setup here between Troglodytus and Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets had a big spread. Troglodytus really wanted this compound. It looks like they are going to allow Yellow Jackets to kind of leave that position. But Felipe, still out to the east, might be driving up onto Rusty Zera and the rest of Troglodytus right now.
Man, out here pushing buildings with an ump. You'd love to see it.
It's a laser.
The respect to Trog for that one, and yeah, they actually push Drake away and then immediately reposition. So I'm curious as to where Troglodytus is wanting to play here. If they're just kind of scouting around, seeing what's available. But this is kind of dangerous time. You need to make that decision here pretty quickly as to what your 2-2 is going to be, because it's coming on to about 6-7 minutes in, and you can see that it's starting to get really compacted down there as all these teams are starting to make their way down to the south side of Los Leones. And all of our late comers, AKM22, Dodge, STK, they're not going to have a whole lot of stuff waiting for them. They're going to have to play from the edges.
Yeah, they're going to have to play from the edges and more than likely play from the north from this position onward because, again, I mean, the late game, the anticipation of where that Phase 9 circle is going to go, it's for the southeastern of Los Leones. Teams not wanting to take that chance of coming into the city because of how hard it is to leave the city and so much water into play. That's why we're seeing everybody take a chance trying to get into the same area. Hard shifts happen, but this is the smart play for most IGLs. Now, the biggest problem obviously comes to the fact for teams like Rumblers, Troglodytus, 300. They're in the absolute center of this mess. So as more teams like BBB and Troglodytus set up on the edge, they're going to have to make sure that they watch themselves from every angle, depending on where the circle goes, especially if it hard shifts away, like we saw last game, too.
Yeah, a couple of teams could get real lucky here, depending on the shot. Actually, STK and Dodge running right into each other over on that northeastern side as we see Bing Bang Boom scouting around their area. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Finna getting a little bit close. Luke 12 seat swapping that lad. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't get the knock. We'll take some in return. And no, Hikerman's vehicle just went out into space. And now he is just easy pickings here for Luke 12. Hikerman knows it too. He's trying to get out, break a line of sight as quickly as he can. Finna can't give him support though because look at Penta is kind of keeping Finna at bay.
There you go. Luke turned at the worst time possible. Hikerman's going to lie prone, try to avoid that frag grenade damage, a flashbang. Luke hoping to see if that's going to be enough to maybe push over the ridgeline. It is. He finds that knock just as his teammate does as well. Members of Dodge are really down left and right. Hikerman flushed, Finna flushed. I'm not even sure who's still up. I think it's just Cherry.
Just Cherry has made it into the compound. So clean stuff from STK in a not very clean engagement as they managed to turn that thing around on its head quickly. And look at Gaskins. Oh, the camp is on. AKM not expecting it. 2 down now. Can they get the last 2? Looks like Damox is able to pull off just in time. So Damox and NCLS will try to make their way down to the south. But Gaskins just waiting for this.
I mean, we could really see that quick decision, right, for the rest of AKM not to drive through that. They don't want to give those free points, try and keep themselves up in the late game. The thing about AKM is that even when this happens, right, we see them lose out on that position, they will always make sure that they can salvage something from this game. So Damox and NCLS, it's going to be a tough time forward from them. But that said, just about every team is inside the circle now. It's really this fight between Cherry trying to stay alive and a couple of the other teams down to the south who are close, but just more like friendly neighbors or unfriendly neighbors, I guess we should really say.
Yeah, I mean, Gaskins, like I'm trying to figure out why Gaskins would even be there. It's not really typically a spot that you stop and scout your next move from. So that feels like it was a specifically designed camp along that roadside for whoever was coming in from their north. So maybe a little bit of a read there on Gaskins onto AKM. So good research done by them, or at least good awareness to know that there was another team coming in from their backside as we wait and see where the next circle is going to take us, and it will be okay. Center up, and we're looks like everybody read it correctly for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a big south presence. Leonis taking up about 35-40% of this circle, but that's still to note there is a big possibility that this could land or more closer to just too easy and a Creche just barely kissing the southern edge of Los Leonis for a finishing circle, or we could continue to hard shift back up to the north and have a true city finish. So most teams not needing to move. It comes down to, once again, 22 Esports, AKM, Yahoo, STK, and the last player for Dodge who's still alive, Cherry, to try and figure out how they want to play this one through. Sonic's opting to continue to rotate down to the south. And I mean, again, Poro, that's such a congested area. It's not going to be a good place for them to play from unless they can really maybe entirely avoid everybody and come out the other side on the southwest.
I'm a little nervous for STK on that one. Is like you said, I mean, playing from the south in this circle is great, but trying to play from the south from this circle when you're not even getting to the circle until 11.5 minutes is a little bit rough. So we'll see what they decide to do. Here's 22 try to creep in from that western side, but they're going to get pushed away by some shots from just too easy. And and now they have to rethink what they want to do here. As you can see, STK making their way on that southern road. Nootropic just pulls away from it.
Lampalot's got to hear this, right?
I mean, they had it set up. They were waiting for somebody, but then they were like, you know what? We've got to start making our way in. They pulled off of that split. They pulled off of that road camp, and now hopefully they hear this and they know that somebody's backfilling. But that is just horrible timing for Nootropic. Fantastic timing for STK.
Yeah, I mean, that was best case scenario for STK through and through, especially since they didn't take that road and find themselves up into an ambush that 300 had also set up, something that 300 has been doing so well today. But talking about teams that have been doing well, Gaskins finding a knock there. Greg shot picking apart a member of Just Too Easy. Nootropic, this is the distraction. This is what took them away from shoot to kill. Troglodytus execs, I think they've read that this compound was only held by one, maybe two players, and they're going to be able to backfill that position. Cherry, meanwhile...
Is anybody wishing... Is anybody hoping that this thing cuts into Los Leones hard as Cherry is
I want to
right
see
now?
Cherry take the high ground on one of those towers.
I mean, hey, in scrims we've seen it a lot lately. As Los Leones has been a little bit of a scrappy spot for Creche and Rumblers as they were kind of taking shots early on, towards the end and towards the beginning of the finals. They pretty much calmed down. But I really like this position for me. United, they're just on the edge, the southwestern edge of Los Leones. They have a lot of vision about everything that's going on around them. And if this thing does cut down to the south, they have a pretty good read on where everybody is.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Gaskins really taking up the warehouses just the west side of Los Leones. It's a good spot to hold if the circle takes that shift west. The problem, though, is that you've got Sonics and United with the high ground in the city. There's a bit of a ridge line, a drop-off just on the edge, and that's giving them this extra vantage point there to the members of the Gaskins. You can see Floods, I think, might have actually spotted a couple of members there.
That's Yahoo actually crashing into Los Leones super late here, right around the time that the next circle is gonna pop. So it's kind of a interesting decision on their part. As we see 22 still trying to find a way in. They had to go somewhere, and they're gonna run right into BBB. The new circle does pop. Big portion of Los Leones still in it, but it's looking like it's centered up on the caves where Rumblers is holding position.
And that's always such a tough place to hold through that. But you can see 22, they'd really set up for this fight for BBB, but that hard shift is going to pull Bing Bang Boom away from that. They don't want to waste any time on this fight, right? We're going into phase 3. You don't need to give Blue Zone any extra time or any damage as well. And they're trying to make sure that they get a priority compound moving forward. They're going to drop a player off, see if they can scout out that information. They solved that rotation coming in from Just Too Easy. You can see Keenan seeing what he can gather information-wise. Maybe see if he can find that opening knock so he can continue that rotation to get into the zone. But looking at the map, you can see just north of BBB, Ragnar still up and alive. And that's going to be a factor that BBB are going to need to take into account, depending on where they choose to go for zone.
Damehawks gets spotted out, so Gaskins will pick up another one there. NCLS now the last player up for AKM. Still haven't lost a team yet. And we are getting down to brass tacks here. Circle 3 closing down quickly as south side looks to be about where everybody is. Oh no, NCLS, can you get away? No, sharp shot gets him. Ragnar just has to sit there and see, like, oh man, I did most of the work on that one. You couldn't have given it to me.
You know what? That's why at the end of the event we look at damage, kills, knocks, assists. Tells a bigger story, but still.
Look, Just Too Easy can use every single kill that they can get at this point, really.
But that is very true. You can see right now in 16th place, 14 points. But Troglodytus also been in some need of some kills. They're kind of like the cutoff, right? We've got teams in the 50s point-wise, team in the 40s points-wise. Troglodytus just on the lip there with 33. They've been looking any scoring chance they can. The problem right now, though, is more and more teams driving through their area. Shoot to kill. I think they've just chosen to completely crash this compound. They've been watching what's been happening all along down to the south. Rusty Zero, though, waiting in ambush, finds one. Can he get Kurt? That's 2 down on STK. Troglodytus don't spend the time to get the flush just yet. Luke 12 is going to return the favor, though.
Wow. I mean, it's unfortunate for Rusty Zara that he wasn't able to get the flushes on those two. I feel like he probably could have if he really wanted to, but turned around to try to take the fight back to the rest of Shoot to Kill. Ends up going down. That's a good grenade right on top of Necro, and it's just going to be Kill Demo, but nice return from Kill Demo. We'll turn that thing back around. Luke 12 trying to get the res here in the smoke cloud. Look at 22.
Oh, no, Vinny, Balkan, I mean, 22, watch this. They know they've got the high ground. They figured they've got the time and the zone. They're trying very quickly to pick this apart, see who they can gather from this. Alo was rezzed, just barely able to outrun the blue zone. Oh no, that tree is going to be enough. Vinny actually is going to use that to their advantage point. 22, Esports picks up the kills. Killed Demo, though. I mean, he's trapped. There's nowhere for him to go. This is looking to be the end of Troglodytus for this match as well.
Oh, that is just like a snapshot of the luck that STK has had this tournament so far. I mean, it is just, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it hadn't been horrible. It's still salvageable by all means. I mean, he still got 5 kills, but yeah, this is definitely not the start that Kurt and the boys have wanted. They'll have to turn it around, but they get to watch this one play out here. As the circle did pop, it does pull away from Los Leones, centers up on Akreche's compound. And this is good from 22, though. We started talking about how we wanted them to be more active, start flexing out, try to get those kill points, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And they've still got space to work with. The issue we can see there on the map is Yellow Jackets, Nootropic coming into the zone. Rumblers just to the top of that as Corsac's nade is going to get one knock, one flush out of that. 22, this is the time to get involved. You can see Haston is going to land that damage onto Lampalot. So the third parting, the fourth parting, even so to speak, is coming into play here. But 22 need to make sure they don't tunnel vision. And Yellow Jackets, Felipe, the last one who's still up, along with Nootropic, still need to get into zone. Phase 4, getting ready to close on top of them. And Poor, you know you don't want to get stuck out in Phase 4.
You sure don't. It's does a little bit more of the tickle, as they would love to clear up Felipe Rocher, but 22 just making that a little bit difficult for them. As it looks like actually 22 back on the move, trying to find the next place they want to play from. Nootropic resetting, trying to find back. Oh, Felipe Rocher, the snake in the grass. You will strike. It's another point for Yellow Jackets.
There you go. I mean, the patience pays off, and we've seen this a couple of times from the Yellow Jackets. They just lie low and look for that opportunity to strike. But now, as waiting for Nootropic to come back, see if they're going to challenge with Hella Senpai, the answer is no. They're just focused on the zone. They don't want to waste their time. But on the opposite end, BBB Gaskins both had similar ideas for where they wanted to put down. Keenan is going to get that knock onto Nikus, with only 2 members of Bing Bang Boom still up. I need a little bit more help there, see if they can find another member. But there you go, Felipe. It's just about secured his position down there to the south. So this Bing Bang Boom fight, 2 kills for him. But look, Gaskins, I mean, they've really got the better angles here. Even if Keenan can find another knock, it's going to be really hard for them to move from this position.
And this is kind of touching back to what we were talking about for Gaskins, the success that they were having with these wide splits, these area control splits, particularly on Miramar. The reason they were having so much success is that the guys on the ends, the bookends, Waikakamukau, Nikos, Greg Shot, they were playing their life so well. They didn't put themselves into positions where they could get knocked and immediately flushed, and it hasn't really been there so far this tournament, and so they're still trying. You got to give them respect for still sticking with the game plan that they know they can be successful with.
There you go. The circle is going to shift, and it is focused up on Akreche.
Goodbye, Keenan.
Gaskins and BBB, this fight has to end now. It is no longer in the zone, and there you go. Beautiful shot, beautiful grenade, excuse me, by Greg Shot. Bing Bang Boom eliminated. Now Gaskins can turn their attention, but just too easy turning their attention back onto them. Meanwhile, to the south, this fight between Nootropic and Rumblers has been dragging on for quite a while, is continuing on. And whoever wins will have that compound to the south, depending on whether or not 300 chooses to get involved, Poro.
I feel like I've seen Rumblers defend this compound before, and it took a long time to play out. They're doing a really good job so far of just putting the brakes on Nootropic. Corsac going to get that opening knock onto Leda. Valier, I think he knows Senix is there. Just do your job, Valier. Watch that side angle here as Gaskins now looks like just too easy. Try to come up from their south side, but good eyes on Waikakamukau. We'll find the opening knock onto Yarita Ragnar Lotti. Not too much longer for this world.
Yeah, and you can see just making sure to secure that kills. They want to get the credit for it. 7 kills right now for Gaskins. And there you go, Rumblers once again. The shotguns out, Valiant. And get that first knock, see if he can get another as Rumblers continue to hold down control. Leda tried to see along with Senix if he could find an angle. Spotted back down Senix. No time to heal. Is just going to run for dear life. Seeing if he can get in the zone. That nade onto Corsac, though. I don't know if Corsac realized it or if it just didn't get happened. Oh, it's a molly. Excuse me.
Yeah, just sailed just past him, so he's able to just kind of hide in the window. You can see Waldo with the high ground there. They know Cynics is there. He's gonna have to come up eventually. Like they don't have to they don't have to be dumb about this. They can just clean it up. Yeah, there you go. Corsac, nicely done. 5 kills now for Rumblers. 4 in the pocket of Corsac, and they have control over this south side. You can see 300 just off to their north, but I think Rumblers in the driver's seat here.
Man, as the last little bit of the shifts coming in, E United gonna go ahead and full send to one of the warehouses. They've been scouting it out and saw that they were actually quite open right now. Take a little bit of fire from Sonics, but looks to be a safe crash for now. 1 kill to their name, but this is a good center position. Well, the biggest issue, obviously, is going to be able to hold it against the gas cans that have now taken the other brick building in this compound. A lot of open area in that parking lot sharing those buildings. Balefrost, the last member up for Yahoo, now looking to see if he can get in the zone, but Sonics were waiting for him. Shrimzy picks that one up, and Yahoo eliminated.
Great awareness on the part of Shrimzy right there. It's so easy to just kind of forget about watching your backside there, just to think that everything has been cleaned up, to think it's open. But Shrimzy with the foresight to just add that inkling, keep an eye on that north side. So it cleans up Balefrost. So Sonic's back's now completely clear. They have the entire northeastern side. Now where the circle gonna go? Okay, that's great there for E United, for Gaskins, and for Sonic's. Rumblers, though, they're gonna have to deal with 300, and I feel like 22 and a Creche is about to pop off right now.
Yeah, I mean, 22 and a Creche, they've got that compound to play from. Just to the eastern side of that as well is a little bit of structure that you might be able to play from if you're 300 are Rumblers. But you can see utility in full use. Nades treating across both sides there as Haven tries to spot out LFP. But it's going to be Rabini with yet another Molotov, hoping to take down Hazeton and Balkan. You see the damage is coming out. The res is not going to be able to happen as Hazeton needed to focus on himself to try to stay alive. It's not going to be enough here. Oh, 22. I mean, they're just not able to stay up through all of this at the Creche. And luckily for a Creche right now, nobody else is really encroaching this compound, though. Gas cans have line of sight on it, and they're starting to steal some of these kills.
Well, did Greg get Wakagamuk dirty there? Okay, cleans up. 22 is done. Akreche should be able to get the heals off. 300. Meanwhile, this is the fight with Rumblers. They managed to take one down. Nefahord knocked. So Richie B, the anchor man, Vox off in the distance. Richie B right up front. Corsac, get another one, son. He's up to 5. Could be 6. Could be 7 if he can get that last bullet into Vox. Is it going to be it? Cool guys don't look at explosions. Oh, just off to the side.
Yeah, just a little bit short there, but you can see Vox nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Rumblers pick up the last member there of 300. But, I mean, they don't have any time to stop. Look at this, Akreche starting to creep out. Viz actually went across the street to try and figure out what he could scout out from this position. Unfortunately, he's a little bit late to third party. 9 kills now for Rumblers, but they do need to get into zone.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit tougher now if you're Rumblers. You know, Akreche's got that good spot in the warehouse. They're creeping out to the south here. Actually, this is aggressive from Akreche. I think they realize that they don't want to try to defend against the hard crash. They'd rather try to see if they can sneak a couple of kills off them when they're not expecting it. And Rumbler's definitely not expecting it just yet. As you can see, Corsac just blind sending it right over there. And he's actually going to get a lot of damage put onto him, but avoids taking the knock. So that's good for him. The rest of Rumblers now fully aware of with a push from Akreche.
I mean, this is what we've needed to see from Akreche, right? Their ability to get engaged in a fight, try and see what they can gather, but also know when to break away and make the smart play, pulling back to the compound, back into the zone, and back into the safety. But they need to use this very intelligently. They need to make sure they don't let Rumblers cross that street. As you can see, Los is already going to pull up a vehicle. And I mean, if you're Rumblers, the big opportunity here is just, again, to the east of this warehouse. There's a series of tractors and cars and a little bit of hard cover that the Rumblers can play from if they can get across.
Yeah, they've got this ridge line that they can kind of hang out on for right now. Wait to see where the next circle pops. Do a little bit of scouting here, slow it down things. As whoa, that's a dirty circle. Goes all the way to the east, so it's going to be a wide open field ending here, as Sonics will eventually have to leave their compound. But that's what they're looking at. That's what they have to look forward to. There is nothing down there to use as cover. Hopefully they got a few vehicles they can kind of build a fort with here.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got that broken center pivot, a couple of tractors, and I think a little bit of a barn, and that's it. That's the only coverage where Sonics can't see you, E United can't see you. But now, gas cans. starting to cross the parking lot. They can get themselves into some safety. They have no choice but to take this fight on to E United. Greg shot, Waikikimukau setting up, seeing if they can find that opening knock to take this position away from E United. It's the best coverage in the current circle. Meanwhile, Sonics are actually going to send it and challenge that position for Rumblers. They found themselves a little bit of a ridge line, but it's not yet safe as Los gets an opening knock onto this position. You can see Corsac trying to set himself up if he can spot another here.
Grenades coming through. Sonics have theirs out as well. They're trying to throw them in return. So 2 fights going on right now. You can see in the pip is E United holding off the push from Gaskins. Sonics, this is the best option that they had, and so far they've traded 1-1. So Mime's still down. Oh my God, Akreche out of nowhere from the top rope. Akreche drops right on top of Rumblers, and they're not expecting it.
You love to see it. There you go. LFP absolutely kicking up and knocking down a whole lot of members of the Rumblers, though one was stolen from Sonics. H-Win falls here, and the Rumblers trying to make sure that Sonics don't get a 4-peat, but still 3 members up and remain. And now E United trying to hold their own against the gas cans. As the gas cans up, just Waikikimukau and Adam, you can see, really desperately trying to hold on to this angle as that fight is continuing on in the south.
Oh, Kickstart's going to find him. As the push from Gascan's starting to fall apart here. Adam going to go for the res on a Greg shot. I think United realizing that that's happening. It's just spamming the flashbangs over and over and over. They'll peek it as a squad. Won't take any risks there. Yes, nicely done from E United, and they're still inside the hard cover. They have the compound. Akreche, they have, I mean, we talked about them waking up. They have woken the F up. They are getting involved, and they are third-partying. The timing has been absolutely beautiful from this squad.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Viz watching both E United and Sonics. LFP, whose job is to make sure Sonics don't cross the street and backfill that position. And now Rabini, who has come up and waiting for E United to come down. Their attention split, though. As you can see, Viz King was spotted out in that center position. LFP, though, not breaking line of sight from the Sonics. The best thing the Sonics can hope to do here is take out one more member of Akreche there, but that still leaves Paris at a very vulnerable position if Sonics were to look that way at all.
I mean, E United, keep in mind, this spot that they are in, this warehouse was wide open until like circle 6. Like, that's how, I mean, that is, nobody decided to go to this spot, and E United just can't believe their fortune that it was freely available for them as they finally had to leave Los Leones, and they're now flexing out, try to clean up what's left of Akreche. They do get the res on the VHZ. LFP gets knocked pretty low here between the slats of the fence. Nice shots from Kickstart will get one. Can they clean up the other? They're Rillo going to try to do it with the incendiary VHZ working around the edges of the smoke, but it's just a matter of time. And, oh, one tick. He stays alive.
I mean, this is really, I mean, E United having to turn their attention away to Akreche could potentially cost them here as the Sonics use that opportunity to now crash into their compound. The attention still split from E United, but they're able to get some trades here. Shrimsy falls down, but so does Snaker. Mime does, oh, there you go. E United pick up a winner with 10 kills now as they get that 3rd Miramar victory of the day.
E United says, we see you, Sonics, with your 3 wins in a row. Well, we've got 3 first places in finals in a row, and we are going for our 4th right now. 10 kills, 2,000 plus damage. You can't fault Sonic for making that push onto E United, though. They got that knock on the Snakers. I think they read the situation correctly, knowing that they were trying to push out to the south, so they were hoping they could maybe catch E United off guard with that knock, and it was really well done, but E United just able to hold off the push beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think E United also kind of going back to the previous match, or really the couple of the matches through the days now, as they've been up in the late game with Sonics a few times here on Miramar, making sure not to make the same mistakes a 2nd or 3rd time. So congratulations to them. And I mean, Poro, Miramar has been such an amazing wake up for so many teams. Akreche, really, I mean, we've been wondering what's been going on with this team. They were the strongest out of the LATAM regional qualifiers. They came in with 130 points, or excuse me, I think it was even higher. I think it's 163 points,
something like that,
30 more than the next top team. So I'm really excited to see them finally start to show their own. So.
No, yeah, I mean, Akreche is definitely looking like they've woken up here, at least in the last 2 games on Miramar, and honestly, just the last couple of games yesterday. So a little bit of a slow start for them, and honestly, like, this is actually. You needed to see this from E United. You needed to see this win. We talked about them yesterday. They won the first game. They came in blazing, and then it was just completely forgettable for the rest of the day. I mean, they were finishing in double digits. They couldn't get a kill. They couldn't get placement. They couldn't get anything. So this is United now rebounding a little bit here as well.
Absolutely. Now, the good thing for United is that we will be going back to Erangel for our final 2 matches of the day. One that, again, they had that first chicken dinner yesterday on. But, guys, before we go to break, don't forget you can vote for your favorite teams in the Pick'em Challenge for your choice. So make sure you get that EP in. But until then, guys, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back with some more PUBG.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back, with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Hey guys, this is Rello from United, and this is Behind the Battlegrounds. So today I'm going to be breaking down a play of ours from the PCS6 regional playoffs, Group A and C and Game 5. Why this exact moment is so important is because this is one of the last 2 games of the PCS6 group stages, and we were still on the cusp, so this being one of our wins, we had a pretty high pressure moment where we had to fight Yahoo to get in the zone and take a 4v4 with Spicy Fish, so this is pretty important. This game was pretty straightforward. We held a split with Minos and the compound directly south of Minos, and we held our north edge, forcing Sonics into Bandita, so we kind of kept a pretty easy path into zone because of that. So yeah, here we still had a spot in zone north, but we're a 3-man because Snakers died previously, right before this, and Yahoo knows that we're on the cusp. We had to fight them to get in a zone. Flood actually gets a knock on Shinboy here, and we push up, aggress a little bit, try to force them back towards their compound, and it was just kind of a stalemate for probably like a minute or 2 here. And then Spicy Fish actually comes over and third parties from the Bandita Ridge. We had time to reset and try and get our bearings about us, and we realized that pushing Yahoo was our only play in the zone. We couldn't push uphill into Spicy Fish, so we had to take our things slow and smoke path in the zone. We definitely should have probably lost at least one here. I'm pretty sure like all three of us got put to 1 HP multiple times while crossing through smoke. So yeah, it was definitely a pretty difficult like path in the zone here. So here we're like on a carport. I think there was like a Bronco and a Murado, and we were still in smokes. Kick managed to get in one of the cars and drive to a little dip to our south, while me and Flood were resetting and resetting. And one of Yahoo got knocked. We saw that in the kill feed as well. I think here Flood also gets knocked on Spicy Fish, which is huge for us, because it like it alleviates some of the pressure and allows us to get the kick and reset again. We know Yahoo is 2-man to our east. Once Yahoo starts to push and they die, we have time to reset and try and get some zone control. So yeah, we thought this game was pretty much over because we thought Spicy Fish was a 4-man, but our Lord and Savior BSO Mafu pulls out the game for us and he gives us the info that Spicy Fish is only a 3-man, and they're actually the ones pretty much cornered here because he had a lot more control on the south side. So it gives us a lot of time to just like push up and get angles on them. We still took our time here, but once zone started closing, we pushed up. I managed to get some stuns out, and Kick popped off. Kickstarter absolutely just won the game for us. He managed to knock 2, which is huge for us. We push as 3 and try to trade him out, but I think it was Pat. He played the east side of the ridge and kind of took our old spot behind us, and still Kick managed to pop off again and get the 3rd kill and won the game for us.
Stays alive.
I mean, this is really, E United having to turn their attention away, so Kreche could potentially cost them here as the Sonics use that opportunity to now crash into their compound. The attention still split from E United, but they're able to get some trades here. Shrimzy falls down, but so does Snaker. Mind up. Oh, there you go. E United pick up a winner.
Game 3 is done, and while the Sonics, who dominated 2020, have been dominating the start of the day today, United, a team that everyone said watch for 2022 to be their year, comes out and takes the chicken dinner. But it's not that simple, as you know, Cameron and Matcham. By the way, I'm Toffees as well. Because Sonics got 2nd place. These guys came out, they played hard, but the real chicken dinner winner is E United.
Yeah, 10 kills for them. They actually came into this game fairly late. They were able to slip through. I don't know if it was in one vehicle, but it almost felt like one vehicle slipping through a lot of the teams that had been established in that Southwest Los Leones area for a while. They were able to get their space and just control their area in a safe way until they found the opportunities to extend out and then take over the game.
I just love to see how they move through. Whenever everything's working for them, the way that they navigate maps is much more aggressive at times. And that's one of the reasons we don't always see them at the end game. Yeah. But whenever it works, like you talked about that push into that warehouse, they scouted that, realized nobody was there, and they were like, we'll just drive by like 4 teams and we'll make it.
We also need to talk about how they held out against the Sonics at the very end there. They pushed out to take out Kreche, and I'm not entirely sure if it was an intentional bait or they just noticed Sonics pushing from behind them and they reacted very, very well. But as you said, Steve, I don't think Sonics expected as many members of E United to still be there. They might have expected that all of E United went down into the field, but they eventually, on Sonic's send, they ended up in a crossfire.
It was one of those things where I think when you're pushing Kreche and they've got multiple players up, you'd assume maybe they go 2 or 3 for the push and 1 for the hold. Sonic was surprised by the fact that they just sent Relo on his own.
Yeah.
In the same way, the Gaskins also got demolished by United, who set a nice slow wait for them earlier in the game. They played really well, and it seemed like that was a theme that kind of kept emerging, this idea of like teams being a little bit stronger if they worked together, even more than we've seen in the past. There wasn't as many solos in that game. It felt like big team moments. So let's take a look back at some of the stuff that happened in that match and see maybe did team fighting seem a little more prominent here.
And that was a big factor, is trying to figure out the aggression point. Whenever we're looking at the stage, you can see a lot of teams being forced to the edge as it's fairly flat. We're going to see the Sinden come from E United, as you can see passing by Sonics, who have been having a phenomenal day. They navigate the terrain very, very well, and now they get themselves the center point position, but that means that they get a lot of
long-range aggression coming at them as well, forcing more of the teams to play around the edge.
Yeah, the real thing that you need to note in this game is that because things are so flat, but also because the amount of industrial terrain there is here, it gives teams a lot more opportunities to take 4v4 team fights. There's not going to be nearly as much third partying, especially in this stage. Rumblers have already had a really good run up until this point. They're trying to establish themselves right now on the south side. In a few moments, you should see them take a fight against Sonics, but it just goes back and forth at this point.
What's interesting there is Rumblers are taking shots at Akreshie. They realize where they are, but then Sonics come in, and it's almost like a moment of tunnel vision kicks in. But Akreshie spots out the weakness in this, and we talk about this so often. Whenever you're playing PUBG, you have got to exploit those moments whenever they arise, and Akreshie does it. Like, you can see Rumblers are committing into this, and suddenly it's just Corsac. He's the only one up, and he's like, well, do I go back? Do I go forward? And he's just kind of caught out inside of everything that's going on. But now Sonics are going to try to exploit what's going to be happening in just a moment after we see this.
At this point, Gaskins are finally pushing in. They were sort of sharing this area with United for quite a while, but again, with this open flat ground that they would need to cross, not exactly the opportunities for Gaskins to push on in, and I think this might have been a little late for them. I would have loved to see them try and put more pressure on United a couple of phases, not full phases, but a couple of moments before this. But look at how clean of a finish this was, still 4 up, and that's going to give United all the advantage right now.
I love that. Send one person forward, another one in cover, and on top of that, send Relo outside, because sure, you've got the safety of the warehouse, but again, exploit that moment whenever it arises. So Sonics think that there's a third party that's going on. They want to try to get involved, and suddenly United is still there. Flood counterflanks, and they're just like, what the hell?
Even worth noting, they pushed together. They stayed strong. The Rumblers split up when Corsac crossed the road. They got dismantled. Sonics crashed. They split up to fan out. They got dismantled one by one. United stayed together. So it was very impressive to watch, and as a result, they came out with 20 points off the back of that match. The Rumblers at 13. It's nice to see them back up at the top.
Yeah, wait a second. No, Sonics, they're in 5th on the match leaderboard, even though they got 2nd in placement.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean, 2nd place, 5 kills. That's not that bad. It's just the fact that the Rumblers and the Gaskins and Akreshie got even more kills than them. It's not the most unusual, but it's definitely not the most common thing to see.
We've seen Sonics get several victories in a row, so that's kind of spoiled seeing these other teams here. But even yesterday, it wasn't the best day for Rumblers, Gaskin, and Aggression.
Also, look at the drop-off between 5th and 6th place on this match leaderboard. That's a huge drop. So that really is just 5 teams, these teams that we were talking about being in these big, heavy team fights. Or I think a lot of them on the opposite side were also in the big, heavy team fights. They just didn't come out on top.
Absolutely. And let's see how that affects the overall leaderboard, where everybody stands after that. I think Rumblers are going to have a nice little come up after that game. Sonics will take over the 1st place position for Bing Bang Boom in the race so far at 78 total points, and 22 Esports continues to cling to that top 4 position. United does climb up, but I'm seeing, for me, Matt, starting a bit of a spread in that mid-tier to top tier.
Yeah, whenever we're looking through it, you can see 22 still holding on, but United just 1 point back behind them. Yahoo just 3 points back behind that, and we've got 300 tailing, but then the 8-point drop-off into Gaskins, and then another 6-point drop-off into AKM. So we're starting to see this top-heavy leaderboard finding some space. Question is, with the amount of points that Sonics has been picking up, how is that compression going to affect what we're looking at for the new map?
I mean, and you're right. We are transitioning over to a new map right now. Yesterday, we changed to Miramar and saw kind of a shake-up as some of our teams like Yellow Jackets started to make some plays. Erangel is more long shots, more highlight moments, more big moments. Do you think Sonics is going to change? Does anything change? Or we could still need to see them in a dominant position?
It depends. Are we going to go to Milta Power Peninsula or Military Island again?
I hope so. I would love so.
Those frankly aren't the types of circles that anyone, but especially the Sonics, routinely find success in. But if it's like more standard circles, like the final Erangel match from yesterday, or just ones that don't have a huge bunch of water or bridge crossing in, I think we're going to continue to see dominance.
I do want to show something really quickly because we got a cool clip of it at the end of the game. I think a lot of players may not know or have been able to do it themselves in game. But Molotovs, we know that they're destructible if you can shoot them. Here's a fun little play by Felipe as he shows, hey, he thought somebody might be over the hill, tosses that molly out there, and then gets that weapon out and manages to shoot it out of the sky with the intention of raining fire down on somebody if they were in that position, or maybe just to be hyper fashionable. But you can use that defensively. But I think a lot of folks, it took me a long time to learn that you could actually shoot those things out.
I've learned it. I haven't quite learned how to do it.
Did you know that grenades will bounce off of each other in midair as well?
Yeah, everything that should have collision can be bounced off, and you can actually, supposedly, I've never actually seen it, be able to shoot a grenade that's in the air and deflect.
I hear that the teams are ready. I can't wait to see if there's more team fights, if it's another sort of 4 strong as we go into the next match. But we will go into it now with 2 strong casters, that is, Porosaurus and Clover.
I mean, I like to think that I'm a little bit strong. I don't know. Maybe. No, I'm not strong at all. I'm actually quite weak. I'm really out of shape, But
Same.
That said, who's not out of shape right now? There's a whole bunch of these teams, and we are getting ready. Oh, the Rumblers?
They're swole.
Oh, they really are swole. I don't know, have you ever seen, esports players? Look at these esports poses.
Yeah, look at these pinnacles of masculinity right here. Looking fantastic.
Who do you think's the strongest?
Adam, man. Adam's got that wiry kid strength, I think, it feels like.
I believe. I think if there was a bus with, a whole bunch of school children, Adam could just pick it up with one hand and save the day.
Probably.
But, we really need to see Gaskins try and save the day and see if they can get themselves a chicken dinner. We're switching things up. We're back on Erangel, where we had 2 wild circles to start yesterday. I know that the teams want something a little more manageable. Or say 2 wild circles, 2.5, right? We had the river and a play onto that 3rd main. That's still something that kind of does change things up the calls. But yes, we had the Milta Peninsula. We had a military. Let's see if we can give these guys something to play for with 2 more matches to go for the day. But Rumblers, you call it a little swole, a little Los HD. I feel like Los is the strongest.
Oh yeah.
On this one.
Yeah. No, 100%. Although he is definitely, they definitely got carried by Corsac last game. But Corsac is, oh man, when he pops off, it's something special. Now he's gonna have a little popping off to do of his own, because he's currently hanging out right here. And the rest of his team's up here. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's a little unfortunate. He's suffering from that same problem that Alo had yesterday in game number 1. But we'll see if Corsac, it looks like he's alive and well and heading towards the Dacia, so he should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's only death row once everybody else has a gun, but Poro, I cast or cursed us. I
could be worse,
guys.
Could be a lot better.
It could be a whole lot better. And real quick, while we've got the map up, I really want to show you guys why. And it's because we've got 2 big main bodies, right? We've got the mainland to the north, we've got military circle to the south, and everything in between is water. When we get to that phase 4 shift, we will pull away from water, and depending on how phase 1, 2, 3 shifts, we could potentially see a split between these 2. So teams right now having to make that decision. Do they want to gamble on the milli circle? Do they want to play for the mainland? So we really expect most teams kind of set up along the coast as center as possible. And once again, 300 in one of the best positions for a zone like that.
I kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday, but one of the things that Sonics was doing in scrims is that usually they do like to go kind of rotate out of Pachinki into the bridge, but during scrims they've been getting so many problems from 300. 300's just been giving them fits. So during scrims they actually started heading over to this cliff overlooking the ferry pier, getting into Dodge's territory. So I'm curious to see if Sonics decides to pull that off again here today, because as you said, those coastal spots are going to be really, really strong to hold.
Mm-hmm. And something, too, to have note, I mean, Shoot to Kill did not take their alt milli drop. Troglodytus also up to the north, now Nootropic, not in Zarki, and actually inside Sosnovka. So they will be able to play military circle, but for the rest of the teams, now need to make sure they get that position that gives them options, depending on whether this shifts after the next phase or not. And
where's Gaskins? Oh, they're in Severny. Of all the times not to get your Primorsk drop, feels bad. Well, yeah, we saw there in the picture-in-picture there, United a little bit of a struggle against 22. They had to drop on Military Island, trying to see if they could get over to Milta, just because Millie Island was a little bit congested with AKM, Nootropic, YJ all being there. But 22 had their eyes on, and they were definitely keeping an eye on that bridge. Gave Snakers and Rello a few shots to think about, but now the rest of the gang starting to make their way over on foot, and it doesn't look like 22 is looking for this. So should be okay here for the United boys.
Yeah, I mean, Flood and Kickstart are kind of pinched right now. You've got 22 that's been camping to the north, right? They took those shots at Rello and Snakers. They had them trapped down onto the beach, but they were able to escape. To the south of that, that's AKM. So you can see they've got that UAZ to use, but driving back to the military might not be the play. They really need to find themselves more armor and better weapons. I think I saw a Bison there with Kickstart. But now shots, SDK, Troglodytus. This fight always breaks out early on. This time shoot to kill, trying to hang back and seeing if they can punish Troglodytus, who just left their North Georgia Bowl position. That rotation's going to happen, and you see shoot to kill, making sure that Troglodytus got in front of them before they headed to zone.
Sonics leaving Pachinki early.
Ooh, LFP?
And not actually sending it to the coast at all, actually. So they sending it more towards these open fields. I'm actually curious as to if anybody noticed that Primorsk is empty, and if maybe that might be the play to take Primorsk coast, just in case this does decide to cut off to the south. Either way, H-Win leading the boys over here. It looks like down towards Ferry Pier. But as you said, Creche real close here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gaskins taking that Severny drop, and most teams being just too far to the north or east. They might have missed the fact that Primorsk is available for the time being, and that's a good rotation. Again, should it go millie, right? There's boats. There's a lot of ways to go wide and not get spotted out by people on either coast, and so that could be a resource moving forward if that circle does hard shift south. Now, Creche were able to escape. You saw those shots earlier as both them and Sonics were rotating across the open field. We're going to be able to put down for right now, but again, we're really anticipating to see where that phase 2 circle goes. No specific team has a strong position in the late game yet because we just don't know what type of zone we're going to have this match.
Always interesting to see how these guys park the vehicles to avoid getting the tires shot out, as what angles they're anticipating getting shot from. Well, yeah, we saw Nootropic as making their way north across the bridge, so apparently everybody just kind of anticipating that this is going to hard shift to the north, which, oh boy, we know what that means, don't we, Clover? That is almost a guaranteed sign that this thing is going to cut down to the south, or at least go 50-50 for Circle 2 and just make things real confusing.
Absolutely. You know, I almost wonder too. Earlier today, we were reminiscing about PGC, the grand finals in Oakland in 2019, and I was thinking to myself, remember that time we had that 50-50 split on the mainland and island, and I'm really good. I'm really good at caster cursing. It might be worse than caster cursing circles over Matrim. We'll see.
You guys can talk about who you think is the worst at caster cursing. I hate it. I don't think these guys are so good at this point. There's no such thing as a cursed circle, and no matter how much they don't want to admit it, they could if they're good enough to where they can scrap their way out of it regardless. So. This is over in Razak. So Gaskins, after leading up to Severny, making their way through Raz. I don't know. No. I think they were 100% expecting Just Too Easy to have left here, and yeah, they're going to pay the price for it. That is that is super unfortunate for Gaskins there. That's to be honest, that's just anticipating one thing, and Just Too Easy in a North American lobby. Whoever loots up Razak would never be there at this point of the game, but Just Too Easy flying in the face of convention.
I mean, you even saw Waikakamukau kind of, pulled up to the intersection, looked both ways before he pulled into traffic. Nobody was there, and then bam, that was it. But the rest of the gas cans behind enough that they're able to rotate around by school and give a wide berth to the rest of Just Too Easy. It'll take them back into the north near Pachinki, but they are now aware of the fact that they do have a squad back behind them and somebody that they're going to have to continue to battle that north for if they want to have that edge position. Yahoo! Continuing forward on, we could see a little bit of shooting from BBB. We've got the high ground here on Pachinki Hill. Oldless, a little bit of peacocking shots just to push Yahoo away. Maybe luck out and find a knock here, but for right now, it's really just letting them know, hey, I'm already in this position. You continue onward, and maybe if I knock you, I'll get that kill.
Yeah, Yahoo! Looks like they're not too terribly worried. And there you go, Sparking actually going to take a few shots back, so Oldless will just hold this position here and wait and see if he hears any vehicles starting to push over in his direction. Shouldn't hear him just yet. Actually, Punish is going back into the city here. Is Sparking out a little bit in the open there. Okay, good shots from Oldless. But there's the east side here, Milta Power Farm. You got 22 Rumblers and E United as the zone is coming in, and they've all not made their way into the circle just yet. It feels like they're holding out and waiting to see if it does cut down to the south so that they can have quick access to this eastern bridge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unheard of to see teams take phase 1 damage. It's really not that extreme. As you can see, the boosts coming out now from Rumblers exactly as the blue overtakes them. So that looks to be the play for Rumblers. So they have that rotation, but you've still got Vinny, Balkan, and the rest of 22 who have not let up on that bridge. So Rumblers do need to be a little bit mindful of the fact that they're not the only team in here. In fact, as he called it out, United also still here as they're just now leaving Milta Mini Power.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain Rumblers spotted out 22 whenever they were pushing up here. United, they're not really getting close enough to get involved. I think they're just kind of waiting to see where it goes. And now we will get our answer. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll
we're
take
going
that.
mainland.
We'll take that. And all of a sudden, bing, bang, boom, that Pachinki Hills spot looking pretty good. And they'll be able to reposition wherever they want to. They've got a good read on just about everything.
And two, I mean, you've got, I'm going to go ahead and draw it real quick as we can see. This is the only playable zone with a circle like this in the late game. We know that everything else to the south will eventually shift back away in phase 4. So for Yellow Jackets and AKM down to the south, although they still have that little tip of the northern part of Millie to play from, they're going to have to move past that. So you've got Nootropic with the bridge camp. And now again, E United, Rumblers, and 22, they're going to have to stay on mainland and find what is left to play from, whether that be Pachinki or a couple of the compounds that are still free on the eastern side. There's not much else beyond that.
Yeah, we saw SDK kind of making their way over from the west here, but Sonic's taking shots from range. They can kind of hold on to this hilltop position right here, feel pretty comfortable with where they're at. As see Tickleton just bouncing around a little bit. Now we do still have a number of teams in kind of weird positions. AKM's actually, AKM pushed away from YJ on South Millie base, and now they're pushing back out into the fight. This is really weird going on the south side of Millie, but Oldest will take that knock from Harita. We'll see if they can get the res back. But here's what we're talking about. AKM just pushing back out into this.
Batungas, there you go. Gets that opening knock onto Alir, and you can see them holding into that compound, trying to see as they take 2 of the 3 members for AKM down. It's all up to NCLS, who's going to take 42 hits of damage there from that nade. Batungas just needs to land 1 or 2 more bullets and be able to get that recovery on his teammates. But as you can see, Drake still up. Trying to see if we can find another angle onto this. Batunga and Drake may be able to work together and see if they can take down what's left of AKM, but they've got to act quickly on this. Remember, they're also taking blue zone damage.
Oh, now here we go at the 6-pack here with Gaskins and 22. So number of fights going on all over there. You go. AKM does get finished off by Yellow Jackets, who are playing, it seems, without Jean Bappe. And there you go. Nice grenade from Haystan. We'll find Greg shot right after he gets the trade. So nobody really winning this one too much just yet, although it looks like 22's feeling pretty strong here. But Dodge, yeah, as you mentioned, they're coming in. Adam is just hanging out on the rooftops as long as he can.
I mean, 22, they've got to get some recovery in as well if they want to pick up Hayston. But you've got 2 members that have been trying to go through, see if they can find out. The last member, I'm not sure if they realize that Adam is on the roof just yet. The issue for Adam, though, is that with Dodge starting to creep on every edge of the compound, you can see Hikerman with that wide angle could spot him out here. He's going to steal that shot from Greg Shots. That's a point taken away from 22. Now with Haven on the rooftop, it's only a matter of seconds until he finds Adam, or Adam finds him in that case, as he will get that knock and quick flush there on a member of 22.
AK boys. All right. Adam getting at least 1 point for Gaskins, who have actually been having a fairly decent day for themselves so far here. Haven't been able to find the placement points as much, but they're getting kills, and there you go. Their day, their 4th game here will be ended as Adam gets spotted out. Now Dodge, they've been creeping around this whole time. Not sure what kind of intel 22 has about where the Dodge boys are. They've been quiet about it. New Circle does pop, and it's going to a wide open fields.
Now that as well, we did get that res onto that member of 22 Esports. There's 3 of them up to the 3 members of Dodge. Ethan, who had been holding anchor in that compound, coming to join them in, so this could turn into a 4v3. Meanwhile, everybody else back in vehicles and rotating into position for zone. But while we watch teams rotate, we'll get a quick overview look of our weatherman, Cameron Davis, up there on the LED wall. Cameron, tell us what you see.
Yeah, y'all, this one's real rough now. Not only do we have to deal with the whole section of water here that we saw in the early game, but now, again, all of this field that's still in play. I mean, a team like Yahoo and 300, they are loving this, but all these other teams, their first goal and their only goal right now really should just be, like in this case, winning this fight. Over here, Sonics winning this fight. Troglodytus, they can continue to expand and really see what comes their way. But the idea is to just clear the space immediately around you so you can then comfortably, and I use that term very loosely, but comfortably push on into whatever might be remaining in the fields.
Thank you so much, Cameron. And I mean, talk about the fields being such a huge factor in this zone. You know what else is a really cool factor, Poro? We've got ourselves a ferry rotation coming into Ferry Pier there with the Yellow Jackets after that successful fight versus AKM. I mean, you know what? Why do any other work? Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, get you a little Mai Tai from the ferry folks. As they will pull up just to the south here. Corsac now finding Snakers. There's a number of fights going on. Rumblers trying to gatekeep EU as they come out of Pachinki. Dodge now finally striking against 22. The utility coming through, but this is always tough grenades to hit, tough anything to hit really, as you can just kind of dodge back and forth between the buildings, between the hard cover. As Cherry just waiting to see if somebody peeks their little heads around. I think they've got a pretty good idea that they've got the surround on Balkan and Vinny, so this is really going to fall onto Hayes 10 here.
They're going to that knock onto Balkan. You can see Cherry is going to use that as an opportunity to creep in a little bit closer. He knows the numbers are back in his favor a little bit more. Still a lot of utility. Another Molotov again, hoping to catch somebody out. The door's been busted out. And you can see it's actually going to be another member of Dodge that's going to connect more damage there onto Vinny. Ethan, seeing if he can spot somebody inside the building. I think he might have just seen Hayston through the boards of the window. Cherry going wide along with Hikerman. They've exactly pinpointed Hayston's location, but still being mindful of Vinny. And Rez is coming out quickly, though. They've got to act quickly now as Hayston gets knocked down. Dodge, they've got it pretty much figured out. And Cherry's just double-checking, making sure nobody's behind here.
Yeah, at this point, you just 22 was able to get that Rez back up, though. So nice work there. Vinny going to find Cherry, but the push coming through. Ethan will find him and clean it up. They should be able to get the Rez back onto Cherry. Dodge back up to full strength. Now, while all this was going on, STK tried to make the crash onto 300's compound. They lose Alo, but they keep 3 up.
They've got this warehouse, which can be a little bit difficult to push, especially with Sonics up there in the hill, right? You're not going to be able, if you're 300, to walk up onto this and push SDK out of there. So at least while they've got help from Sonics, these two teams should be able to share this compound for a little bit longer. Now the issue comes, Nootropics, Dodge. The rest of the teams up to the north, just too easy. Rumblers, finding where to go. If you're late on this rotation, you're going to have to challenge for position here.
Yeah, it's a this spot for Yahoo is just huge where they're at right now. They've taken over both shacks, essentially, the two side-by-side shacks, and they're able to kind of spread out, do multiple fires here. United just having to pull up. And
it's a terrible place to be.
It's not great. And you can see Troglodytus still hasn't made the push in. Just too easy. They're going to send it right for United as well here, as United's just trying to stay alive, and Just Too Easy might just crash right on top of them.
Oh, I mean, the same idea, right? You've got a little bit of spot to play from here that Troglodytus already in, so that's pushing the rest of the teams down to the south so that they could try and challenge for this position. That is a late game position, not where you want to be when there's still so much of North into play here, but United are doing their best to try and stay as healthy and alive as they can, but it's really just down to Flood at this point as every car explodes. Utilities coming out left and right. There's nowhere else for him to go. Just Too Easy also suffering from this position a bit too. And now Rumblers rotating. You can see just in the back of the distance behind BBB on this as well. So we're still not safe for any team in this ditch.
Oh, the wheels have come off of this thing. Troglodytus tried to crash onto Just Too Easy. Now Dodge is going to crash onto Yahoo while Flood tries to stay alive as United down to 1 here. Tigerman will go down. Ethan will find Shitboy. Sparking, though, trading back and forth with Finna. Not going to get the knock on either side. Balefrost from range will do the work for him. Nice mini shots coming out from Balefrost, but he is now the last player up for Yahoo.
You can see Balefrost really trying to take down Cherry there and make sure that the threat of dodge does not remain. But I think there might be an opportunity here for him to take out Cherry. Cherry, he can't go get that res on Ethan. Ethan's going to have to bleed out. Last members of Yahoo bleed out. You can see the throwables coming out into play as Cherry's going to pull back just in the nick of time as that car he was laying next to explodes. Balefrost, he is just taking all the chances, running out in the open there. Molotov. It is going to land on Cherry. You can see that damage starting to stick. He runs to Ethan, and he actually manages to stay alive, working for that res. But there is still no safety here. Balefrost, who's just desperate to steal them, is going to spot him out, but he's been taking damage from E-United and I think even Nootropic this whole time.
All it needed was one bullet. So Balefrost will survive. And while all this was going on, again, like we said, multiple fights going on all over the place here. Troglodytus trying to hold on to that north side as Rumblers pushed in from the blue. Essentially, we're getting kind of hassled by Bing Bang Boom. Los HD still alive. Bing Bang Boom trying to clear up what's left of Troglodytus. Long-range shots coming in from Akreche are kind of moving these guys around, forcing their hand here. Los HD will clean that up, get another point in the bag for Rumblers.
I mean, that tree is just on the edge of zone. You can see the blue just right there on the edge of screen as Los tries to find an angle that is safe and still gives him some cover. The best thing that's happening right now is the fact that Troglodytes are a little bit distracted there by Bing Bang Boom. A little bit of steal there as Los attempted to take that final kill. He's going to have to break away now as BBB turn their focus on each other, trying to get these reses back up. Oldless picking up Sharp Shot, but Los is coming back into this. I think he realized he wasn't being followed and is just going to look for any point he can pick off.
Oh, he's just a little bit too far away, unfortunately. So he'll get back over there, but Bing Bang Boom most likely will be all healed up and ready to go by then. Although Roth still needing to get rest here. Wanted to mention that Sonics were holding down that south side. They got taken by surprise by the Yellow Jackets crash. There's still one up for Yellow Jackets here, but Sonics lose one. So they're still 3 up. They've made it into the field, and Nootropic actually going to crash as a 4-man squad onto that spot where Cherry was taken down by Balefrost. Balefrost going back to his hard cover shack a little bit closer towards center circle.
I mean, essentially with all that debris, you've got yourself a little carport that Nootropic doesn't have to waste too many resources on to play from, and it's a good position in the center of a circle, but look at that good shooting out from Akreche. You can see Vizking has got the but it's actually the LFP that lands that shot. Meanwhile, Los, a snake in the grass lying. I think he's using this car for bait, hoping BBB actually takes it. There you go, he's been spotted out. Oldless is going to be the one to pick that up. BBB. Sharp Shot took a bit of damage, quick recovery, but now they've got to focus on zone. It's phase 5, Blues closing in, shots coming in from Sonics. They don't really have much time to waste here.
Real fortunate that they didn't give up a knock to Los right there, because that zone, they most likely lose that player as they will try to turn back around. Also worth mentioning, Flood still alive. Still alive for E-United. Somehow, some way, Flood has been able to avoid all the shots and find a nice little ditch for himself. Sonics, this is what they have to work with. You can see them hard peeking the Bing Bang Boom rotation up to the north. Now, STK and 300 still sharing their compound on the south side, so we still have 9 teams left, although it's just 24 alive.
You see Akreche really been keeping an eye on the northern part. They took a couple more shots into Bing Bang Boom, but Bing Bang Boom found themselves in a nice little safe spot. That field that Cameron pointed out earlier, this field that we've had our watchful eye on, might just be the in-game for the circle. As we watch to see whether or not STK and 300's compound continues to remain in. The blue zone closing. 9 teams alive, 24 players remain, and so many fractured squads. There you go, a hard shift in favor of Akreche and Nootropic. I mean, Poro, that space that Nootropic had, again, that hard cover.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm kind of keeping an eye on Kurt here. He's wrapping around real long here to see if he can maybe catch Sonics off guard, but Sonics immediately back in the vehicles, wrapping around on that north side. I think they realize that Just Too Easy and Bing Bang Boom are kind of taking each other low here, so maybe trying to see if they can wrap around on that north side, take advantage, as they know that Nootropic is in the strong spot on the south side here. The good grenade for Tickleton will finally take out Flood. That will be it for E-United going down. They'll get back in the Dacia, back on the move, trying to find a place that they want to call home here in this wide open field.
I mean, that position Flood had, when we saw United crash earlier, we said this is a good later game position, right? When you don't have all that view to the north. Just too easy, and Bing Bang Boom still being at a play does make this a vulnerable position for Sonics, but there's not a lot of options left to play from there. And there you go, taking out Coda Kid. That's one extra help there for Sonics. You've just got to be mindful of Kurt, who's continuing to lay into the bit of spray and pray into the smoke, but some of that damage is going to land. You can see the return coming in quickly from Sonics as they work to punish. That's Kurt's signal to return back to home base.
The problem for STK is here that they've been kind of, they are left waiting for 300 to make a move. If they go first, then 300's just going to wait for him, shoot him in the back. So they've been kind of waiting for 300 to show their hand here. Penta will pull back a little bit and actually finds a crate to hide behind. Uses hard cover here while Luke just sending the utility over from the high ground. It's going to find some damage there, but not get the knock. Extreme. Oh, Luke! What a knock, what a spray through the window. Luke 12.
And that nade hoping to catch the rest of 300 as they ran for the zone. He's going to take some of the blue zone damage for that, but continuing to trade 300 through their smoke wall. A Molotov out in the middle, but it's just going to narrowly miss Vox and Nephra, but he has been spotted out. Vox picks up the knock here. Penta and Kurt back at another angle, trying to see if they can get any other member of 300. The focus is not getting into the zone safely. The focus is just on taking out the other team there as Kurt does get flashbang. He's going to lie prone and use that as an opportunity to get that reload in, but he's got to act quickly. The zone has now overtaken him, and he just about might fall here. There you go. The zone is going to get that knock on to Kurt. It's all up to Penta, but he's got nowhere to go.
Oh, Kurt, just a little too low to take that one tick of damage, and there you go. Nice shots from Vox. Clean him up. He'll try to pick up his fallen teammate, stay ahead of the zone here as Nootropic is just getting destroyed by Akreche. Where did the grenades come from? VHZ from way downtown.
I mean, Nootropic really being hit at this time gave 300 the breathing room to come in without that line of sight. VHC
by himself.
House. Was that all four by VHC?
Every single one of them. He got two with a grenade, one with an AWM, and then he cleaned up the last one with the grenade as well. As Akreche now, 8 kills and the zone.
I mean, you can see even on the mini-map, they have full control of this circle. 300 have to make a move. The last player, Balefrost for Yahoo, has to make a move, and the 3 remaining members of Sonics have to make a move. The thing that could really hurt Akreche is if everybody moves at the same time, splitting their attention.
Look at that. That's still in play. That place where they died to the grenades. And nothing left in the bag there for VHZ. Hasn't been able to go and loot that, so I think they realize that that's a little bit of a point of contention there. So RBN and Kai Shen will go and take that, and they'll get a little looting done of their own. So they'll add to their pockets here as VHZ just looking around the edges of that smoke, waiting for somebody from 300 to make that peek.
And you can see that set
Oh,
gonna put them right in throwable range. Just 2 members go down. Richie B takes quite a lot of damage from that second nade. He's very low. And I mean, the kills keep racking up. The killing spree there for Akreche. 11 to be had. But now they've got to take on the Sonics as they are on the move as well. You can see that vehicle coming right for them.
No line of sight, though. You can see it. I mean, you can see it when VHZ looking over here. He just didn't have any kind of line onto this, and Sonics knows it, so they'll push in just on the edge and hold for right now. Balefrost still alive, though, getting Yahoo those placement points. And that's probably going to be about it as he's going to peek up, see if he can maybe sneak something off of Sonics. Get some damage down, but not going to be enough to get the knock just yet. And Akreche, it looks like they have all fallen down. They've all come down to those loot crates. They want to get as much as they can because I mean, there's got to be about 8 loot crates down there by now.
And you can see they got a little bit of help from Balefrost as well as H-Win took a significant amount of damage in that one-on-one fight. But now that Akreche can turn all their focus onto Sonics, there's just 3 members they need to take down. That 6 bullets remaining for Viz. I mean, if he could just get 1 knock, that would be so huge.
That was his last bullet. He's got to replace it now, I think. Yeah. But Sonics don't know that. So we'll see Kaishin and RBN start to push out just a little bit. 11 kills, though, for Akreche, man. We've been talking that they had a very slow start. Well, so did Sonics, to be fair. So the biggest turnaround contenders from yesterday, boy, they are delivering here today in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, they have been at the bottom of the leaderboard at one point during this tournament in a heartbreaking and surprising fashion, but Akreche in the last 2 matches have turned up the heat. 11 kills. The potential for their first chicken dinner win. You can see, though, Kaishin in close range for Mime is going to get that knock. Mime had that nade out. I don't know if he had a chance to throw it just yet. The flush comes in for Akreche. Tiggleton, though, is going to get that finalized knock. And you can see more shooting back out. Viz King spotting Tiggleton. That's going to pin him back down to H-Win, trying to get close to Mime. Might even be working in for that res. But, I mean, Tiggleton, he can't stand. Every time he does, he's being absolutely punished by members of Akreche. Rabini spotted out from him now, and that's going to take that distraction. He's going to have to turn and focus elsewhere. He's surrounded. There's nowhere for Tiggleton to go here.
Oh, this is so good from Akreche. This is so confident as they are pushing outside of the circle to take the fight right to Sonic.
Nade?
That grenade is going to do it, and Akreche will get the win with 14 kills.
Absolute turnaround from this squad. We said last game that they were close. The potential for a victory with 14 kills. This was a huge leap on the leaderboard that we needed to see and expected to see from the best team out of the LATAM regional qualifiers here in the PCS6 Grand Final. So Akreche absolutely making that redemption now and today on both maps. So,
I mean, that was, you can't say anything except for positive things there for Akreche at the end. I mean, that was just dominant. Like they were fully confident pushing outside of the circle to go get Sonics, to take the fight to them, not let them get comfortable in whatever spot that they were. But all that being said, Akreche, obviously, congratulations with a big kill win. Sonics has not finished lower than 2nd place in 4 games today. Like, that is a huge, huge turnaround for this team.
Absolutely. I mean, the first 4 matches yesterday, Sonics had a 12.25 average, meaning that they are averaging 12th place. After that first win on that win that they got there on the 5th game, they have been looking so much better. Their average scores looking very, very high. Sonic's very close to not only a 4th win, but a potential for 3 wins this weekend. We've got one more match to go, but before we get there, guys, we're going to take a break. I do want to remind you that there are sweet EP points on the line, so make sure that you link your Krafton ID and your Twitch so you guys can redeem them. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more PUBG. out from him now, and that's going to take that distraction. He's going to have to turn and focus elsewhere. He's surrounded. There's nowhere for Tiggleton to go here.
Oh, this is so good from Akreche. This is so confident as they are pushing outside of the circle to take the fight right to
that
Sonic.
nade.
That grenade is going to do it, and Akreche will get the win with.
Well, it's more than baby steps when they come in first place. Akreche gets 14 kills and absolutely dominates on that one. But by the same token, Sonics gets second yet again. My name's Toffees. We've got Cameron Davis and Matchroom here breaking down the action as we have another big game. Very different than the other ones as we move to a wrangle. Different style of play. I'm excited about going through it. But first, let's take a look at who came away as our chicken winner dinner. Dinner winner? Chicken dinner winner. Boy, I said that backwards. But it was Akreche with 14 kills, a whopping 2,000 damage, and most importantly, 21 grenades.
I mean, field endings, man. Whenever you get into those positions, you gotta just throw as many as you can, and as you kill people, keep moving forward, take the crates, keep it rolling. And that's just the secret to success that they exploited very well.
Yeah, still, the fact that this team was able to get 14 kills in a match like this, I wasn't expecting that. This is a team that is, despite winning their regional qualifiers, really struggling on the leaderboard. And so the fact that they're able to come out of all this chaos with as many points as they are at the end of this, and taking down the Sonics at the end of all things, if you want to talk about teams stepping up to the plate and actually taking the challenge, the way that these guys approached the endgame situation, they had the man advantage and they used it. They spread out, they fanned out, and they surrounded the opposition to secure that win.
And then they used that utility. I mean, I heard our director yell Steph Curry when he threw that grenade. I had to ask what that meant. I didn't fully understand it, but now that I understand,
it's like a baseball player or something.
I think so, right? Like throwing a lob pass. That said, though, they did use it very well. They had a great engagement, and it came down to kind of the story of that game to a certain extent, was having to manage control. If you want to be clean, you want to be clear, you want to be under control, you have to be proactive. So that's what we're going to talk about, Matt. Proactivity.
So we're going to be moving into a pretty early stage in this, down around where we see the 2 6-packs are, or where Toffee is now referring to cooler, and I like that. 22, we've talked about the fact that they just don't hold down territory control and sometimes play a little passive. Now you're seeing it. Gaskins manages to move into this point, and while 22 is getting control over this, Adam is giving them fits all over this place because he's just got a read on how they're wanting to navigate it. While all this is going on, Dodge is coming back behind, realizes what's happening. Adam tries to get away, but you can see in the minimap, Dodge has already gone for a contain. They're moving into this, and as this progresses, you can see the circle has now shifted. They realize, okay, this is going to be an edge point. We need to finish this as quick as we can and make a move. 22, look, what are they doing? What are they seeing right now in this position? They're so hunkered down, they don't know what's going on the outside, and Dodge is moving around and just dancing circles around them.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not even necessarily 22's fault that Dodge were able to surround them in this way. When 22 were having that fight against the Gaskins, they lost all information and control.
On the flip side of this, you can see that Dodge had to send it in here, and then Balefrost decided to take some proactivity of his own.
Yeah, I mean, I liked your host setup here initially. It was actually an ambitious and I think very brave spread here to try and grab what little control they could in the field. It did get sort of torn apart by Dodge. Fortunately for Balefrost, he's able to come out with the clutch here at the end and farm a few more placements than I think expected, but really it was the kills that we get from that, and we see that a little bit in the match leaderboard.
Can you see the fact that Balefrost, imagine the chutzpah you have to walk in a field and just charge a team knowing that there's tons of people alive, but it's like, I'm killing that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I have to imagine it just comes down to the fact that it was still early enough in the game that these guys, they're worried about their own thing. This is my one moment that I can make this cross now.
And I think that he knew, like, hey, my team's not necessarily going to make it out of this one. Let's make a big push and make a big play and get those kills on.
That's what I'm saying. His team was already shot to pieces, and he's like, I'm running for this.
So take a look at the match leaderboard. Akreche comes out with 24 points. The Sonics, though, get second yet again and will climb in even further into first place. And I'm going to be honest here. Sonics yesterday got their first place. First game, first place. Second game, first place. Third and fourth game, second place. I don't know know what Psylogic told them last night to get them in the right headspace, but that man is a genius.
Okay, points per game. We were talking about yesterday. First 4 games, they were averaging about 2 points per game. Then they moved in. They had their big win in Game 5. They moved up to 5 points per game. We talk about PPG all the time. Now you understand. We're out of Game 9. They're holding down almost 9 points per game at this time. Actually, closer to 10. 10 points per game off of this one. Look at how they're just doubling as they're moving forward. And I'll be honest, I thought that Sonics were going to have a much bigger lead over Bing Bang Boom due to how early they went down, but
the more important thing is that first and second place, that gap between them and everyone else is still growing. We're seeing another gap between 6th and 7th place, and of course further down there. But really, Sonics and Bing Bang Boom, doesn't matter how little or much they spread from each other. The fact that even Yoho and 300, who are the next ones in line,
even the 2 after that, they only have 1 point separating all of that's going on. 2 points all considered.
I mean, I'm going to be real. This is starting to feel a little bit like when I was a kid and you'd have a foot race with your dad and he'd pretend to be going slow and let you get out ahead and then burn past you at the end just to remind you maybe not as fast as
I think I've learned something about your parenting style right there, Toffees. Have you been winning some races against your kids lately?
You know, I believe that it's my job to win, to teach him to lose. It's important. It's an important trait to have. Yeah. And I'd rather lose to my dad when he's 3 times to 12,000 times my size, right?
You got to build the mental early.
Wait, 12,000.
I'm a big man, and they are still very small.
Still okay, I guess. Yeah.
So it was a good game again, and it was a great match for the Sonics, but Creche, they were our regional winners. We're going to take a look at some side-by-sides. We'll come back to Creche in a moment because I do want to talk about our team focus right now. Bing Bang Boom in second does have a higher kill count on average, but again, you can chalk that up to the 4.
It's not just that, it's also the fact that Bing Bang Boom like to get into early engagements. They don't, I'm not going to say that they go into a game wanting to fight like Nootropic in the blue, but when something reveals themselves, they will take that opportunity, and a lot of that just comes from confidence for being able to take that fight. But more so, it's just, you know what, these are points available for us. What is it? 1 in the hand is better than 2 in the book?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the benefit of the super system. I know we've been talking about as we move forward. You can see the fact that there's so many different options on how to play. Bing Bang Boom has a style that is different than Sonic's, and it's different than a lot of other people right now.
But I wouldn't mind countering that in terms of super for a second, because the reality is, when you looked at those numbers, more kills, more damage, Bing Bang Boom was doing what we would call super points, but the Sonics is ahead because their placement is still incredibly strong. So I think that there's an interesting point of, I think we focused a lot on kills are everything these days, but the placement consistency Sonics brought today has made a change.
I mean, when you win a whole bunch of games in a row, that's not
fair.
really fair.
Well, let's see if they continue to win games in a row. I've heard that the last game of the day is about to get underway, so let's head back to my favorite island, Erangel, with my 2 favorite tour guides, Clover and Porosaurus.
Oh, we'll do our best to tour guide. We might not be there like Yellow Jackets with their ferry tour, beautiful excursion of the military island, but we'll do our absolute best because, again, this is the final match of the day, and we've seen some crazy shakeups for so many teams. And Poro, a lot of repeat wins as well.
I mean, look, a couple of things are weird, right? You look at Sonic's first 4 games, they got 8 points. Since then, they've got 81. In 5 games. It's nuts. Also, the thing that's weirdest to me is looking at today's scores just in general. 23 kills for the Sonics, 32 placement points. When's the last time you've seen Sonics with more placement points than kills?
It's been a hot minute, but
so weird. It's so weird. But you know what? Whatever it takes, man. They have found the formula for today, and they are putting on a show.
Yeah, and as Creche as well, again, coming off a very successful match and really 2 matches in a row that have been really great for them. They had a very terrible performance yesterday. In fact, after the games, a lot of the players tweeted out, that they really were disappointed in their performance. They know that it was not anywhere up to their standards, and they were going to come back stronger today. That's exactly what we saw from them in these last few matches, so expecting to see if they can continue that momentum going into this final game of the day. 22, who had a really good day 1, still playing very similarly, but not being rewarded as heavily, and thus consequently falling a bit on the leaderboard. That said, we still got so many games left to go after today, and many opportunities for some of these teams to have that redemption play out.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing take-home point after today is there's still so much time to play. There's still, after this thing is done, it's, 20 more games? So a lot of time left to rally here as we are cutting over to the west once again. Honk 'em.
All right.
Of course,
a little friendly. Hi. How's it going? All right, but here we go. This circle has a couple of my favorite spots. One, most notably, is Everest, which is the mountaintop up to the north. We will see teams play out for that position, but because of how the flight path was, you can see SDK, Troglodytus, they're not in their normal Georgia pole spots. So Trog right now on the long drive as they're looking to get that rotation back up here into North Georgia. In fact, if they've read the situation, it might even be able to take a shorter route up here and play from this position, cutting off shoot to kill, which are currently sending a couple players out in that position, leaving Kurt behind in Gatka. So something to keep a watchful eye on and who decides to play the north here.
And there's still quite a few teams off to the east as well that might look at making that northern entry into that circle. Yellow Jackets being among them. Unfortunately, again, Jean Mbappe not able to join the Yellow Jacket squad, so they'll be playing out as 3 from Stolber. But all that being said, they found some success with that last game. They managed to win the 3v4 fight against AKM, pick up a few kills, and make it to the late game. Actually kind of screwed over Sonics a little bit as well, as they took out one of the Sonics boys. I'm not sure, can't remember who it was. It might have been Tig. It doesn't matter, but yeah. So not too terrible for YJ here. We take a check-in here with STK. Only Luke and Alo, actually only Luke sent into South George. And Trog, this is a North George looting team. They decide to actually just stop off in crates this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think they read the situation that they beat STK here, and for Luke 12 is doing a lot of this looting on foot. This is a bit of vulnerable position. If any member of Troglodytus is able to spot him out, they could very quickly snipe him out with Alo out south of Hospital. He doesn't even have anywhere of line of sight to help out Luke 12, so that could be a bit of a risky position for him to be in for this. The rest of the shoot to kill still down in Gatka. Nice strong center position, though Gatka can be hard to leave depending on where the circle shifts later in the game. There's a lot of open line of sights from strong positions on every edge of that spot. You've got as well, I think.
Dabbed it.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, look at our Alienware observer zone with our Alienware observers, and they're dabbing their little hearts out. Keeping an eye on all the action here as Tickleton stops down, waits for the rest of his squad to arrive, but doing a great job over there in that observer zone.
Absolutely. I was even complimenting them in the break, letting them know how great a job they did catching all the action. We can't do it without the observers, but you know what else? Can't do without the players here. Sonics scoping out Dumpling, seeing if Chopsticks is a viable place to play from. On the opposite end of it, LFP is there. LFP is a lone wolf. Mime and Shrimsy starting to dip their toes here, and I think the play is to take this compound away from Akreche.
And they'll do it. It looks like RBN might be just picking up LFP as Akreche in a little bit of a Y22 here. The rest of Sonic's going to come and join the fray. So, a few teams already kind of centering up so far. Obviously, Sonic's being one of the bigger ones. You can see STK just off there in the distance doing that Gatka split. Roth and the boys from Bing Bang Boom coming in from the north, getting a little close to Troglodytus here. Let's see if they find a line.
Ooh, Ragnar has definitely found a nice line on a sharp shot. Unfortunately, the shots just weren't connecting, and Sharp's going to trade some of that damage back, getting Ragnar down to 61 HP. And Nade's out. It's going to land right on Sharp, gets him down low, but the rest of them going just too far. It's actually Dakota Kid gets that headshot and takes Sharp shot down, but Keenan on the peak is going to find Darita at just the right moment, but getting down to 17 HP himself. Penta and shoot to kill.
No!
All the way, and Gatka coming in for this, and oh no, it's on to just Ragnar and Roth.
You can't let that man get in that shed. I'm not sure if the comms were just not there, but Coda Kid should have known to pull off of that res. That was rough, but you know what? Well done by Bing Bang Boom. Pick up 4 kills. I'm actually kind of curious as to why Troglodytus Troglodytus didn't hear all that going on and maybe decided to get involved. Looks like they are content enough with just putting Rusty Zero at the top of Everest and taking the shots over in that direction.
You can see Kill Demo was actually repositioning, try to take another line of sight onto this. But this is too late, right? You've allowed BBB full time to recover. Both reses should be out right now, and there you go. That final one is going to pop. Shots towards Roth, and the smoke is actually going to connect on a little bit of that. But it almost seems like a little bit too little too late from Troglodytus.
Well, just some ADR firing from range, and yeah, get his tires.
I mean, he's moved the car already, so that is going to make it a little bit difficult for Roth to come out. You can see Sharpshot and Oldlist throwing smokes, giving him a little bit of assistance to come back to the compound into safety away from the eyes of Troglodytus. And there you go. One other view of this circle. Got a couple teams rotating in late, and a lot of options again on where this zone could go.
Yeah, Rumblers being the first one to kind of make their way through. And look at the, of course, they're camping it. And wouldn't you know it, Nootropic, they're just like, you know what? We already know what you're going to do. So they just go down that eastern bridge. But E United taking a really, really long time to loot up. And now I'm might have been because of the plane. I'm not sure. But either way, they've got a pretty free path in towards ruins and up here to kind of play from, but we'll see what they decide to do here as we check in with Dodge getting a little bit close to Yahoo.
And there you go. I mean, the closeness, right? Ethan and Shinboy, Sparking trying to crash into the north to give himself some assistance. The rest of Dodge didn't quite have the line of sight onto that, but Ethan, he thought about that real hard. Ultimately didn't take the shots at Sparking, waiting for him to park. There you go. Cherry, Finna, the rest of the team down to the south. Hikerman, I think, even has a line of sight onto this. If they can get that knock onto Sparking, then they can take out Shinboy and have this compound to themselves.
Don't take a knock here. Just clean it up. Be quick about it. Sparking being a real pain in the butt here as Ethan tries to get shots in.
This is the problem. It took too long.
Oh, he's absolutely nuts. Okay, the rest of the gang has arrived, and now Punage will find Finna. Sparking gets to heal up as well, hiding out in the bathroom. As looks like Shitboy may have spotted out Cherry just a little bit there. Sparking, they cannot get rid of him.
The floor is lava, and Sparking is a master at that game. As he saw it, staying alive. Now, Punage was looking to use this spot as an angle to try and get some other line of sight there on the members of Dodge, Finna, and Hikerman already being in that position. Finna had been knocked. I just don't think he was quite anticipating Hikerman to be out here just yet. As Ethan gets taken down, it's just up to Cherry now in the compound. And you've got all of Yahoo watching every single window. And no, Cherry, not as good as the floor is lava as Sparking was, is going to miraculously stay alive. But there's nowhere left for him to go. I think Yahoo have got this one in the bag.
Oh, boy. This is tough if you're Dodge. I mean, that's 2 days in a row that have just been... I mean, it's just been nothing but this. It's time after time just running into somebody early. Losing guys and just losing these straight up 4v4 fights that, you know, most of the time they go even with, or at least trade knocks, make some trades here. It's just not been happening for Dodge. So they've got one more day this weekend to try to right the ship.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like they felt that they had way more time to spend on that, right? There were a lot of opportunities for Ethan, for Cherry, for other members of Dodge to just put a little extra pressure onto Yahoo and maybe find that knock a little bit quicker. But because they gave Yahoo just a little bit of breathing room, they're able to collapse that 2-2 split down onto the compound and take that back away. But for Yahoo, still got a couple other teams rotating there. United going a little bit further south. Coming up back behind where Akreche was just a few moments ago. Sonics have fully committed now past the Dumplings just to the west of Chopsticks. And we'll see where everybody else just about lands. I mean, we're not going Everest at this point. Everest is so far to the north. More than likely, we're going to look at a fields or swamp finish. And so I think teams starting to set up for that.
I was just about to point out, United... I was thinking about them maybe coming in from that northeastern side. Instead, they go for the southeastern side, go for the hills just to the south of Chopsticks, and Yahoo start to creep up and backfill them a little bit here. Kreche, I'm not sure if they heard the vehicles. It looks like Kaishin has a little bit of an inkling here. Yeah, so Kreche needs to be careful here as they are in kind of a wide 2-2 split with VHZ and Kaishen being the closest there. Is Nootropic trying to wrap around low here on the south side, 300. And this is, I think, again, just more peacocking than anything, letting him know that this is not... Oh, my God, Vox! He just bolted that man. What a shot from Voxic.
You love it. I mean, the return of bolts, we've seen more and more teams really put that effort into landing those bolt shots, and that is why, right? The reward there. Vox still with another one out, waiting for the bleed out, hoping to catch a second one to see if somebody was going to go for the res and getting extra help from Richie B. Now 2 members of 300 back into cars, and they're going to push this. They're looking for another angle to punish Nootropic. We've seen throughout the tournament thus far, 300 really favoring that southern position. They don't want anybody in this area.
Well, Nootropic tried to go, I mean, they were fully committed to trying to get that res onto the knock, and eventually Extreme gets that dirty off angle. 300, Nefahor as well kind of pushing out here as Vox. Can he do it again? No. So close there as it looks like Senix will be able to escape. They're going to crash right on top of Neff, though. This might be a juicy target as he will get taken down by Hello Senpai. But now Nootropic, again, you're committing to the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the trade came out, and you can see a little bit of jousting there with the drive by Hello Senpai. Gets the flush, but Vox trying to see what he can pick out from this at range. So have to take a quick few seconds to reload that K9. Meanwhile, off at the other angle, Extreme still inside the zone, making sure that Nootropic continue on. I mean, Richie B's just been in the chase. He's not letting this go, and we saw this from them a couple times. Here comes the drive-by out the passer. He just didn't quite have enough momentum to get that final bullet there into Hello Senpai, but the zone is going to help him out here.
He knows now, though.
Just get the flush. Get the credit for that kill. That's all
he hit that. He knows exactly who he hit it on, too. Yep. Oh, there he is. I spot him. Wow, Richard B. That is
what the B stands for.
Just
do we know his last name?
B?
Maybe it's because he's the best. He's the best. He's
there
the
you
best.
Go. We'll take it. We'll work with that. But wow, that was. Boy,
that was a throwback. I'm sorry.
Poor Nootropic. I mean, Nootropic kind of the same bit as Dodge, isn't it? I mean, it's you know, did not expect to see them this far down on that leaderboard. And I mean, again, this is another one of those LCQ situations where you feel like they were way better than they showed, and after actually winning the LCQ, Dodge, maybe that's the answer. It's the first place curse. Yeah. Apparently, it's extended now to the LCQ.
You know, I mean, United broke the first place curse, so I feel like at least for NA groups, but yeah, somebody needs to break it from the LCQ and from Latian. But you know what else? Look at this. So many teams wrapping around right next to each other. You've got Sonics rotating next to Yahoo, next to Shoot to Kill by Akache. Gaskins are in the area too. Everybody had the same idea. They wanted these high grounds, these hills to play from, and avoiding the open terrain and swamps. As Luke 12 is going to get that flush onto Mime. So another member of Sonics is down. They're going to have to play as a 3-man squad from here on out, and they haven't quite found a safe spot to put down. They're just going to full send a little blindly into the swamp.
It's something that they've been fixing a little bit here today, getting everybody up to the late game, and this time it's going to be a little bit different as Mime does go down. But as you said, fights going on all over the place here. AKM crashing right on top of Yahoo. Oh no.
Oh.
Well, that's an unfortunate miscommunication there. NCLS going down to Martin San's grenade. They'll try to pull up, maybe go for the res, but Punage out of nowhere. Shooting him from the field, sparking those down though, so we'll get flushed. And AKM giving a good accounting of themselves here in this one 4-man fight.
There you go. I mean, more nade damage. Shinboy this time is going to actually fall. Demox hits that second nade finally, and so it's a 1 player still up for Yahoo. Needs to act quickly versus the 2 players still up for AKM, while that res potentially coming back out. Punich has a general idea of where Demox is, but I don't know if he quite realizes that there's 2 people in the compound that he's very freely running right past as he finds this knock.
No.
Gonna quickly pick up that kill. He's got to turn around. There you go. He hears him.
Oh no. Oh, Punage.
Oh.
No shot. Oh, Necro. Necro gets him from way downtown. Oh no. Punage. Try to pull off the beautiful 1v3, and Necro just ruins everything.
Yeah. No, you got to give credit, though. I mean, Troglodytus really playing their angles here, right? They're trying to third-party pick up anything they can, regardless of that distance. They're close as well to a couple teams just beyond that point. But right now, 22, keeping that pressure on 300. 300, again, wants that southern position. They're going to continue to hold on to the edge as long as they can. 22 Esports not yet ready to let go of this compound. So that pressure coming out from Haste and the rest of this team. If they end up pushing 300 at all to the east, which looks to be the play, and 300 potentially coming back into a Cresce.
I mean, this is definitely the last game of the day, as we are down to 13 teams, 42 alive in the fourth circle. And it is a lot of free space available around here, as Vox is going to try to make his way past Cresce. Looks like he will, so 300 stays in it for now. Snakers, meanwhile, having to hide out in a ditch by the side of the road. United still 4 up, though, as Bing Bang Boom on the north side as well. Take a look at Rumblers. Rumblers, they made that long rotation earlier, started creeping a little bit more towards the east, and now they're pulling back again towards the west. Is Bing Bang Boom just going to full send it? Why not?
You know, it's Aaron Gell. They've got a car. Absolutely, why not? As they're going to take that momentum and actually bully Adam and White Kick Mukau out of that compound and push Gaskins away from that split. And I say split, it's a very minor split, but when the game starts to get this cozy, you can't be too greedy when it comes to just a few compounds left into play. Outside of this, though, Rumblers continuing that slow creep and shoot to kill. Oh, I don't think shoot to kill can actually take this fight. They're being punished by the rest of the team still up to the northeast.
Oh, Gaskins got so lucky right there. Sonics had an angle on a Purdy Curdy, or he was just going to be raining hellfire down on their pumpkin heads. But he has to pull back, and Gaskins get back to the Invisibles. No harm, no foul. 4 up, and checking on 22. They've got a Cresce just off to their east, and it looks like they know about it as well. Holding in the inside of the zone, although a Cresce, VHC with the shots on Balkan. That's a nice little banger.
I mean, VHC is just having an absolute insane day. And this nade, if this lands on Haste, and that could be huge, we might see the doorbells ring as a Cresce continue to try to battle for the south, but up again to the west. Rumblers trying to find an access point is not going to be hard to fight for. And I think they're starting to realize that the options are a little more limited. And they may have to make a similar play what we saw with Bing Bang Boom, and that is to full send, crash that compounds. It looks like Corsac did stop just barely on the edge. So on foot, this is just narrowly in the zone. And now as Bing Bang Boom do have a knock, it looks like Los HD is just going to take an opportunity to send it. He finds a little bit of coverage from the ridgeline. Valiant making a play for the shack. And takes quite a lot of damage. It is going to fall there to Roth. Corsac sending it in. Waldo falls. There's only one player left. A Hail Mary drive-by. And Corsac falls. Rumblers eliminated into 12th. But you know what? You got to give him credit for trying, Bora.
Sure. I don't know if we were quite at the point of the game where that was the only play, but you know what? That's why they're in the game, and I'm out here just watching the overhead view as we see 22 and a Cresce still working things out on this south side. That circle is going to cut off to the east. Not that it matters. There's so much room to play around here. 34 alive. Now the Bing Bang Boom situation. Not sure what they're going to do, but you can see SDK already reading this, knowing that they've got Sonic pinned in the swamp.
Absolutely. Now, another thing, too, to note, on the eastern side, those compounds are now out of play. And there's a couple of places that 22 and a Cresce moving forward can't play. It's a little bit of a ditch. So regardless of whether these two teams, which one of them comes out of this fight, the next thing is going to be making sure they aren't spotted from the teams to the north just out. But Rubini, it's that knock onto Haven. A Cresce still with 0 kills to their name. All of their knocks have been either stolen or revived. So all the work that they put in this game, nothing yet quite to show for it. Additionally as well, you still got Yellow Jackets, 2 players up that might be wrapping in the back side of this, though they have been spotted out by members of Sonics. Tickleton as well as A-Twin taking a few shots in that direction. That's going to continue hurting Yellow Jackets back towards the 22 Cresce fight.
We haven't really talked about them as much because they haven't been up at the top of the leaderboard or has been as impressive putting up the big numbers that we've seen some of these teams do. But 22 they've been consistent. They've been putting up numbers pretty consistently all day here today, and you know. They haven't gotten the circle luck that they got yesterday, obviously, but they've still been managing to collect points, keep themselves in the conversation up there at the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, it's very close. Right now, they're 1 point behind 304th, 5 points behind Yahoo, who's in 3rd, and it's been that close all day long. But right now, the problem is whether or not they can stay alive in a circle like this. Even the best teams that can fight through that position are really going to get a lot of pressure right now as they take the low ground just outside of shoot to kill. Might get a little bit of assistance from Sonics, though. So Hasten is going to be the first to fall. Haven not far behind. Vinny as well. It's all up to Balkan. He is going to get that opening knock onto Penta. He needs to make sure he follows through with Halo, but there's nowhere left for him to go. 22 Esports find themselves eliminated, but now is the time for shoot to kill. Have to turn their attention back to Sonics as well as Bing Bang Boom and Troglodytus, who is just full sending to the same position looking for that high ground spot.
I mean, this has been a great game for SDK so far, hadn't it? 8 kills, but once again, it's just getting through the mid game, getting to that late game by keeping everybody up has just been so tough, so difficult for SDK to pull off. Fortunately, they've been able to collect these kills, add to their point total, and make it a little bit more respectable after 2 days. So not all said and done just yet. As we said, reminder once again, guys, 20 games left to play. Lots of time to rebound off of anything here. Sonics down to just Tig, and Tig down to just 7 HP. So we'll see if he can stay alive. Kaishin, ooh, they'll finish off Shrimsy, but won't get that last bullet into Tig.
And that car is absolutely on fire. It's smoking. It's a tough place to play from. So you can see the smoke's already coming out. Tig looking for that escape move. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom, they're going to have to leave this compound. You've got Kurt still waiting for him. Are they still? They're still Kreche 4 up. I mean, they're one of the few teams that have managed to keep their whole squad up. EU, Gaskins, BBB also still 4 standing. But, I mean, with a circle like this, there's so much open field into play. You can't help but wonder what's going to happen with so many fully stacked teams here on the western side.
I mean, they've got the high ground. They got the south side all to themselves. RBN got an AWM again. I mean, this is looking pretty nice for Kreche, actually. Like, once 22 decided to pull off and make their way in, it's just been lovely. I mean, 4 kills already for Kreche, and they could stand to get a few more here. We'll see what happens. Bing Bang Boom overseeing Gaskins right on the edge of that zone. You can see it is about to start moving.
Sharp
So
shot.
they got to get on the move. Sharp.
I mean, he hit that. I mean, so I almost said I can't believe he hit that, but I can. I mean, Sharp Shot really living up to his name there as he's going to put that damage into members of United. But with the circle closing, it is phase 6, and teams now need to focus on getting into zone. Troglodytus waiting for them. Purdy Curdy waiting for him. And United, who unfortunately are being shot at by multiple teams, Bing Bang Boom being one of them, coming in just a little bit too late. Gaskins also might be leaving just a little bit too late from this position. And again, I mean, this helps out a Kreche to the south.
That's a big knock from Nikos. That was huge, getting that knock on the Roth there. They were absolutely pinned down. SDK will finally get eliminated now as Bing Bang Boom trying to hold off the push from Gaskins. I think it's just down to Adam now. The only one alive. And that is going to do it for him as Gaskins. Can they reset before Troglodytus? The duo of Troglodytus get here. Adam, the only one alive, and he's hugging the edge. As Kreche is just sitting here watching this, they're like, okay, we'll take 2 wins in a row. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, mutually assured destruction, right? Let Troglodytus use up their armor, use up their utility, use up their bullets, completely tunnel visioned and focused. Troglodytus, now that Exex has turned, I think Exex realized what's going on, but Kill Demo is not letting up. He wants to make sure he gets Adam, but Adam, whose nade is actually going to get that knock on to kill Gimmo. Ultimately, he's going to fall to the blue zone now, but with 1 member standing, it's Troglodytus Exex, a 1v4 situation. 6 kills to their name. They know exactly where he is. And Poro, this is looking to be a back-to-back as Kreche with 7 kills win the final match of the day. 2 in a row.
Oh man, maybe not as impressive as a win as the last one where they got 14 kills and won the team fight against Sonics versus the open field, but just as impressive enough as they get another win in a row here. But I guess look at Bing Bang Boom. I mean, they might not win it, but boy, they put up the numbers, don't they?
Absolutely, and this has been the thing about Bing Bang Boom this entire tournament, right? Is the consistency in finding the numbers and finding those kills, placement points when they can, turning anything that might not work in their favor back around, as well as Gaskins. We really wanted to see them step it up today, and that final match, I mean, Adam taking it to the very final fight, that's numbers. That's what we need to see in performance from the Gaskins. But Kreche, absolute redemption from yesterday. We saw Sonics go from the top of the leaderboard, bottom, back near towards the top. Akeche sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard yesterday, back in a nice position after today. And again, as you called it, there's still 20 games left, Boro.
A lot of games left. And to be honest, the middle of the leaderboard, not that far removed. It's not like the Sonics and these guys are running away with the thing either. So it's still well within striking range as we try to see what everybody wants to, what adjustments they make for the final day of the first weekend here. But that is going to do it for us, as we will throw it to break real quick before the analysts come and break down the whole day. So don't forget to stay tuned for the final circle.
is not letting up. He wants to make sure he gets Adam, but Adam, whose nade is actually going to get that knock out and kill Gimbo. Ultimately, he's going to fall to the blue zone now, but with one member standing, it's Troglodytus execs a 1v4 situation. 6 kills to the name. They know exactly where he is. And Boro, this is looking to be a back-to-back as Akeche with 7 kills.
Game 5 ends in a crescendo. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Cameron and Matchroom. as we break down all the action.
You started.
No, I need you.
You fed that joke. You fed that joke.
Mine was better, though. I fed him one that was better than that.
All right, you want to do yours? You want to present yours?
No.
Okay. Then mine was better.
I'll say it. It was pretty good. Could you say that they're crushing it?
It was mediocre.
You did better than I did.
There it is. Better.
There it is.
We're just stealing all our jokes.
I want to know what team did better than everyone else with the winner chicken dinner. Comes out to Akreche. They get 7 kills, 1,000 damage, but it's 2 in a row for these guys.
We live in a world where it's been mostly Akreche and Sonics getting victories today, and that's kind of astounding, all considered, because I'll be
looking at
real,
yesterday.
I was kind of losing some faith in Akreche and how they were playing. It was almost a non-factor inside the lobby, and now they're starting to find some way to get in the late game, and while the damage numbers aren't the highest, they are still finding ways to get kills, which is super important.
Yeah, I mean, they started the day in like 14th place. It was definitely double digits. So the fact that they would round out the last 2 games, both with wins, in similar fashion for sure. The last game that they won, it was a lot of kills, and it's a field, so you can't really control a field, but there was still domination. This one was more of, oh wait, everyone's dead.
Right.
2 big comeback stories today.
Well, even, I mean, at the end of the day, dinner winner, Kreche gets it. We talked about them yesterday as coming out of their regionals in the lead and kind of letting us down a lot. Then they came out today and they end strong. I just worry. Sonics got started yesterday. I don't know if Kreche has enough runway to make that catch up. But we'll think about it as we take a look back at the match that was just played. It's my favorite segment of the year. Highlights!
Oh, this game was fun, to say the least. There was a lot of moving factors, specifically the leaderboard. I know there's a whole bunch of cool killing that's about to go on, but I was back and forth on that first place because we kept seeing it bounce between Bing Bang Boom and Sonics so often.
Oh boy, you can see, speaking of which, Bing Bang Boom right here, Keen taking the fight. This is what we're talking about with BBB, really embracing the early engagement. This is 6 minutes in. This is usually when most teams, they just say, let's get into phase 1. Let's just find our footing. We have an appointment with the opposing team in about 5 minutes or so. We can show up early, make sure the table setting is all nice and clean. BBB, they roll up ready to party right when it opens.
It's the difference between like an adult party and a college party. Like BBB are the guys that show up and they're like already bringing in the bottles.
They
know what I mean? They're the frat party versus like the more like let's go out and have dinner party.
Yeah, Sonic. Yeah, that's the Sonics. They're the guys that like they got to make sure that the kids are tucked in the bed, that the babysitter is coming over. They get themselves dressed up and nice, and they arrive for the night like 9 p.m. in a limousine.
Hey, that explains shoot to kill. I guess maybe they can't find the babysitter.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just shocked by the fact that you think people with kids go out at 9 p.m. at night.
It's a fantasy world, I know.
Like we're done. We're home.
This is video games, Steve. None of this is real.
Well, let's get to the end game here. It was a group of teams that we haven't seen work as the final 3 in a minute, Matchroom.
Yeah, also shout out Troglodytus, finding some successes at this stage. I also did want to point out Adam, who's been very impressive in these last 2 games specifically. I mean, he always has big moments, but it felt like he's really stepping up right now.
So Kreche does come out with also the chicken dinner win and the overall win. They get themselves 17 big points there. Troglodytus gets 13. Bing Bang Boom does jump with 11 because of the fact they walked away with 8 kills from that game. And again, Sonics is up there in the top 6. It seems like those 2 teams really brought the heat today.
Yeah, when you pull away from the 17 points going to Akreche, which again is definitely on the lower side when it comes from the winning team, there was actually a nice little spread of kills throughout the midsection of this leaderboard, and that just speaks to, in one sense, how centralized a lot of the mid-game shifts were, because it gave multiple teams opportunities to really set themselves up for fights. But at the same time, like, that no one team was able to get a dominating, controlling position. We saw at the end there, Akreche, they found themselves in the center of that circle, but that's because all the chaos that were happening around them, and they had to almost rush to get what little they could get of Troglodytus before they ended themselves with the grenade.
I do want to give a big shout out to the teams, Just Too Easy, Rumblers, and Dodge, all agreeing that no one wants to be 16th. They'll just share 14 with 0 points in that match.
I thought it might be possible for Bing Bang Boom to be in first, but Sonics, man, just today, they have been so ridiculously good. Yahoo back behind that with Kreche. I mean, we still have multiple horse races.
Yeah, Akreche, they were 14th, then they jumped up to like 10th, and now they're 4th.
Again, that's the same thing. Sonics yesterday, game 4, were in 16th place. This seems to be tracking that these teams are getting that kick they need from the bottom.
I just got to say 322 Esports, 2 numbers, also getting another number, nice.
You got me for a second. We're back on track. AKM, another one, in 10th place. That's a team that, honestly, we haven't almost watched them at all. They seem like they kind of pick a position and play off of it. Their kill counts, pseudo-respectable, and honestly, 10th is better than I expected AKM to be after day 2.
Yeah, actually, even though like we only really know of before this event one member of that team, Ali RV, everyone else is pretty unknown coming into this. And similar to what we were having that discussion at the top of the show about Yellow Jackets, I'm liking that we're seeing multiple teams when they're in the big leagues realize like we can't buckle away from all this pressure from these big guys. Yes, that is the Tiggleton. Yes, that is the Luke 12.
The who? The Tiggleton?
The Tiggleton?
The Big Tig?
The Big Tig?
Well, I've got good news for everyone at home. The Big Tig is ready to talk to us. We've invited him here to have a chat. Big Tig, welcome, my friend. And first, congratulations on your being the first player in the PCS era at a major to get 400 kills. That is epic, my friend.
Thank you, Toffees. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, let's ask some questions while we have His Royal Highness here.
I just want to remind you, Tig, I know last time we saw a lot of hashtag laptop Tiggleton. I don't know where we're looking inside of this right now, but should be feeling pretty good, sitting at very high damage numbers. I want to point out you're at right 4,600 and something, but 800 damage ahead of who is in second, and that's going to be Roth.
Wow.
I have to ask the question that I know everybody wants to know, and it's going to be the easy one to ask.
Probably.
What the hell's the difference between today and yesterday?
Look, yesterday, I think was very unfortunate. The difference between us being in like second place yesterday or 16th to me was like 2%. You know, it made all the difference. We just had to do that extra 2%, have that slightly better chemistry, be slightly faster, and everything clicked today.
So yeah, we were saying being like slightly faster a lot of times, not even just at this event, but also in the qualifiers at LCQ, and even maybe looking at a couple events previously, compared to when you were winning all the PCSs back to back to back. Compared to now, like there might have been some more elements, more moments of your transitions in the mid game being a little cut off, being a little stalled and short. Is that because, you know, sometimes eras do come to an end, or do you think it's because a lot of other teams, especially around that edge play focused settings of them, are just getting better and maybe the competition is rising up to meet you guys who have been setting that standard from essentially the beginning?
I definitely think the competition is getting a lot stronger. Like obviously with the merging of SA, there's a lot more talent in the Americas region now. So not only are people improving at a faster rate, I will say that some of it does come down to adapting to the lobby. Like I think, again, since the merging of the SA teams, the games go a lot faster. Everyone is more like I don't know, just ready to pounce on positions. They're quickly scouting things, quickly moving, because everyone's now conditioned that we have to get to the middle of the circle quick because it just fills up. So yeah, it's interesting. Like just definitely adapting to the lobby playstyle like is one of the most important things for us.
I've got a little short one, but a little bit of a longer one as well. So you mentioned the fact that it's getting stronger inside the region. Is that because of the amount of OCE players that are coming over?
Nice.
Yeah? No? All right, you don't have to answer that one. I won't put you on it. I do have a question for you, though. That content piece, man. That content piece that you guys put out about reflecting over what's been going on, where it was like you like watching all the clips and stuff like that. How much of that is actually like weighed on you guys? And like, what was it like making that content piece? Was it like cathartic or like, I just did it to do it?
I don't know. I guess I haven't really spoken with the team about this. We did that. That was like, obviously, the Sonics wanted us to do that. Like, I'm sitting there between cuts laughing my butt off, and, you know, Shimsy and I are making intense eye contact. Some of the scenes, it was pretty funny. But, yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for the rest of the team, but definitely for myself, I think that whenever I feel like I have something to prove, I play better. So, like, getting kicked down at PGC, getting smoked in ESL, even PCS before that, like it frustrates me. It makes me want to be so much better.
Let me ask this, and I know they asked a lot about the gameplay and the way things ran out today. You brought up chemistry. You said that 2% had to be adjusted. So my question is really simple. Who is the person on that team that ends up being the rock in those tough situations or helps bring chemistry back onto track when things get tough?
I think that all of us take responsibility for that, because obviously it's PUBG. People get so tilted. Like, it's a very frustrating game when you lose. You know, sometimes like you just watch things unfold in front of you, or like you die to a team, then watch them win the game, and you just. So yeah, we all kind of have to do that for each other. I think Shrimzy, especially on our team, is kind of the rock man. He's got the most level head, like pretty much untiltable these days, especially since PGC.
I was gonna say that's a very roundabout way to say Shrimzy.
Shrimzy's a rock. I mean, I think that we've seen that. I love seeing it, and it's good to hear as well. We're going to sign out before we do. If you have any shout-outs you want to give before we let you get back to the rest of your team, please do so.
Just mom, dad, Bizzle, my girlfriend. Thanks all for watching. I appreciate all of you guys.
The four most important people. I love
and the Flex gang. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on 400. Congratulations on an amazing day. Can't wait to see what you guys bring tomorrow. Have a good one.
Thank you, Toughies.
That was awesome. I absolutely loved, I mean, he was roundabout, but it sounded like Shrimzy's that rock, which I think anybody who's met him kind of gets that vibe.
Yeah,
right?
I would have pegged Shrimzy myself for that. But at the same time, I think it's important to say that, yeah, sure, Shrimzy might be the one who does it the most, but everyone has a responsibility in this. It's not just 3 silent people and maybe one person talking. It's everyone's responsibility to act as a group together.
We make a joke, but let's be real. We know that H-Win is super logical, so he's going to be leading into that. But it's no surprise also that Mime's going to be highly energetic and have a lot of passion inside. But Shrimzy does fill that rock position, I would.
But everyone's got a voice, and we have a voice, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to use those voices for the new segment, Final Circle. We're going to break down the top 5 plays of the day, talk a little bit more about Sonics, STK, and some other teams who really stepped up today, and maybe some who didn't. So don't go anywhere. Back in just a couple of minutes with the Final Circle.
PUBG Esports fans, the PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back. It is time for the final circle here at PCS6. The second day of play is done and dusted. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Cammy D and Matchroom. Time to relax, time to settle in, time to go over what happened today. And the best way to do that is jumping right into the leaderboard and reminding everyone exactly where it is that everyone stands.
Yeah, Sonic's at top, BBB just behind, 3-point difference there. But there is a pretty big pack right now between 3rd through 7th, I think is what? That's a 5-point difference between 5 different teams.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting day tomorrow, especially when we look at how this is stacked up. So many of these teams we've been regularly talking about, except for a Cresche. Cresche
yeah, where'd they come from?
Come out of nowhere. Sonic's, sure, they had a big day today. But Cresche just kind of snuck in these last two, and they're like, hey, we still exist.
I mean, but that's what you want. I mean, I can't say enough about that. It happened yesterday with Sonics, happened today with them. Who will be the rising star tomorrow? Because it seems to be a trend.
I mean, I would hope it's United, just because after getting the 3-peat, it would be a little disappointing if it just sort of trailed out as easily as it seems so far. That's not to say they're performing bad, because they do have some good moments. It's just unlike the teams that we were seeing from BBB and the Sonics at the very top. We're not seeing those big, like, standout, we are the kings here moments from United. Yet.
You brought up worried about being disappointed. I'll tell you some things that did not disappoint me today. It's the big plays, which brings us to our top 5 plays of the day.
Top 5?
Number 5 coming in at you hot. These are the best that we saw. Is going to be this little play, Felipe. This is a top 5 gun skill, right? Because he threw this one out right. Yeah, the first one was the tree shot, but to get it out fast enough to get that shot off where it drops down, clean.
It's frustration. You know, the other one hit the tree, so he goes for something. And yes, give me the Balefrost push, because look at this. He's running. Look at all of these teams that would have vision. Dodge is trying to run for cover on fire, but it's going to be Balefrost. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and cut for it. Running out in the open, runs in, doesn't even have a nade, just sprays them down.
Yeah, he needed that. It's secured not just 1, but 2 kills there. But number 3 is going to be Corsac popping off into this game, absolutely wrecking 300. Yes, he has his team to help and support, and I think he only ends up getting 3 of these 4 kills, but still amazing play by the Rumblers here before it unfortunately gets shut down. But look at this. 6 kills right now. He's about to make that even more.
Just the way he lines this up. We've been seeing Corsac find some phenomenal opportunities for his team. It's just so well consistently played coming out from him. Even whenever we saw them get tunneled in on one of these fights a second ago, he's still the guy that was still up trying to figure out where he was supposed to go next and how he was going to react. But yes, I was talking about it beforehand, Adam, dude. Adam is just starting to find his groove more and more. I know we've talked about him for years, but he is such a good player. We talk about his intelligence, but now he's finding ways to take that intelligence and translate it into gun skill and being in the right spot. And he just navigates so many of these fights so cleanly. I would be terrified to fight.
And it's not even like it's hard for us to tell as spectators here with the smoke off, but those were not easy shots to hit. Those were not easy targets to identify in the midst of all of that. But number 1, we had to do it. Tiggleton with not only the game-winning kill, but the game-winning kill that was his 400th kill of the PCS era. The first player to ever reach it, the first player to ever do it. Sonics, whether in a slump or not, still absolutely amazing players.
Killed it. He crossed the ocean. He sets records. He's changed the game since the day he got here. He's one of the biggest streamers. This guy knows how to play. He knows how to go big, and it is obvious every time he takes the field. We're also tracking things like who are getting the most kills, and we're going to look into that. I am going to probably tell you that it's most likely Tiggleton. We'll cut over to here to take a look at it. It's not. I was wrong.
Yes.
What?
We should have known that. We should have known that, actually. Oh my god, because as big of a day as Sonics have had, the entire time, BBB, while in second place right now, they've kind of still been ahead in kills.
Here's my thing. I love you, Tig, but Roth, IGL, by the way, and Sharpshot.
True.
Sharpshot being a lot more active these days is great to see. And I mean, how long have we been talking about Poonage and the capabilities that he has now showing up inside the top 5 more regularly? Great to see.
I love seeing an IGL out there at the top. But a reminder that we also are tracking special prizing brought to you by the folks at Alienware. They will be giving out prizes to the Grand Final MVP, the Insane Squad, and the All PCS team. So I hope Roth keeps that grind going, because those laptops need to go somewhere else at this point.
I bet Tiggleton, he wants more. more.
He does. He never does it, and I respect that.
Is that the way it's going to go?
What?
Hashtag laptop Ross?
Maybe.
I mean, Tickleton's already got like 5, right?
He needs more. He wants the whole collection.
It does. All right, let's talk a little more. I want to dig in. I want to dig into some stuff that we saw today. You guys brought it up. It kind of has to do with what we're seeing behind us, but it was the Sonics. Yesterday, they were the messy, or the ugly, if you will, because of how rough the start was. Today, it was just a ton of performance.
Yeah, and it's not even just like them barely edging out their opponent and getting the win. It was absolute old school. The Sonics, when they were winning all the PCSs, that big play style of putting themselves in a solid position, but not like a turtle position, a solid position to hold a bunch of control over the circle and not give, and this is the important thing, not giving an inch to the opponent.
They're a definition of what we've been talking about for the throughput of today. Passive play versus more active play, making people react. Yesterday was a very passive Sonics that were trying to navigate and get a feel for what they wanted to do. This time, Sonics were extremely proactive. We saw them get in vehicles and make sins in that one game that they got second in. It's just a much more confident play style where we see H-Woods just putting them in the spots where they can find success.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting when you're talking about proactivity, but that can start to look different on different teams. And when you contrast them with Bing Bang Boom, both teams are proactive, both teams are aggressive, but that comes out in different ways. Bing Bang Boom are aggressive in the sense that they see you, they will hit you. They see you, they will shoot at you. Sonics, they're aggressive, but it's more of an investment on their end. Well, they will set themselves up for the end game, for the late game.
I feel like that's unfair because Bing Bang Boom does have high-end aggression, but it's very intelligent in the way that they do it.
I never said that they were stupid.
Well, you were saying
it.
like they shoot at everything that moves around.
Yeah, and they get a bunch of points because
it's
of it.
It's very tactical. They'll like if they're being pinched, they know, okay, this is the team we need to commit into. And I do like the fact that we are seeing Bing Bang Boom being very, I would say, consistent in their performance versus a very high-end today Sonics.
Okay, so we've talked about Sonics, a little Big Bang Boom tossed in there, and I'm sure we'll get a little more action on them. But I want to talk about some more old guard. Somebody else who we've been watching a long time that has big fan base, that has a lot of expectations.
Oh, boy.
And I let it go. We didn't talk about it yesterday. We wanted to sort of let some time come through, but it's STK. STK is struggling, it feels like. They're not closing out games. I don't understand what's going on.
Well, you got to get to the end game to close it out.
Yeah, the rotations have been problems. We know the fact that they started off rough yesterday.
Yeah.
There's been some conversations about that. We all know, been watching what's been going on social media, but this is just this is supposed to be our intellectual team. They're the ones that do the research. They know how to make the movements. Yeah, 100%. I don't know what the process is that's going on over here. They can't find kills. It feels like they started on the back foot of trying to figure out what to do, and then they just never found that foot forward.
Even when they were the STK, that even if they weren't winning things, they were still in the conversation. Even when they were one of the best teams in North America, they were still one of the teams that like struggled to have any salvage games, and that looked like they would collapse so much easier than everyone else. And that was balanced out by the fact that when they were able to make it to the late game, they would be some of the hardest late game victories that we've seen with a whole bunch of kills. The problem is when maybe it's just the speed that we heard Tiggleton talk about earlier, the speed of the other teams moving around them, that they're just not able to get the opportunities to make it to the late game that we're so used to seeing.
It comes down to one thing. We saw it in that game where SDK was holding down the compound that's just on, like north of gas station, you know, on top of the hill. They had another team that was with them. SDK used to be like a phenomenal reaching team. They would hold down an area, they would move in, they would flank, and they would control it. That time, they just let the other team sit next to them for, I would say, a circle, maybe two. And then it wasn't until the circle came in and they had to move that they finally took the fight with them.
I'll take the position of I'm sure much of their fan base is in their support base, and it may be right. There's 20 games left to play. Trust the process. Maybe the first 2 days were a coming of age. Maybe tomorrow is their day to pull a Kreche or a Sonics. We'll just leave it at that.
The thing is, I've seen this story from SDK way too much at this point, and it's not. You can't even chalk it up to the format from last year anymore. I'm afraid to say the Three Kings that we used to know and love might be dead. Who knows? Maybe I'm speaking a little too soon.
I get it. I get where you're coming from. I'm going to go the opposite way and say I believe tomorrow is the day that SDK rises again. We'll see what happens. Now, talking about rising up, we just talked about two of the old guard teams we've been watching for a long time. Veterans, like veteran blood pumps through their vein. The race for third place is all about the new guard.
Oh, yeah, we've been talking a lot about 22 and how they've been playing inside that, but we've had a couple of like sneaky repositions coming in off of this, most notably Yahoo. We've been talking a lot about Bing Bang Boom, Cresce having their big one, but really even the passivity of 22, but 300 and Yahoo have been like extremely involved in so many of these in-game firefights, and I feel are playing far more confident than what we're seeing coming out of STK and even Sonics yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Dynasties rise and fall all the time. Even with Sonic still at the top right now, the fact that we're seeing Bing Bang Boom as an unsurprising second place right behind them already shows that we're the dawn of a new age. But with Yahoo, Cresce, 300, 22 Esports, these teams that, and if you want to include Gaskins in that, there are a bunch of these different teams that we've sort of tried to set up as like, oh, is anyone going to contest these three teams? Is someone going to do it? And there might be one good performance, 1.5 good tournaments for one of these teams. I feel like right now, because there are just so many possibilities of a team really stepping up, that at this point, I think by the end of this year, it's gonna look, the tier list of the region is gonna look so much more different than a year ago.
Here's my thing with it. PGC points are always bigger in PCS, and we're seeing a very big swing in this one. And Yahoo, Cresce, 300, 22, E United are all so freaking close on that leaderboard. Even third place is a massive turnaround.
All right, I loved it. We're gonna see what happens tomorrow. I can't wait to see how the third place race really fleshes out with only 5 points distinguishing the difference there. I think all the way down to sort of, was it 8th or 6th or 7th at this point. So it's pretty crazy. All right, that said, I do want to do a quick update on what the pick'ems are showing in terms of what you guys at home are choosing. It is 75% Sonics, 12% E United, and yesterday I was so proud of the fans for continuing to believe, and today it is justified.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this? The way that they're playing 1%? And Yahoo over here?
Hey. The audience.
No.
I feel like
you're wrong. You're wrong.
a lot of people voted before the games even started.
You know what? You get one pick'em, and honestly, I think Sonics is a pretty strong choice. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we continue to go forward. We do want to remind you guys of how you can watch, because we are here again tomorrow. APAC will be first thing in the morning. Americas will wrap up the weekend with our third day of play. Then there's a break, a reset, a chance for the teams to get their feet back under them, figure out what isn't or isn't working, maybe change the process, and we're back on the 22nd to play through to the 24th. We will crown a king, give out that $250,000 worth of cash, and of course, the 450 PGC points for first place. So that is going to be awesome. Well, guys, that is all the time that we have for today. I hate logging off without getting your final thoughts, though, so I want to do that real quick. I'm going to start with you, Cameron. Final thoughts for the day?
I am afraid we're going to see Sonics and Bing Bang Boom run away with this entire thing.
It does feel that way.
That gap needs to be closed real fast.
Absolutely.
I'm hype on Bing Bang Boom, man. I love the fact that we're seeing new teams come in. We were talking about the new blood. I am scared, though. Shoot the kill. You're better than this. Be better than this.
Are they, though?
Be better. I absolutely love it. On behalf of myself, Cameron, Matcham, Poro, Clover, and everyone here at Crafton, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
Is going to connect, finds one with the help of mine, gets two. There's only one member still standing left of Yahoo. It's Poonage, and Shrimzy's got him in the barrel.
Adam just trying to find somebody here on an island. Will spot one out as he is looking for the last guy. Spots BHZ. Good shots from Adam. Well played by the solo from Gaskins. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Finna getting a little bit close. Like 12. Seat swapping that lad. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't get the knock. We'll take some in return. And no, Hikerman's vehicle just went out into space. And now he is just easy pickings here for Luke 12.
And you can see that set. There it is. Put them right in throwable range. Just two members go down. Richie B takes quite a lot of damage from that second nade. He's very low. And I mean, the kills keep racking up. The kill demo is not letting up. He wants to make sure he gets Adam, but Adam, whose nade is actually going to get that knockout to kill Gimmo. Ultimately, he's going to fall to the blue zone now, but with one member standing, it's Troglodytus execs. A 1v4 situation. 6 kills to their name. They know exactly where he is. And Poro, this is looking to be a back-to-back as Cresce with 7 kills